Misfit Toys.
Hi, I'm Family Guy writer Alex Sulkin.
And I'm Family Guy writer Julius Goldie Sharp.
We have a new podcast called A Typical Disgusting Display, where we tap our 40 years combined experience in show business to take you behind the scenes of working in Hollywood.
How to get a job.
How to keep a job.
How to lose a job.
And how to burn it all down on the way back to your sad little hometown.
That's A Typical Disgusting Display. Bail on this podcast immediately and download ours.
Love podcasts? Own an Amazon Echo? Then you have to check out Amazon Music. With more than 10 million free podcast episodes on tap, Amazon Music is the best way to tune into your favorites. Listen via the mobile app on the go, then just ask Alexa, resume my podcast once home. It's the perfect life hack for those who can't get enough of a great story. To get started, visit amazon.com/pods.
It's the 40-Year-Old Boy Podcast with your friend Mike. It's the 40-Year-Old Boy Podcast that you like, 'cause it's free. Here he comes now. He's gonna sit down. It's gonna start.
Hey, what's happening, Mike Schmidt, 40-Year-Old Boy Podcast. Am I loud enough? I don't know if I am. Folks, it is, well, first of all, let's just get this out of the way. If I had any sort of, well, the music should have told you up top, as we've discussed many times before. Folks, happy Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas. Merry, happy, whatever you want to say. I like happy Christmas for some reason. Merry Christmas sounds almost like you're just kind of regurgitating it out, like it really didn't mean anything to you, because everybody says Merry Christmas. I do that a lot, where I think I'm like, well, I should be different, just for the sake of being different. And everybody else is like, we don't give a fuck. Just do the thing that everybody else does, you idiot. Nobody needs you to go off the board for 50. This isn't Joker's Wild. That's not Jack Barry up there. That's not a Joker, and a triple. But you're going to try and make it that. You're going to do just that right now, which is fine, I guess. But I like to be a little bit different. So I go, happy Christmas to you fine folks. That's what I say. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. Is that what's the song? Is it Merry Christmas? I don't know. I don't have a working knowledge of all Christmas songs. I will tell you this. It is Christmas Day as I record this. And I have lost the Mariah Carey challenge. Is that a challenge? I don't know if it is. I heard it took a while for me to hear the All I Want for Christmas. Happy Christmas. Hold on, my throat caught. Hold on. Jesus. All I Want for Christmas is You. That's our friend Mariah Carey, who, I will tell you this, is a victim of one of the worst Photoshops I've ever seen in my life. And I see it constantly because sites I go to will put it up and I'm like, I don't understand why you ever thought this was worth publishing or maybe there's people who get off to it. Maybe there's people who like jerking off to bad Photoshops, like, and not just nude Photoshops. It's literally, I don't even know. I think I've covered this before. Because now deepfakes are a thing. We all know deepfakes are a thing, right? By the way, I'm 2 minutes into the Christmas show. We've already pivoted to deepfakes, but stay with me. We'll get to where we're going eventually. Deepfakes are, if you don't know what those are, that's where they take your face and they put it in a porn scene, and they do it extremely effectively. Like I can't tell you how many times I've seen AOC getting railed, and I shouldn't look, because obviously it's a more complicated version of revenge porn is what it is, quite frankly. But they'll take actresses and they'll put them in these situations where they're, and again, because at least now they call them deep fakes. They used to put them up and be like, oh my God, can you believe that this happened? Can you believe that somehow we found Gillian Anderson, is that her name? The chick from X-Files, getting worked by 5 dudes? Hey, can you believe a basketball team came into their locker room and saw Charlene Tilton there and whipped out their cocks? Can you believe that? I don't know if you can. But it happened. It's right here happening in front of you. Look at this photo. How could it lie? There's Charlene Tilton in all of her Dallas glory, stripping down and taking 5 cocks on a bench. And look, man, that's not a real thing. That didn't happen. We know that this didn't happen. Unless Charlene Tilton, you want to step forward and tell me the truth. You want to straighten me out, Charlene Tilton? Like you straighten out those 5 guys in the locker room? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm here waiting to hear from you. Is she dead? She might be dead too. Oh, so that's a bad thing. I'll tell you what, if she's dead, that makes it even worse because that means her ghost is going to float in and tell me all about it because I couldn't possibly, like, normally I say stuff on the show and I just launched into the ether and I know nobody's going to fucking hear it. You know, if I talk bad about Bob Dole or whatever, that's you know, he's not going to say anything except for now he's dead and now his ghost is going to show up, right? So that's the thing. If Charlene Tilton, if I'm like, God damn, Charlene Tilton getting railed by a basketball team, she's never going to hear that except if she's a ghost. And now she's floating around my house and she's like, oh, really? And she's going to knock a candle on the floor and burn my apartment building to the ground. But it'll have to be a lit candle. But you know what? Odds are pretty good that in the winter you're going to find a lit candle in my house because I, for some reason, have become a witch. I can't explain it. Every day, there's a candle burning in my house at all times. And I mean all times. I mean, I go to sleep and leave it burning, which that's dangerous, right? There's no smoking in a bed and no candles either. This is why the people most killed in fires are alcoholics and goths. Those are the people who die in fires more often than anybody else because the alcoholics, of course, drift off to sleep in a goddamn vodka coma and they have a cigarette in their hand and it rolls all the way down to the butt and then it ignites itself and burns them alive in their beds. And then the goths, they're saying fucking prayers to the Dark Lord or whoever the fuck. They get their fucking Cure albums rolling and they're playing Avenged Sevenfold. That's not a goths thing, right? That's like a fake metal thing. Dude, fuck fake metal. All right, and look, I'm a guy who grew up with fake metal, like hair metal, fake hair metal, right? So I mean all the Poisons and all those motherfuckers, they're all idiots and I don't care for any of them. And unless they came here, and who's dead now? Now Robin Crosby's going to come and haunt me with his AIDS-ridden corpse. He's going to be like, boo, how dare you slander us? I don't mean to slander Rat. But at the same time, yes, I slander Rat. I let Rat have it. Take that. Take it right in the goddamn face, Rat. I paid to see you once. You got my money. I bought 3 of her albums. So I think I've earned the right to talk about how you guys were just fucking crippled junkies who were fucking stepping in each other's dicks. Nothing wrong with that, Rat. See, that's a riff. That's a chunky rat riff right there. That made me laugh. A chunky rat riff. Little round and round. All right. So where was I going with this? All right. So deepfakes. They'll take somebody and let's talk about the fires first because the goths I said are dying. So fake metal. That's what I wanted to talk about. Hold on. Avenged Sevenfold. I don't know who they are. All right, I know that I think they could be fake metal and they could be metal that people swear by. I don't know who likes who now these days. I can't keep it straight, but I will tell you this. I've heard a lot about a band called Five Finger Death Punch. All right, and everybody's like that's a band. By the way, if I just sounded weird for 5 seconds, I had something in my tooth and I had to get it out, and it's been bothering me the entire broadcast, and I didn't realize it was there until I started talking, and then, of course, lips and teeth and tongue and throat. They all work together, right? And especially in those deep fakes. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you what. You have not seen anything until you've seen Catherine Bach get worked by a goddamn Formula One racer in the pit crew. All right. There was a thing caught in my teeth here, and I'm like, I hated it, and I was trying to extricate it, and I kept using my tongue to try to push it out, but it wasn't. It was trapped. It was trapped in the crevasse of the teeth. It was the 127 hours of things caught in my teeth, and it wouldn't cut off its own arm. I was waiting for this thing to cut off its own arm so it could be freed, and then I would be fine, and I would be freed from its horrible, terrible fucking curse. But instead, it stayed there and it lurked. And so I've been doing a show here for I don't know how long, and it's been there bothering me the entire time. So I just moments ago, I have a little, those green, you ever see those green toothpick things? They have like a pointy end and then they have a weird tightrope at the end. I don't know what that's a tightrope for. I'm going to be honest with you. Probably the smallest tightrope in history. That's a tightrope for lice. Let me ask you this. You think the lice are ever thinking about getting into the circus? You think a lice are just chilling on somebody's scalp and sucking blood and the guy goes, you know what, Henry? I don't mind this. Certainly, it's a quality life. I like going around in somebody's mib and sucking down their fucking scalp blood, but at the same time, you know what I've always dreamed of? Being launched from a cannon into a net. Oh my goodness, how great would that be? And that's something, because that's a louse who has leaping ability. We've been told when we were children, lice are superhuman. Lice are super licemen. Right? Lice could jump. We were told this all the time. They were like, don't be careful where you put your hair, which seems fucking strange because I guess what? My hair goes with me everywhere. I cannot be careful about my hair. It's on my head. I don't know where it's going to go. But they would always say stuff like, if you're in a theater and don't lean back on the seat. And I don't know how. Go do that. Go to a fucking movie, which right now is a goddamn coin flip with the fucking germ and everything like that. But still, if you get into a theater, go and try to watch a movie leaning forward the entire time without leaning back or putting your head on the chair. And you're totally risking a lousing every time you put your head back, and that's what we were told as youths. But at the same time, we were told that lice could jump almost 10,000 times their body length. Like lice were leaping like crazy. Like, you know how a rabbit can jump? Like a louse can jump farther than a rabbit, man. And so let me ask you this: who cares then if I'm leaning forward? The louse just makes a goddamn circus leap and leaps into my goddamn my curls, my curly cues, my follicles, and then it goes to work. And it brings his louse friends, and there you go. And earlier I was enjoying Lady and the Tramp, with a couple of dogs eating fucking spaghetti. Next thing you know, I'm fucking scratching my head and soaking it in kerosene. It's fucked. Nobody wants that to happen. But yet, as you were warned as children, every time you go to the movie theater, you're in danger of being overtaken by lice. And so I question the fact that the louse would ever want to join the circus. Perhaps he would. And looking at this tightrope now that I can see out of the corner of my eye, maybe the louse would get out. But also, tell me a louse couldn't navigate a tightrope. It's leaping great distances. It's leaping chasms. The equivalent of the Grand Canyon for a louse is the distance from the back of a theater chair to your fucking skull. And they do it all the time. My God, did you hear that? My neighbor made a noise as if he was thawed from ice. What the fuck was that noise? Oh my God. That was it was kind of like a bellowing, like somehow he's just been rejuvenated or reanimated, even more reanimated. Somehow he has been, maybe was he in carbonite? I don't know what happened. Is my neighbor Han Solo the racist parsec runner? I don't know. But regardless, he just made a roar that, quite frankly, it's wasted on you, me telling you about it if you didn't hear it. But boy, oh boy, was it crazy loud here in my house. So I don't know if lice would work on a tightrope. I don't know if lice want to be in the circus. But like I said, just the very fact that I would predispose to say to you that there was a louse who was saying, "Hey Henry, you know what I want to do? I want to work under the big top." Which I get. You know what? There's got to be, with the odds. Look at the odds. All right. With all of the lice in the world, all of the louses and all of the gin joints and all over this fucking country, of course these lice have to walk into mine. With all these countries because there's lice everywhere, right? Mojo Nixon taught us that, certainly. There's lice everywhere. There's lice everything. All right. But there are lice everywhere, and I gotta think, because again, the odds they're astronomical that this wouldn't be true. There are these lice, and these lice, they like eating your blood, and they like living in the movie theater because they get to see movies for free, and then they snack on you like a concession stand. Then they go to your house, they enjoy your pillows. It's a whole thing. And please don't confuse lice with the crab louse, with the crabs. Lice are like the rich people of blood sucking animal bugs. Like, they jump in your hair, like on top of your head. So they go out for a nice night in the town. You got a top hat. They live in there. These horrible crabs that eat your balls. They're just the fucking bottom feeders. They're the Charles Bukowski, Tom Waits bugs that are down there in your crotch and forcing you to itch. Like, let's put it this way: if you itch your scalp, if you're at a fancy black tie party and you take off your top hat and you bow to your partner and you bow to your lady and you step in, you do a 3-step dance with all the people in Titanic. You have some cigars with the masters of the universe and go talk about business while you're fucking you see. Hold on, I've stumbled into something now. There you go. In the realm of lice, head lice are they're the Billy Zanes. Billy Zane and Frances Farmer. I don't know who she is. No, Frances Farmer's dead, right? She's returned to take out her revenge on Seattle. I do know this. But Frances Farmer's completely different from the woman who looks like a praying mantis in Titanic. You know what I'm talking about? She plays Kate Winslet's mom. Frances, she was fucking Clint Eastwood for a while, right? Am I wrong? She might be fucking him still. Although, boy, that's a chore. That's a 105-year-old man that you don't even fucking be in a room with, let alone climb on top of, I would imagine. That's just got to be a wrinkled sack of make my day, don't you think, at this point? Holy fuck. Talking to chairs, making weird movies. That's a guy who, someone's got to talk. You know how people are like, Grandpa, you can't drive anymore? So someone's got to have that talk with Clint Eastwood about movies. You gotta quit making movies like Cry Macho, where you're bonding with a young kid and all of a sudden you're fucking a 40-year-old, which, believe me, that is... There's been a lot of fantasy movies that came out this year. You can tell me all you want about Gorgu the Child and fucking Baby Yoda nonsense, flying with the Mandalorian. You can tell me about Spider-Man skating all over town, fucking swinging on webs, and people know who he is, and then there's possibly a multiverse. You can give me all sorts of WandaVision stuff where there's all of that in all of the fantasy realms you could possibly imagine. There is nothing more audacious. There is nothing more unbelievable than the fact that Clint Eastwood would fuck a 40-year-old woman. It's just not possible. Because I don't even... Like, he's got to have so much Viagra running through his body right now that if you cut him open, he'd look like Dr. Manhattan on the inside, right? Don't you think? If he's fucking anybody. Because you need the help at 92. Don't tell me that he's throwing a rod at fucking 92 and he's safe doing it. And also... That's just dealing with him and his nonsense. Let's go to the 40-year-old's point of view. She's not like, oh, man, I got to fuck that guy. Yeah, look at that bag of bones who used to be something in 1977. Oh, I got to fucking jump all over that. That's 34 years ago, this guy would have rogered me roundly, and yet I still think I'm going to leap upon him now. And it's like... It would be like fucking a beanbag with a fucking brown banana hanging off of it, don't you think? I mean, he's just got to be all doughy and soft. Although it's Clint Eastwood, he's kind of angular, so maybe he's all pointy. What if he's pointy? Oh, I don't want to see it. That's a pointy dude. It's like fucking a bag of knives. No, fuck Clint Eastwood, please. It's like fucking a sack full of knives. Get off him. You're on top of him. You're riding reverse cowgirl and his fucking femur pierces your femoral artery and you die. Don't do that. Don't die fucking Clint Eastwood. That is an ignominious death. I'm going to tell you that right now. You're going to bleed out on his fucking waterbed, which no doubt he uses. All right. How the fuck did that happen? Where'd we get over there? I don't even know. But Clint Eastwood is a guy you don't want to fuck. Can we all agree with that? So anyway, for lice... the lice themselves, that's the Billy Zanes, that's in Titanic, that's the Francis, whatever the fuck, the rich people, those people. Now, when you get down into that Irish dancing, when DiCaprio goes, hey, you know what, I'm going to take you down to some Irish dancing, and he takes her down below decks, that's where your crabs live. That's the crabs, baby. Up top having aspic and wearing a black tie and Dr. Bombay, it looked like from fucking Bewitched. Those guys are having a conversation, and Kathy Bates, somehow she made it out of the crabs and into the lice because her husband died, so she became the unsinkable Molly Brown and wound up getting a ton of dough, and so they're like, you don't have to be but the balls anymore. Go upstairs to the hair. She's like, fantastic. And so much fanfare, by the way. When you graduate from the crabs to the lice, oh, do you know what the party they throw for you? The other crabs resent you. There's no doubt. The other crabs resent you, even though they like eating dick. They're fine with it. They don't mind hiding in a lady's vagina. But if you get to go up and go experience fresh air, you're not musty and trapped in somebody's pants, and as they shake powder on you trying to kill you. Because look, there's even a thing where I'll bet if you said to somebody, hey, if you had to live the rest of your life with lice or you had to live with crabs, what would you live with? You would live with lice because you can scratch your head in polite society and nobody's going to say a goddamn thing. But if you've got a handful of your junk and you're fucking scraping it like raking leaves on a goddamn autumn afternoon, everybody's going to be like, what the fuck happened to that guy? And you'll never graduate from steerage at that point. You will never have dinner with Billy Zane if you're scratching your balls in public all the goddamn time, right? Take that to the fucking bank. The bank where Billy Zane keeps his money. And you don't keep your money there because, again, you're down below drinking fucking 14 half beers and having a dance with a girl who's got the most animated face you've ever seen in your life. She's got a crush on DiCaprio, and then he's like, I'm saying, you're still my best girl. That's funky, right? Tells like an 8-year-old, you're still my best girl. And then she smiles like she can't want DiCaprio cock at 8. Right? Maybe she likes him from the growing pains when he was like totally small, but she's not thinking to herself, oh, Jack. And maybe it was just a lesson to teach us that Jack had appeal all over the place. Jack's like you know what Jack's like? Jack's like a game from Hasbro. Good for ages 8 to 80. That little girl in steerage and a grandma up there in the up top. Well, I guess she wasn't a grandma when she met DiCaprio, but she still carried a torch for him. So I guess we can say that, from ages 8 to 80, although she's 100 in the movie. And then they show her feet. Why are you doing that to me? Please, you know what? I cried my eyes out of Titanic over and over and sobbing, and it just because of all sorts of things, circumstance and sadness and romance and icebergs and the band. All of it just gets you right in the old feelings. But probably the most sobbed at scene in Titanic is when they show that old woman's feet shuffling across the deck. Oh, those are 100-year-old feet. What have those feet seen? The Depression? Those feet have seen 2 world wars. Oh my God, man! Oh man, those feet have seen a lot of fucking worldly life, and then they show them to be naked. You know what? And look, there's 2 ways of thinking on this. I'm sure. I'm sure 100-year-old feet are like, you know what, man? Show us the dignity we deserve and keep us wrapped up. Please keep us, clothe us. We're cold. Throw on some, and like we'd like the fancier socks, certainly, because you've been here for fucking 3 digits. But please take care of us and don't show us to anybody. That's one line of thought. But then there's also probably the very cranky 100-year-old foot type of thought who's like, fuck you, I'm 100. Show me to everybody. You want to see a bunion from 1911? There you go. Look at it. It's fucking staring you right in the goddamn grill. Hey man, who wants to see a corn from the Korean War? Right here, baby. Remember the oil, the gas shortage in the 70s? Check out this fucking hammer toe. Oh man, this hammer toe predates the gas shortage. This is a Nixon hammer toe. I got a goddamn Nixon hammer toe for you. You want to see that? It's right here. I got a Jefferson Davis bunion. Although that's old. That's really old. I don't think the Titanic lady lived through the Civil War, did she? Maybe she did. What if she was like a weird vampire? You know what? Here's what you do. You get the interview with the vampire movie, and you cross it with the Titanic movie. And then, what if could you make a vampire version of Titanic where Jack's a fucking vampire, and then he bites Kate Winslet, and then she stays alive, right? And then the 2 of them are happy, and they survive the fucking ship falling, because they can't drown. You can't drown a vampire. They would fly away. They turn into bats. I don't know. The myth is the mythos, the oeuvre of vampires is so complicated. It's like sometimes they're shiny, sometimes they sleep in the dirt, sometimes they can't sleep in the dirt. Sometimes they can walk around during the daytime, but they're not as powerful. Sometimes they have to stay out of the sunlight or they burn into a fucking crisp. Sometimes a cross works. Sometimes a cross doesn't. Sometimes you have to invite them into your house. Sometimes it doesn't fucking care. They come down your chimney like fucking Santa fucking Dracula. Santula. They come down like Santula and they give you a goddamn bite, turn you into an elf, and you got to go make toys forever. Oh my God, hold on. What's that? What that? That's the fucking theory. That's the way to run with that. Everybody's like, how the fuck do the elves live forever? How the fuck does Santa have all these goddamn elves? Because look, you have to face facts. If you think that Santa has a bunch of elves who've been making toys for fucking centuries, then they have to come from somewhere. They're not magical like Santa. Santa's magical. Elves are not. Elves are fungible. Santa is magical. Elves are fungible. I don't think we can argue about that, correct? So what that means is that the elves have to come from fucking somewhere. And all right, we can think that Santa's breeding them in a horrible, unholy experiment, or he's creating them in a petri dish where they're not real or something like that. Could that be the possibility? I don't know. I don't want to even think of any of that. But he has to be creating them from something. Is it like, does he constantly remove a rib? What is that? Are they like Adam? Let's really conflate the 2 fucking religion and Santa bullshit things. Like in the Bible, they took Adam's rib and they made Eve. Maybe every year Santa takes a rib and he makes another fucking Hermie. And that thing's got to make himself go build roller skates. How shitty would that be? Oh, man. But maybe Santa's a vampire. Hear me out. There's a different way to go. Santa, on all of his travels, he's going all over. And if he's got a naughty list, which we all know he does. Clearly, he has a naughty list. Now, with his naughty list, please know this. He still goes to your house. It's just he does a lot of terrible things. Like you know what he does? He sits over you in the bed and he spits, and it goes all the way down right by your face until you wake up and you see it. And then he sucks it back into his mouth. And he's like naughty, splits, or even worse. Santa bites you and turns you into a goddamn elf. That could be the case. Santula comes to your goddamn house because you've been naughty and you're like flaunting it. You're like, ha ha, I'm naughty, fucking fat red suit guy. What the fuck's he not going to do? Give me a train? I was put on this earth to get a train from Santa. That's the attitude that'll get you bitten. That's the attitude that'll get you fucking chomped on, baby. Fucking Santula slides down the chimney, and then you see him. He doesn't do the spit trick, and you're like, all right, so I'm not naughty. Because look, it's well known among the children of the earth that the spit trick means you're naughty. If you look up and you see a fucking total loogie hanging out of Santa's mouth, you're like, fuck, I am totally not getting Play-Doh. And you got to rectify that and realize that your next year you need to behave, because otherwise Santa's going to come back, and who knows? He could always drop that fucking minty fresh loogie right in your eye, and that's going to burn. That's going to just fucking burn. You don't want that. Nobody wants a minty fresh Santa loogie in the eye, do they? I don't think they do. I feel comfortable in saying that nobody wants a minty fresh Santa loogie in the eye. But you'll wake up, you see him, he's dangling the loogie, and you're like, fuck, I was naughty. But the only good thing that means is that you can sleep in on Christmas. Clearly, if you wake up in the middle of the night and Santa is dangling a loogie over your face, eye, whatever, and you think to yourself, fuck, I'm naughty. Oh, God damn it. I am totally not going to get a doll. But at the same time, here, this is great. I don't have to wake up till 11. So that's fine. But that's the two things. I said there's the first thing is the loogie, but here's if you've been really naughty, like super fucking naughty, like super naughty, like where they, in a porn where they call it super naughty fucking boys or whatever the fuck. If you're that naughty, then Santa turns into Santula. You wake up and you look up and you're like, you see Santa and you're like, oh, no loogie, I'm safe. And then Santa opens his mouth and fucking Santa fangs grow in his mouth. And you're like, oh, no, man, I got to build trains. Chomp. And then he throws you in the goddamn sleigh in a sack. And then he takes you back to the old fucking homestead. And there you are. Because everybody thinks the elves are all cheerful and drinking like fucking hot chocolate. This is great. Let's have snowball fights and then Rice Krispie treats. Won't it be fun? No. It clearly will not be fun because you're a victim and a prisoner. It's not exactly child trafficking because Santa has turned you into something completely different. You were a child at one point at a time, but then the second the Santa fangs plunged into your goddamn jugular, you were filled with a warped, dark version of Christmas cheer, and it turns you into a fucking elf, and now you got to build shit for the rest of your goddamn life. And then, by the way, for the rest of your life, I mean all of eternity, because you are not dying. He is turning you into one of the fucking elven undead, and you and your pointy ears and your green fucking leggings are going to have to go there and build fucking iPhones forever. It's like living in China, except it's freezing. Although China might be cold in China. Regardless, the point is, if you're naughty, there's two things that happen. You get the Santa loogie dangling above your face. Oh, probably three things that'll happen. Santa loogie dangling above your face. Santa loogie dropped right in your minty fresh eye, minty fresh right in there, and it burns the fuck out of it. Or then the third one, like I said, maybe it's a progression. Maybe it's not like he doesn't go right to fucking Santula. He gives you the 2 years of loogies. Maybe you get 2 years of loogies out of Santa, and you don't fucking. It's like parole. The first loogie puts you you're on parole. Second loogie falls in your eye, and now you're blind in your eye for the month of January, and you're on double secret probation. But you got to get your shit together. But if you're naughty again 3 years in a row. That third year, fuck it, Santula, chomp. You're going to go build shit forever and ever and ever. For all eternity. You're going to be fucking thrown into the goddamn sleigh and swooped up to fucking Santa Town. Which they've called it Santa Town, by the way. The discern from the North Pole. Get this. You're not going to believe this. The Republicans have actually gentrified the North Pole. So Santa said, well, fuck this. And I'm in Santa Town. I'm not part of the North Pole. You guys can do whatever the fuck you want with that. But I live in Santa Town. And he's of no denomination because Santa doesn't vote. Santa doesn't. And I'll tell you what, Santa doesn't vote. And you know who's mad about that? The Democrats. Because they will send out an email that will fucking chase you to the ends of the goddamn earth to make sure that you're voting for whoever the fuck they want you to vote for. I made the mistake of giving money to a couple of people. And I thought I was on one list. And look, if I'm on the Democrats list, that's fine. That's fine. Keep me on one list. I don't mind because I can just delete the shit out of that. But however, for some reason, the Democrats feel like if I give them my information, they can then fucking send it all over the goddamn world to anybody who might need $1. And they delineate it among these people. And I'm getting shit from people all over the place. I just got some shit from Georgia. And they're like, ha, Stacey Abrams is making another run at governor. Governess is a nanny, right? She's making another run at governor. And so we got to give her all this money. So what are you doing, man? Open up your wallet and send some cash. And I'm like, dude, I live in California, man. I don't give a fuck about Georgia. All I care about is watching them in the Cotton Bowl. And I hope Michigan stomps the shit out of them. That's it. There you go. I like your sports teams. I enjoy your biscuits and gravy. I've gone there and I've had your fucking shrimp and grits, which I love. And let me put it this way. Let me be very clear. I loved Atlanta when I was there. I had a great time at the Fabrifaction Theater, hanging out with people afterwards, going to your strip clubs, almost having to use the facilities there, but then making a mad dash to my house / hotel, and almost sullying my friend David's name. But I loved Atlanta. My show in Atlanta was fucking fantastic. I had a great time. Then I went to Mary Mac's and I had a delicious meal. Dude, I love Atlanta on its face. And the rest of Georgia, I have a friend from Athens who's a great guy, my buddy Brian, whom I just saw in concert. I'll tell you about that at some point. Well, I get to tell you about it now, I suppose. I went to see Wilco, the band Wilco, about a month ago, probably, with my good friend Brian Howard. Now, my friend Brian was touring with a band, a woman. Unfortunately, the name escapes me right now, but I basically came to see my friend Brian. Elise Bridges, maybe? Is that who it was? Because you know what? That's probably wrong, because I have Phoebe Bridges in my head, who is not Phoebe Bridges is a singer type of person, correct? Yeah, she's the one who she wrote a song about Ryan Adams because Ryan Adams was a fucking sex pest creep. And then it turns out she has 8 billion fans who then were like, we hate you, Ryan Adams, and we're going to make sure you never have a career ever again. Ever again. And he's like, why? That doesn't make any sense. God damn it, I can't remember who the woman was who was opening. It's Faye Bridges, possibly a Faye. I think the name Faye is involved at some point. Either way, my buddy Brian Howard is who's the bass player for a band you might know called Cracker. And I've seen Cracker with Brian a couple of times. He's been very kind. When he comes to town, he contacts me and he's like, you want to come out to the show? And here's the thing. Like, I feel he's a lovely man and he always puts me on a list, and I always feel like I'm doing a bad thing. Well, I don't always feel that way. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing a bad thing. Like, I should support Brian's art. Brian is out with Cracker. He's doing the thing. He's touring. He's they sell tickets too. Your boy Dave Lowry, I believe that's the man who's in Cracker. They like cash. They need money. But then I got to put on a list for my friend Brian, and I feel, I want to buy him a drink or a meal or something, but he's always so busy when he's in town, I never get to see him. So he contacted me. He was touring with this woman, Faye, not Bridges, no. Faye, I'll Faye, believe me. At one point, he's just going to pop. Webster! Ha ha! Yes! I'm sorry, it's Faye Webster, I think. Wilson? Webster? It's got to be Webster. That's just different enough to be right. Am I correct? Man. All right, sorry for shouting. I believe it's Faye Webster. So Faye Webster, my friend, he's working with her, and he's playing bass in her touring band. And I'm like, he's like, you want to come out and check it out? And I'm like, yes, fucking instantly. Now, first of all, I just want to see my friend Brian, because Brian's the fucking coolest ever. But then if I get to see it, I get to see Faye Webster, Wilkins Webster. It's got to be. I'm just going to call her Webster and hope to God, fingers crossed, everybody, that I'm right. Because I know it's not Bridges or Bridgers, because that's that Phoebe chick who she's all right. Look, there is an era of female artists now who fuck them at your peril, date them at your peril, because they are gonna, and look, and there's a little of that with me, even, because I do a show that's about my life. So then, I told my wife when the show started, I'm like, look, you're going to be the hero all the time. And then I'm making fun of her guitar playing. You know what I mean? Like, and it's funny and interesting and cool, and we're having a good time. But at the same time, the other person is like, hey man, I don't know if I signed up to be under this kind of a microscope, and also, I avoided saying a lot of the things that were happening in my marriage that weren't good, because I never wanted to make that person, and I never wanted to upbraid them and make them put them under the microscope. And I also didn't reveal any of my own shortcomings at that time. Look, you thought enough of the things I did were bad. I did not need to talk about how I was a shitty husband too. But then the same way when I was in another long-term relationship, like I completely covered everything up, and I acted like everything was the fucking greatest. And as we know, so it's got to be a delicate situation. But now there are a lot of female artists like our friend Phoebe, and look, Alanis was also a key to this. I don't know if she opened the floodgates or if she was the first one ever, because look, let's face it, it's 2021. That Alanis album came out probably 30 years ago, I would think. The one that was the monster hit, with You Ought to Know and stuff, and people are still speculating about who's the singer and You Ought to Know, who's the guy and You Ought to Know. We've all heard it's Dave Coulier. I also heard though it was professional hockey player Mike Peluso. I heard it could have been him, former Chicago Blackhawk. But I think everybody has settled on it being Coulier, and I don't know if she's ever come out and said it was Dave Coulier. But then again, this is a long-standing tradition with people going back and forth about who this is about and what's that going to be. Because, hey, Carly Simon, I bet you think the song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? You're So Vain with everybody's like, well, that's about Mick Jagger. But they got confused because Mick Jagger is the one doing the background vocals with her. So then everybody said it was about Warren Beatty. And nobody, never, everybody speculated forever and ever. And then finally, I think it was like 2 years ago, Carly Simon gave an interview on Today's Show, I think. And she was like, oh, by the way, You're So Vain is about Warren Beatty. Like, she confirmed it, which is great for some people. But for other people, nobody gave a shit about it at all. Nobody cared. But 60 years later, some people were still like, oh, finally, I'm glad you resolved this. Now I can go on with my life. And I don't know why it meant that much to some people. But I made a joke. I'm going to share this with you because look, the only reason I went down this fucking road is because I can share my joke with you because it's one of my favorite things I've ever tweeted and it got nothing from anybody. And I was so fucking mad. Carly Simon, she went on the Today Show and she revealed that Warren Beatty was the guy from You're So Vain. And I wrote it. I said, Carly Simon reveals Warren Beatty the subject of You're So Vain. And I wrote, anyone over 45 years old. Wow, I thought so. Anyone under 45 years old. Skeleton talks. Because Carly Simon is a little skinny these days, very thin. And again, also, she's got a face like Clint Eastwood's body, where it's all fucking hypotenuse and angles and shit like that. And look, by the way, I'm not saying that's not a pejorative. I would fucking totally hypoten the fucking shit out of Carly Simon's noose. I don't care. I am ready to fucking roll, baby. Now, she wants none of me, clearly. The only reason, though, that I want to do it is because I want her to write a song and everybody goes, that him? And then her ghost comes back in 60 years and goes, yeah, it was him. Podcasting nonsense spouter Mike Schmidt was the guy, the subject of the song. I'm never fucking you, so leave me alone. Oh, what a great song! Look, man, I don't demand much, and it's not even demanding. I don't ask for much. I don't know much, but I know I love you. All right. Yeah, but Carly Simon, she can still get it. There's a lot of people who can still get it. Hey, man, I'm 54, man. Anybody can fucking get it at this point. I'd fuck a lemon if I cut a hole big enough. Jesus Christ. It's been a while. It's 2 years. This is not even a joke. Like, I took a picture of it and I was going to tweet it, but I didn't. When I was in the airport flying to Vegas, there was a fucking sign on the wall for Pink Box Donuts. And like their slogan is, they're so good, you're going to want to lick the box. And it's been so long since I fucked something. I saw that sign and I got a hard on in the airport reading it. Just thinking about licking the fucking pink box. And I wish that was a joke. Like I threw a fucking rod, walked, because it spun me off. Because look, and also probably half the battle was I'm fat. That's donuts. That probably doesn't help anybody. I'm sure Homer Simpson's got a fucking hard on for goddamn pastries. But I see the sign and it's like Pink Box Donuts. The donut's so good, you'll absolutely lick the box, or don't lick the box. I didn't know what the fucking slogan was, but just the phrase "lick the box." The word pink in anywhere tangentially close to lick the box. I got a hard on in the fucking airport walking in shorts, mind you. So I got to carry my fucking suitcase in front of me. And so nobody goes, oh, wow, look at this weird perv who dresses to the left. But whatever. We got through and everything was fine. And I had a mask on anyway, so nobody cared. What does that matter? It doesn't matter. I'm wearing a mask. You can't. I should have whipped my fucking cock out and just jerked off there in the airport. I got a mask on. Nobody got to identify me. And also, everybody else is wearing a mask, so I can't see their looks of disapproval. And also, you're not going to catch a fucking stray in the mouth, so don't worry about it. You got a mask on. You're fully protected. Hold on. You're my neighbor. Listen. He stopped. Of course, he stopped when I stopped talking. Did you hear him? Let's see if it happens one more time. But the problem is I always think now he can hear me saying, hey, listen to my neighbor. Because I'm kind of shouting, clearly. When I'm doing the show, I'm very worked up doing this show. I mean, I'm talking about licking the pink box. Merry Christmas, by the way, everybody. It's the Christmas show. Let's talk about licking the pink box and me with a hard on in the airport. So the point is, there's confessional songs and podcasts. And like I said, I don't know if Alana's opened the floodgates, but now, there's a lot of ladies. If you do them wrong, guess what? You're going to be on the charts. We've got your Adeles. We've got our Taylor Swifts. Taylor doesn't name anybody though, right? But that's another thing too, is everybody speculates. I talk about Carly Simon and like it's a new thing that everybody was trying to figure out Alanis Morissette. But the people still, but now Taylor Swift dated Jake Gyllenhaal, and people said, oh, she wrote a song about him. And I don't even remember. Didn't she have a bunch of like celebrity boyfriends? I got to be honest. I would be much more worried about myself if I could remember Taylor Swift's celebrity boyfriends. Like I remember the Gyllenhaal thing. That was a big deal. But she was nailing other guys, and then she wrote songs about them when they broke up. And my favorite, here's the thing that makes me laugh. Whatever the fuck happened. I don't know what happened with Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm sure he's a lovely man. We know Taylor Swift is terrific. Taylor Swift. Swift sounds like because slit is that was a 70s word for vagina. Hey, look at her slit, her juiced up slit. Doesn't that sound gross? But it's true. That was a word back then. Like in Hustler magazine, you'd see the word slit, like the word sniz. That's another one you don't see often very much anymore. Hey, let's talk about all the slang terms. Again, it's the Christmas show, folks. We're going to get all the slang terms we possibly can for vagina out there. Sniz. Look at her slit. She fingered her slit. Slot. Box, coin slot. Gupper. Gupper's mine. Mine of Jeff's. Jeff came up with it, I think. Jeff doesn't want to know that. Jeff's a family man on Christmas. I'm going to credit him with Gupper. He's like, no thanks. You can take ownership of that. I could not be less interested in being the guy who originated Gupper. Backdoor beef shot. That's mine. This is a terrible thing, and I apologize to Santa and Jesus both. The two of them collectively. I apologize to them, all of the angels, all of the elves, anybody else. Although again, we've already established the elves are there against their will. You think the angels are there against their will? Are there any angels? Because heaven's supposed to be awesome, right? Are the angels like, we got to get the fuck out of here at some point? Are there angels? Remember how Hermes like, I want to be a dentist. I don't want to be a fucking elf. Are there angels who are like, God damn it, I want to be a car mechanic. I don't want to be an angel. Wearing a fucking white suit all the goddamn time and flying. Who's mad about flying? Fuck you, angels. If any one of you angels is up there like, you know what, I hate flying. God damn it. These wings are so cumbersome. They got to be weird in the shower, certainly. But I mean, it's fucking heaven. You got to have a gigantic shower. There's no way anybody nobody's got a hotel shower in heaven, all right? Don't even worry about squeezing your wings into the shower. Squeeze your wings and fly away. That's Queen. Although I don't think they said squeeze, but I don't care. I take liberties with Queen on a Christmas day. On the day that everyone out there is making a crown roast. What are you making? Are you making a crown roast? Who's making a crown roast? Oh, delightful. But a lot of ladies are writing these confessional songs. Adele, of course, is like, I hate to show up at the table uninvited, but I got to tell your new girlfriend that you're a jagoff. And then she does. She proceeds to write a whole album about a guy, which is fine. And that's the thing. Nobody cares about Adele. Oh, that was the thought I was going to finish. So Taylor Swift and Jake Gyllenhaal. So let's do that real quick. Whatever Jake Gyllenhaal did, Taylor Swift, they broke up. And they wrote a song. And the narrative is always, and it's so funny to me how it becomes this. Wow, man, how crazy is Taylor Swift that she's writing songs about these guys? And it's like, hey, man, maybe, just maybe. And I like Jake Gyllenhaal. I like his films. And I like pronouncing his J like Jake Gyllenhaal. I like to make it like that. It's like it matches. Maybe he was a cunt. And the only way she could deal with it was the one way she knows how to express herself in song. And so she wrote a fucking song. And then, because everybody wants artists to be artists, but then when the artist goes ahead and says, hey, by the way, did you know that this happened? Everybody's like, keep it to yourself. You know, write a song like Round and Round like Rat did. Nobody got hurt with that one. That's not about anybody. Around and around. A lot of rat talk today. But yeah, the narrative is always that the woman is the crazy one for some fucking reason. Like the woman is I can't believe this chick is so loony that she wrote a 10 million selling album about her relationship with this guy that went awry. Like she's supposed to keep it to herself, but the guy, you know, because you'll hear guys all the time be like, oh man, that chick's fucking bananas. And everybody's like, yeah, right. Ha ha, fucking crazy shrew. But then a woman does it and they're like, all right, stay in your lane, lady. Who knows what you did with your crazy lady powers, bleeding once a month for 4 days, whatever the fuck, and not dying. Like everybody judges women in this weird way. Now I will also say this, as someone who's been kind of tangentially involved in something like that, and has stories, I understand both sides. I understand being the person that the other person has stories about and goes, Jesus fucking Christ, you're not going to believe what this guy did. And then I also understand being the person who goes, holy fuck, did I get ruined by somebody? You know what I mean? I get it both ways. But for some reason, it's always the woman who it comes down hard on. They like you read stories, they're like, she's become a punchline. Like Taylor Swift, like, another song about another boyfriend. Adele, has she ever had a good relationship? I mean, I wrote a joke. again, look at me rehashing old jokes and tweets. This is like 7 years ago, I think, when the 21 album came out. And I just wrote, we are literally one Chris Brown and Adele blind date away from having the greatest album written in recorded music history. And you know, it probably got like 40 likes on Twitter. And I'm like, how does that not go crazy? Why do not people love it? Why do not people love it? Hi, I'm Yoda. Why do not people love it? Why do people not love it, I say? I don't know who that is. It sounded like if Yoda was in some old 30s cartoon. Why do not people love it, I say? But the women get the short shrift, man, because they get in a fucked up relationship. And look, I'm not saying Taylor Swift isn't a fucking screwball. She could be. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because she wrote fucking Shake It Off. Genius gets a lot of rope. Talent gets a lot of rope. So Taylor Swift is out there, and I know she's nuts, and I don't know if she's sleeping with everybody or she's not. Or I will say this: I think she stays out too late. She goes on too many dates. At least that's what I say, and that's what people say. That's what people say. But she doesn't care. She'll just keep moving. Can't stop, won't stop. All right. But yeah, so a lot of people get weirded out with the women writing the confessional songs, and I just say, I say more of it. Like I said, Phoebe Bridgers or whatever her name is, she wrote the song about Ryan Adams, and now Ryan Adams is literally doing Instagram streams to keep fans. It's because your shitty behavior. Look, how come, I gotta ask this, man, how come men can be, and I'm not trying to be a fucking weird, hey, look at me, I'm the cool feminist. I'm not. I'm a person, all right? I'm a guy. I'm a man who can't understand how people can be fucking horrifyingly shitty forever. And then all of a sudden the dam breaks and everything comes flowing out. Like someone's shitty for 30 years and fucking gets away with it. The Weinsteins. And it was always one of those things where it was kind of whispered about because they had a lot of power, I suppose. And they were able to subjugate the stories and the women involved and stuff. So I get that to a certain extent, but it takes like a very brave woman to stand up to someone like that. Cosby, you know what I mean? Look at Cosby. Cosby is doing terrible things for 40 years. To easily, I'm going to say, I don't know if I can say this in multiples, but over 100 women. I don't remember exactly what the count is now, but it could very well be hundreds of women. Let's put it this way: if 100 women have come forward, then guess what? I got news for you. Throw an S at the end of it, because there are other women who are just like, fuck it, I'm not getting involved. And I understand that. They don't want the hassle. They don't want the bullshit. They don't want people writing them on Facebook or dragging their name through the mud or asking what pants they were wearing or anything. It just doesn't fucking pay in the end. So it's fucked. But and I'm not saying that they're wrong for not standing up, man. Everybody makes their decision for their fucking life. And if maybe you got kids, maybe you've got other things going on in your life right now, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I don't want my kids to know that the fucking Jell-O guy fucked me. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll keep that to myself. And then there are people who, look, certainly there are people who blame themselves. Hey man, maybe I shouldn't have been in the room. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that drink, and I say to you right now, if you're one of those people, please find peace in your decision. And you did what you did. And unfortunately a terrible thing happened. And just because you took a drink from somebody doesn't mean you should be violated. I'll say it right now. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to be fucking Captain White Knight bullshit, fucking here's a hero on a fucking steed. But what I am trying to be is a grown man and a good person and telling you, hey man, it's never your fault. It's never your fucking fault. No matter what you were wearing, no matter what you drank, no matter how many minutes you spent in somebody's room, no matter who you went with, decisions are decisions and they're made. But no decision you make should actively lead to you being abused or demeaned or violated ever. It's just the way it is. And is it that way in the real world so many times? No, it's not. Unfortunately, decisions are made and you wind up being violated, certainly having things done against your will. But it's never your fault. You never made that happen with the choices you made to that point, in my opinion. So anybody who comes forward is also to be commended, and because they've made the decision, they've done the math on it, and they've decided, you know what, this makes more sense to me to come forward, and it doesn't leave me in a lurch, and it absolves me of beating myself up or the feelings that I have, and whatever the fuck. I'm sure I'm talking in circles at this point. The point is, anybody who comes forward and points out an abuser, good for you. And anybody who is abused and chooses to keep it to themselves, it's your decision. Find peace within yourself with the decision that you make. And I can only hope that whatever you do going forward, you realize it was never your fault. But the people who stood up to a fucking Bill Cosby or fucking Weinstein, I don't understand how, like I said, all it takes is like two women. Like one woman accuses Weinstein, and then it kind of gets picked up some traction. And then I don't know if it was fucking Sinatra's kid who went and wrote the fucking thing. What's his name? Farrow? Ronan Farrow? Maybe. Webster Farrow? Maybe it's him. Brian's in the touring band with his fucking journalistic capabilities. Whatever. They write the story and it catches traction, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, hey, by the way, there's another 100 people who have something to say. It's brutal. And case in point, I'm bringing up Chris Noth. All right. And look, he was big on Sex and the City. Literally, that was his name, Big. He was on SVU. He's done countless other projects, I'm sure. I will say this. He's a guy who fell off my radar. Like one of those dudes where you're like, oh, I know who that is, but I don't know if he's working or anything, because he's on stuff that I'd never watched. Like, I guess he spent a couple of years on The Equalizer with Queen Latifah, which I did watch 45 minutes of one night because it came on after the Super Bowl, and I was still at my brother's house, and my brother's like, I wanted to see The Equalizer. I'm like, you are absolutely kidding. Who in their right mind wants to see The Equalizer? That doesn't make any sense at all. He's like, well, I like Queen Latifah. I think she'd be good in it. I like it. And I'm like, all right, I get it. It seems so pedestrian to me. And look, I'm not a guy who's like, well, I'm going to settle in with A Long Night of Shakespeare. I like garbage too. So I'm not judging anybody for what they like, but I'm just judging. Like, in my mind, it is unfathomable to think, you know what I'm going to do tonight? I'm going to watch a skinny guy say bazinga. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, I can't wait. Wait till he uncorks that bazinga on everybody. I'm going to do a somersault. It's going to be so goddamn funny. What if that kid from Roseanne lived across the hallway or somewhere in the vicinity of a skinny science gay nerd who said bazinga? Oh, I'm going to watch it and laugh. And then what if I watched, here's this, I'm going to watch a rerun of a show that used to have Charlie Sheen, but now it's got that other guy from that 70s show. But the constant in it is Ducky. Oh, Christ, do I want to watch this. You want to watch Ducky cut up? Watch Ducky be befallen by his lewd and lascivious roommates. Oh, that's what I want to see. I don't get it. It's not for me. And again, love what you love. I'm going to point at you and laugh sometimes. And also, I'm a dude. I watch garbage. I've binge watched Chopped. I've binge watched all of the holiday baking championships. And by the way, can we talk about that for just 1 second without a spoiler? The guy who won this year's holiday baking championship, that's a spoiler already. Fuck. I'm sorry, it's a guy. But that's okay, because the Final Four is, I can't tell you the final, I was going to tell you the Final Four, the gender composition of the Final Four to show you that the odds were good that it was a guy. Ignore me. Anyway, in the holiday baking championship, there's a person who wins, and it is evident from the first episode who's going to win this year. There are two other people who you think, well, maybe they can hang. And I was rooting for one of them. There was another person who I was like, all right, that's the person I want to win. They seem like somebody who would be awesome. But then there's this one person here, like, well, clearly they're the leader. They should win this thing. And then they do. And I guess I spoiled the whole season, because when you watch the first episode, you're going to go, oh, well, clearly that's the person who should win. And I hate to yank the tablecloth out from underneath your dishes. But yeah, that person wins. And I was very, I guess I get it. But I was frustrated. And why frustrated? Because, what else am I going to be? Encouraged, happy, excited? No, I've got to put my emotions somewhere, and they got to go into the holiday baking championship. I can't just be a blank slate all the time. So Chris Noth is a dude who's been around forever. Okay. And I don't fucking know him or of him or what he's done since fucking Sex and the City went off the air. But I never minded his presence. I found him an enjoyable presence on the shows that I watched. I thought he did a great job. And I will say this, quite frankly, as a man, I looked at him, his character in Sex and the City and his character in Law and Order, and I thought to myself, well, that's a good way to be. He looked good in Suits. But he was still masculine, and he was aggressive. And in Law and Order, like he was willing to fucking take a shot in the chops and hit a guy back. And I know, look, I recognize these were in television shows. Okay, I'm just saying the characters he played, he brought an inherent masculinity to the characters, and I was like, you know what, I like him. I find him an appealing screen presence because he's a guy. All right, we can see certainly there are characters who, while being men, they might not be masculine, or they might not bring guy traits. And I'm not afraid to say that I find myself drawn to masculinity, if not toxic masculinity, in a lot of the entertainment that I enjoy. Music. Wait, I didn't even finish my music thought, did I? Which music thought? There was the women thing, but I guess I finished that, and we pivoted into the Noth. I'll get back to the Noth. Remember I was talking about, I think I talked about metal. Was I talking about metal? All right. Why did that just flash into my brain? I've talked more about Rat in this show, and now, well, all right, who cares? Fucking shut up. I had fake metal when I was a kid, Rat and Poison and all that stuff. So now there's bands, like I said, there's Avenged Sevenfold. I don't know who they are. I know of them. I think they're a metal band, but I had heard a lot about this band called Five Finger Death Punch. If I covered this already, I'm going to kill myself, but I don't remember a lot of things about what I talk about. So this band Five Finger Death Punch, and I'm like, you know what? Just the name alone, I'm like, all right, I like the name of this band. And that sounds like something I might want to give a day in court. I'm going to go ahead and listen to these guys and see if it's worth something. So I must admit, it was one of those things that always floated around in the ether, always spinning around in my skull. And then, with Spotify, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It was just a matter of finding the time to do it. Because Spotify, dude, you will lose your life to Spotify. I tell you, if I die, I will die alone in my apartment. And when they burst in to find me because the smell is too overwhelming, they will find my rotted corpse and skeletal bony hand resting on my laptop with my finger on the play button of whatever Spotify playlist I'm on. Because I constantly delve into the world of Spotify and find things that I'd forgotten, find things I've never heard. Because that's another thing. I want to discover all of this new music, but I'm also finding there's all of this music I remember from being a youth that I completely forgot about. And then I'm like, holy fuck. I heard a song, I think, and then look, if I talked about this, I apologize. I heard a song called Nicole. I was on Rock Solid and Pat played it on an episode. I couldn't even tell you right now off the top of my head who sings it, but it was a song from my youth, and I knew the words, and I haven't heard that song in 20 years. What's that? No, fucking 2021. I haven't heard that song in 35 years. Because 20, and then 14 from 2, so that's 86. Yeah, gotta be easily 35 years. I haven't heard that song. And I knew the fucking words. And I'm like, God damn, is that crazy? And that's the thing with Spotify. You'll find songs like that, but then you'll find a bunch of new songs that you had no fucking idea existed. And you just start discovering artists. You know who I've discovered? I've discovered T-Pain. God damn, do I love T-Pain. I like the bartender. God damn, T-Pain is a jam. I like, that's why they call him Teddy Bender ass down. Look, that's T-Pain. Who else did I discover that I like? I like J. Cole. Basically, I like any black guy with initials. That's who I enjoy on Twitter, or on Spotify, I should say. Not even on Twitter, on Spotify. I like T-Pain, I like J. Cole. All right, so I thought I would give Five Finger Death Punch a day of listening. All right, let's check these guys out. So you can see where this is going, so I won't build it up. I gave them 7 songs. I listened to their top 5 streaming songs of all time. So that's the cream of the crop. I rise to the top. I never eat a pig because a pig is a cop, or better yet, a Terminator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Try to play me out, as if my name was Sega. But I'm not going out like no punk bitch. Get used to one style and I might switch. What if I did that? What if I Steve Allen rap lyrics for your Christmas show? Merry Christmas, by the way. This is the Christmas show. And if we've learned anything here, it's that Santula will bite you if you're nasty 3 years in a row and make you an elf for all eternity. And we learned that fucking Clint Eastwood is like jumping on a sack of knives. All right. And now I'm lost. I literally, just in that diversion, I lost what I was talking about. Five Finger Death Punch, 7 songs. I listened to the top 5, which is the cream of the crop of their songs. That's the top 5 most streamed songs of all time. And then I listened to 2 others. I went wildcard. I went Dealer's Choice. I just kind of hit a shuffle on them, and 7 was enough, man. I don't get it. They're not heavy or hard. They're like pretend hard. Like you know what they sound like? They sound like a bunch of kids who heard Linkin Park and went, "We can do that." All we got to do is a guy with a cool voice, and then we'll try to make it work. But they don't have any of the talent or the depth of a Chester Bennington. And by the way, this is coming from a guy who is not a gigantic Linkin Park fan, but I can recognize that Chester Bennington had some quality, not just talent, but there was something in him, his vulnerability, his willingness to be vulnerable in that genre of music that made him special. And Five Finger Death Punch just sounds like this weird knockoff of them, and I just didn't care for it at all. And I gave it 7 songs because I figured I'd listen to the 5 streamers, and then maybe B-sides are better because the top 5 songs are just, they're awful. For me, not for me. You might like them. You might be like, yay, I love them. Good for you. Enjoy them. But boy, oh boy, I didn't dig it, didn't get it, didn't understand it. And I gave them 2 more songs after the 5, and then I'm done. And it's always a relief when that happens. I got to be honest with you, because there's so much material on Spotify. There's so many things that you can carve through and go through and find that you have to realize, if you find something you like, you're dead. Because now you got like fucking 9 new albums you've got to listen to. It's like a chore. It's like homework. And it shouldn't be. You should be filled with joy to find new music. And I am. But also there's a part of my brain that goes, okay, now you got some work to do. Roll up your sleeves and dive into the Sparks catalog. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, fuck, they got 25 albums. The fuck am I going to do? Because there's music I like to listen to. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, hey, should I absolutely tear myself away from the music that I love to try to just do homework and discover new stuff? I don't know. I try not to do that. But it does, the instinct is there, particularly with Spotify, where you can just type in a name and find fucking 18 albums by somebody and go, oh, fuck, I guess I got to listen to all of these. It's weird because I'm a weird completist, as you know, which I've told you about, because like on Facebook, I have to watch all of the stories. Like, I don't even care about your story. No offense. You're lovely. You're a terrific person. But if I watch your Facebook story, it doesn't mean I was like, hey, man, I wonder what this guy's up to. It just means I want to clear the decks on all of them so I can go to bed knowing there's nothing I haven't seen. I have a weird mind that tells me, all right, I don't want to miss anything. I have to have, before I go to bed, I have to watch everybody's Instagram story. I have to watch all of the Facebook stories, and I have to be current on the Twitter timeline, and I have to be current on the Instagram timeline, and then go to bed. Because then it's like, I wake up to an entirely new slate. There's nothing, I'm not going to look at anything, and they're like, this is from 2 days ago. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about 2 days ago. I'm in the now, baby. I'm in the now looking forward. I'm a shark. Don't tell me about 2 days ago. It's fucking terrible. You think a shark bites somebody and then 2 days later somebody says, man, you bit that dude. He's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I bite a lot of guys. They're like, 2 days ago, you fucked that guy up. And he's like, moving forward, shark, zoom, goes away, eats a ton of plankton. No, that's a whale. Whale eat plankton. Shark don't eat plankton. That's an agreement between the whales and the sharks. Did you know that? Everybody's like, whales are nice. No. Just sharks are like, hey, man, we like eating plankton. And they eat so much. And whales are like, man, we like plankton. And sharks are like, all right, do you like dudes? And whales are like, sometimes. One time we swallowed a dude, but he was whole. He didn't taste like much. It was him and his boat and a fucking puppet. And they're like, that seems like a weird story. And the shark is like, I ate a license plate once. Yeah. And the shark's like, I'll tell you what, you don't really care so much for dudes. And the whale's like, well, I don't want to go that far. We ate some dudes. It just didn't taste like much. It didn't do much for us. But here's our problem as whales. There's a whole lot of fucking plankton. Not enough dudes. And we're hungry all the fucking time. And sharks are like, God, we are starving constantly. And whales are like, right? And the sharks are like, yes, agreed. But let me tell you this, we like a dude occasionally. We don't mind finding a dude. The whale's like, well, I can't get that close to the beach because I'm a fucking giant. It's ridiculous. They'll see me, and then they all come out in boats and they take a photo, and I do not want to be photographed eating a dude because that is fucking embarrassing. Sharks are like, well, we don't give a fuck about that. We'll eat the fuck out of everybody all the time, and we don't care who's watching. And the whales are like, you know what? We're so close on this. And the shark's like, I know, right? So they finally go, you know what? The whale's like, we're really hungry all the time, and there's plankton constantly everywhere, but not enough dudes. And the shark's like, well, we like eating the plankton. We're totally starving as well, but we don't give a fuck about anything bad about us when we eat a dude, and we'll get close enough to the beach to make it fucking happen. It's great. And the whale's like, here's the deal. Why don't you, sharks, with your moving forward philosophy, why don't you leave the plankton to us, and we'll give you all the dudes? And sharks are like, wait a second. There's a whole lot of plankton out here. Like, we love eating the plankton. And whales are like, yes, but we only eat the plankton. This is what we're saying to you. You can have some plankton. All right, we'll concede that. We're negotiating here. You can have some plankton, not a lot. But please make your main diet dudes. And sharks are like, well, there's not enough dudes to make that our main component. And the whales are like, you're really making this fucking difficult. And the sharks are like, hey, man, it's a fucking negotiation. We're telling you the truth. We'll get close. We'll get the random dude here or there. But once they made a movie about us eating fucking dudes, everything dried the fuck up. Now we got to rely on dumb surfers. And whales are like, right, those guys are idiots. So the whales are like, all right, here's what we do. Well, you can have some plankton. And the sharks are like, okay. And the whales are like, you can have all the dudes. And the sharks are like, again, we've mentioned there's not a lot of dudes. They're like, we're not finished. And the whales say you can have all the plankton. You can have, some of the plankton. You can have all the dudes. And you can eat a bunch of fish. And sharks are like, hold on a second. There's a fuck ton of plankton down here. And the whales are like, uh-huh. And they're like, you want it? You said we can have some of that, but you're going to eat the majority of the plankton. And the whales are like, we're going to eat the fuck out of all the plankton because we're gigantic and fat. And sharks are like, we get that, but it's more about your body shape and not about the fact that you're abusing the plankton privilege. And the whales are like, of course. But we need it to survive, so we will eat a ton of plankton. Like, we'll eat like 95% of the plankton. And the sharks are like, okay. And they're like, you can have some plankton. And then, of course, everybody else eats some plankton because that's what they do to stay alive. And the sharks are like, got it. And they're like, and the whales say, you can have all the dudes. And the sharks are like, we've established this. We will eat all the dudes that show up. And the whales are like, great. However, because you say there's not enough dudes, and then we're kind of taking away a lot of your plankton, you can also eat all of the other fish in the sea. And the sharks are like, wow, that is a game changer. Like, I didn't see that being on the table. And the whales are like, well, you know what, man? We're trying to get it done here. We like you guys. Sharks are like, we like you too. I like your fins. And they're like, I like your fins. So they both like their fins. Whales and sharks come to an agreement. They shake on it. And meanwhile, in the other parts of the ocean, as this is going on, the whales are like, all right, you guys get all the dudes and you get some plankton, and then you can eat other fish in the sea. And the sharks are like, deal. And you know who's not happy with that? The other fish in the sea. Oh, my God. You think dudes aren't happy with being eaten by sharks? How do you think the other fish in the sea feel about it? How do you think a grouper feels about it? He's like, wait a second. All the grouper lobby came up and they're like, hi, can we get into this negotiation? Get the fuck out of here before we eat you. All right. They just take off. Because they would rather be, possibly eaten later than definitely eaten now at a negotiating table. Because sharks will eat you alive at a fucking negotiating table, particularly if you're a grouper. But like even the barracudas are like, hey, can we have a conversation about this? And the sharks are like, fuck you, you're dangerous and weird, but we'll eat the fuck out of you. Don't kid yourself, because we are absolutely the big swinging dick in the ocean. And the whales are like, all right, throttle down, shark. The shark's like, you know what we're talking about? We're excluding you because clearly you're like the god of the ocean, but we're like the fallen archangels. We're the Gabriels of the ocean. And I'll tell you what, I'll eat the fuck out of a trumpet. And the whale's like, whatever you got to do. Eat dude, some plankton, and all the other goddamn fish. And the whales are like, deal. Sharks are like, deal. And the fucking other fish in the sea have been furious about it ever since. And don't think that they haven't tried to get the whales and the sharks back to the negotiating table. They try it every year. They have their fish forum, and they go and said, all right, we need to discuss this. We need to get, and dolphins also. Dolphins, because look, the dolphins are geniuses, but the dolphins, they won't get involved in the conversation. You know why? Here's why. Because the other fish are like, hey, man, if we can get the dolphins to fucking do this, because the dolphins are smart, they'll fucking get the whales and the sharks in here, and they can go to bat for us. Dolphins are like the lawyers of the sea. They'll be like, we can fuck these guys up, but they'll talk in circles around these idiots. And then they go to the dolphins like, hey, you want to help us out with this bullshit where they get to eat us? And the dolphins like, we'd love to, but we're mammals. And the fish are like, well, we understand that, but... favored nations, you live here, and the sharks are eating you too. And dolphins are like, cost of doing business. If we want to breathe, we live here, and we go ahead and we breathe on the surface. We come in here. We need a place to stay, and unfortunately, cost of doing business is we lose some of us to the sharks. And the fish are furious. They're like, well, how could you even look at it that way? And they go, because we're fucking smarter than you. We're pragmatic, and we can't get into fish business because we're goddamn mammals. Now, I'll tell you what, if a fucking elephant wanted to have us involved, we would swim over to the goddamn shore and be involved in an elephant beef. If there's an elephant having the same conversation with lions, call the dolphins. We're involved. But we can't get involved in fish business. Look, man, we just live here. That's the slogan of the dolphins. Look, man, we just live here. So I hated Five Finger Death Punch. Couldn't stand him. I listened and was like, nope, nothing I cared about or liked. But I do look around and I still find other music and I enjoy it. Like I said, T-Pain he's lurking in my brain all the goddamn time. It's fantastic. Merry Christmas, by the way. Have you know it? Well, and we all know the reason for the season. Clearly, it is a very special birthday, one celebrated far and wide, to and fro, north and south, east and west. The name that's on everybody's lips on this Christmas day, December 25th, there is no doubt everybody is out there thinking to themselves, you know what, let's exchange gifts, let's shake hands, let's kiss under the mistletoe, and let's put up the Christmas tree to celebrate the birth of the one, the only, Larry Zonka. Oh, there's no doubt about it. Larry Zonka, former running back for the Miami Dolphins, and I think the Jacksonville Sun of the World Football League. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know he was a New York Giant, he was a Miami Dolphin legend, and I think the Jacksonville Sun of the World Football League. Either way, he is the reason for the season. Larry Zonka and his big... I once saw Larry Zonka's mustache eat a pork chop. That's how fucking manly that dude is. You want to talk about a Chris Noth. Chris Noth, a manly dude. He's no Larry Zonka. And Zonka's born on Christmas. Like, even Jesus is like, yeah, I get it. It's fucking Zonka. He doesn't care. He knows that fucking Zonka runs the show. It literally, like, Zonka and Ricky Henderson are like the two most important December 25th birthdays. And let's say a happy birthday to Manny Trio as well, former Philadelphia Philly great. We don't win the 1980 World Series without Manny Trio at second base, manning the Keystone. Without Manny Trio manning the Keystone, we don't win the 1980 World Series. He had a key triple. He made a fantastic putout. Manny Trio was a baseball player who did this, and it's fantastic to watch. Manny Trio would field a ground ball. He had a cannon for an arm. He would field the ground ball. He would take it out of his mitt, and he would look at the ball. And you can Google it. It's on your YouTubes. Manny Trio would look at the ball, and then he would shoot it out of a fucking howitzer to first base and always get the out. Gold Glove winning second baseman, clutch bat when he was needed, linchpin of the 1980s defensive infield, Manny Trio. Happy birthday, Manny. Now look, you're no Zonka, no Stabler, but you'll live on in my... Oh, wait, did I mention Ken Stabler? I don't think I did. Kenny Stabler, Ricky Henderson, Larry Zonka, Manny Trio. That's the Trinity plus one. In the name of the Henderson and the Stabler and the Larry Zonka. Or I guess I could go Trio Zonka. We could put him in there instead of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. In the name of the Henderson, the Stabler, and the Zonka Trio. Amen. In the name of the Henderson, the Stabler, the Zonka Trio. Amen. Boy, oh boy. If that's got to be the name of the show, right? Don't you think? There was another one I was thinking about earlier, but I think that's got to be the name of the show. I don't think there's no arguing. There's no arguing. I will not hear any arguing at this fucking point. So happy birthday to Larry Zonka and whomever else happened to have a birthday today. Is it you? So Chris Noth is a monster. We all know this. When's his birthday? I don't know. Hopefully he spends it in jail. That's another thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Chris Noth is a guy. I never heard anything bad about him. I didn't know anything about this guy. He's an actor, whatever the fuck. And again, doesn't mean anything to my life. It means nothing to me at all. Occasionally I would see his welcoming presence in a film. And I'd be like, I don't mind a Chris Noth. He's brooding. He looks like a guy who can fucking, chase some tail and knock it down. Good for him. Tough guy, handle himself in a scrap. I don't mind the character he's playing. Very rarely did I find myself thinking, man, I can't believe fucking Chris Noth's in this. No, he was a welcome presence. Until now. When, and again, I don't know where this comes from. First, there's a woman who accuses Chris Noth of sexual assault and tells the story. Like he brought her to his house and he was wearing underwear and she was like, all right, well, this is still weird, but fuck, I mean, I'll go in, I guess. And then she kisses him kind of, and then he, does terrible things. She says, I want to leave. No, I'm leaving. And then he will not let her leave. And then he, fucking manhandles her and then violates her and does terrible things. So this story comes out and he immediately puts out a statement where he's like, this is fucking insane. I'm a married man and whatever. I would never do such a thing. Don't you know this? I am Chris Noth. I'm a gentleman. And they're like, oh, really? And then the small snowball that this poor woman who's held the secret for however long starts rolling it downhill. And then a bunch of other women from the past decide, you know what? This is a good time to report the fact that Chris Noth did these fucking terrible things to me as well. And they come forward and they go, ha. Well, they don't say ha. They're mortified, but because it's a difficult, terrible, so incredibly hard thing to do to share these things. But I see they go, you know what? One woman stood up and I have to back her. I have to go ahead and make sure that she feels supported and everybody knows that this is a guy who's a bad person and needs to be stopped. And so these other women come forward, and there's stuff from now, like from 10 years ago, from 15 years ago. Some dancer, some fucking prancer, some prancer vixen. There was a dancer, a prancer, Prancer and Vixen. It's not a funny thing. Look, why are you laughing? This is not a funny subject. Whatever. So those women come forward, and Chris Noth, he keeps releasing statements. That's my favorite part, where he's just like, hey, all right, look, man, come on, man. You know what? I'm going to let the chips fall where they may. Well, I got news for you, buddy. These chips are going to land right on your fucking head. There is no doubt these chips are falling, and they're going to land right on your fucking skull, hopefully. And it's one of those deals where, like, I don't know if he'll go to prison, if they'll charge him with anything. He's certainly been tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, and also in show business, because his agent dropped him, shows dropped him, Peloton dropped a commercial. They had a cute commercial because there was a thing that happened, I guess, on the Sex in the City, and then they capitalized on it with Peloton instantly, and then they had to actually pull the commercial because this guy can't keep it in his fucking pants for the last 3 decades. And then there are people who. All right, look, imagine the people who don't know that side of Chris Noth. Because, look, we already got that, too, in social media. There's a ton of guys who are like, so you're convicting him already? Oh, okay, so you're just going to fucking ruin a guy's career? It's like, yeah, right now, yeah. And everybody's like, well, he hasn't even been tried. He hasn't been in court yet. He hasn't been charged with anything. All right, well, if he gets charged with something, and then he goes through the whole court proceeding, and he's found innocent, then guess what? You can go ahead and crow and spike the football and be like, yes, haha, Chris Noth didn't rape 9 women, which is a weird fucking celebration to have. I don't even want to see the sheet cake you got to buy for that. Imagine telling the person to go to the bakery. I can do it now. Go to the bakery and go, hey, I need a cake to commemorate my friend being found innocent of raping 9 people. What do we put on that cake other than candles and mace? Congratulations, Chris. Oh, I don't even know. And so if it happens, if he goes to fucking court, because I don't know, it never ends. And it will never end. That's another thing that's so frustrating and devastating about society. It just continues to fucking perpetuate the terrible things that you see. You always think to yourself, maybe it'll be different this time. No, I have so much news for you. It's never going to be different next time. It's never going to be different ever. I see these people all the time, like, and I'm not gonna divert. It's Christmas, so I don't want to get too much into politics. But it's all these people who are talking about, the idiot, the fuckhead who was in office before, and he's gonna run again. They're like, well, and then there's these people who come forward and they're like, oh, I don't think so. I think he's going to be in jail for tax evasion. And another thing, they're going to, once this January 6th committee gets a hold of his records, they're going to tear him apart. And he's going to be in a fucking orange jumpsuit. I got news for you. Nope. Never in a million years. The only thing orange that guy's going to be wearing is that ridiculous fucking head of hair, and he'll wear it to the grave a rich man, because nobody is ever going to put him in a courtroom, because that dude will literally, it's not even like he hires them. When I say, I say this guy's just going to throw lawyers at this problem until it goes away or until he dies. He's never going to see a cell. He's never going to see a consequence, not even a cell. He won't even see a charge. But when I say he's throwing lawyers, that sounds like a euphemism, like he's just constantly surrounding himself and cloaking himself within the context of the law. No, I mean, he has a trebuchet filled of fucking lawyers, and he cuts the rope on it every 3 days and just fucking launches them into courtrooms all over the goddamn country, fighting this and putting out fires there and looking for fucking voter fraud and bullshit and all the, it's crazy. You want to talk flying monkeys. This guy's got, like I said, a fucking trebuchet locked and loaded with fucking suits and briefcases and fucking nerds. And he cuts the rope and they just get sent into some civil court or into fucking any courthouse you could fucking imagine. Just be there. Be at the courthouse at like 11 o'clock a.m. and you just hear a noise. You're like, what the fuck is that? Incoming! It's just a pile of Trump lawyers. They land on the fucking ground, launch from fucking distance. Because he's never going to have a bad thing happen. Never. And I just wish people would fucking come to grips with that. This weird celebration thing that people do every time something happens. A subpoena? Oh, I'll tell you. Well, now they've got him. No, you don't. You don't have him. They laugh at your subpoena. He would literally get a subpoena, wipe his ass, and send it back. And again, not a euphemism. He would wipe his ass with, or I apologize. Let me check that. He would have his servants wipe his ass with the subpoena and then mail it back. And nobody does anything. Whoever the fucking Merrick Garland, whoever the fuck that guy is. Again, Steve Bannon, who is quite frankly the Mucinex germ come to life. And he is organizing a takeover of the government somehow, and nobody cares. Like, I mean, there are people who care, but they can't do anything about it. And so a bunch of people on Twitter shouting. It's as if there was some sort of fight or something happening on the roof of a skyscraper, and everybody on the ground knew what was happening. They were yelling like, "Hey, help that guy!" And no, it's not, because nobody can hear you, because Steve Bannon is way in the stratosphere, making all the money and pulling all the levers. And look, he was a guy. He and whatever, Alex Jones, whatever the fuck, they had a role to play on January 6th, and they all did. And Bannon brags about it, still basically admits it. And then they subpoena him to appear, and he's like, fuck you. I'm not coming. Talk to 17 lawyers. And when you're done talking to them, I got 17 more I want to have a word with you. You load 16 lawyers, and what do you get? Another 16 lawyers, and then what do you get? 16 more lawyers, and what do you get? Oh, there's let's call the whole thing off. That's what happens. Nothing bad is going to happen to those guys. They Oingo Boingo wrote that song about them. Nothing bad ever happens to me, but fucking Bannon. Just literally the human incarnation of bad breath. And he is just, for some reason, he has that Hitler charisma. And I don't mean like he's bad as Hitler. I mean, there had to be a reason everybody liked that dumb fuck with the haircut and the mustache, right? Because he was saying a bunch of shitty things that they could appeal to. Nobody, if you looked at Hitler, you'd be like, who's this fucking idiot? You would hope you went to school with Hitler, if only to fucking shove him in every locker you possibly could. Not because of his ideals, not because of what he turned out to be, but just because he was such a fucking clown. That guy with that haircut and that mustache who liked painting. You tell me that guy wouldn't get the shit beat out of him constantly in a modern high school? Of course he would. And I'm saying, if you took the Hitler thing off the books, if right now in 2022 or whatever the fuck, you had a kid in school who looked like Hitler, but we didn't have any idea who Hitler was. There was no Holocaust, no Auschwitz, no fucking Germans, no fucking Kristallnacht, none of that shit. It was just he was gone, and Germany was run by a different guy. Fucking, you know who I call him? I call him Steve. That's who it was. Steve was running Germany into the ground. He did all that stuff. Not Hitler, Steve. So now you go to school, right? Now in a modern high school, you go and they're like, hey, we have a new boy in our class today. He enjoys painting. You'll notice he parts his hair in a weird way, and he's grown this ridiculous mustache. His name is Adolf Hitler. Are you telling me that kid doesn't get fucking swirly to death? it would be so bad. Even the nerds would laugh. Even Bazinga gets a shot in at Hitler if he's in his modern high school. They don't give a fuck. Hitler's a clown. But for some reason, he convinces an entire nation to try to exterminate a race of people, and then he basically comes 5 days away from taking over all of Europe. Like, if it wasn't for the Russians stepping up and every other goddamn thing, it was like, oh, man, this guy's going to run the show. That guy, because, look, if you were in a modern high school, okay, and you looked and there was a guy named Adolf who liked painting with that mustache, never in your wildest dreams would you think, I'll bet that guy is going to create something with a cool name like the Blitzkrieg. Never. No. That's something that the football team comes up with. That's something that a much cooler, like a gothic art student comes up with, the Blitzkrieg. But no, this fucking idiot comes up with it. Only because he was indulged up to that goddamn point. And how? He must have had some kind of weird ass charisma. Some kind of weird Mick Jagger thing that everybody liked. That had to be it. Who follows that idiot? Look at him. He's a fucking clown. He's got half a limp, one ball, ugly girlfriend. That fucking dude somehow convinced everybody to exterminate a race of people. And that's what I talk about Steve Bannon. Everybody makes fun of his suit. They're like, oh, look at his dumb clothes. Look at his gross face. This fucking guy looks like you know what? That dude needs to fucking just stare into a bidet for about 2 days, right? He's just that fucking gross looking. But unfortunately, he has an army of sycophants and dumb fucks who are following every word he says. Including, for some reason, Merrick Garland, who won't throw him a fucking subpoena or anything to get him in the fuck. Well, he threw him a subpoena and he laughed at it. And then he's like, well, all right, we're gonna have a conversation in July. Oh, are you? Oh, so you're gonna give the guy who tried to overthrow the government 8 months free to spread his noxious cloud of fucking garbage to everybody? In 8 months, everybody could like him. In 8 months, he could have his own fucking blitzkrieg. In 8 months, he could have done 3 more attacks on the fucking Capitol, you dumb fucks. And look, don't come at me with like, well, Steve Bannon wasn't the only guy. There's a lot of other people behind it. Yes, fine. I'm picking an example. I'm picking an example of a guy who was subpoenaed by the U.S. government and said, fuck you. And they went, okay, yeah, you're probably right. We'll see you in July. Is that convenient for you? The fuck is this? You know, we hear about these draconian rules and the government won't be fucked with. And then when it comes to each other, all they do is kid glove the shit out of it. But they throw real people in fucking jail all the goddamn time for fucking so much less. Man, we need guillotines. Get these fucking ass. And I don't mean guillotines about like the government. Fuck Bannon. How does somebody not take a fucking shot at Bannon? And I'm not endorsing it. Please don't come after me. Whatever the fuck. Or come after me. Whatever. I will say that in this highly connected world, people used to assassinate guys like, fucking John Hinckley wanted to impress Jodie Foster. By the way, he's out now. Isn't that true? He's out and he's writing songs. And he got mad at somebody used one of his songs. Is it Depeche Mode or the Proclaimers? That's a weird range. But some band used a fucking John Hinckley lyric. Devo. That's who it was. You know what? When you think about it, Depeche Mode and the Proclaimers, you put them together, that's fucking Devo. That's not bad. My subconscious brain separated Devo into Depeche Mode and the Proclaimers. And I got to say, if you did fucking music math and you wrote Depeche Mode plus Proclaimers equals Devo, I could see that. Holy shit, I'm proud of my fucking brain. My lizard brain came through with a fucking weird ass division problem that created Devo. Anyway, Devo, they were running the show for John Hinckley at some point. And they were like, hey, can we use a lyric from one of your songs? He's like, yes. And I'm sure because Devo was like, well, this fucking idiot's going to rot in jail, so we don't have to worry about it. Well, now, after decades of clean living behind bars or whatever the fuck, John Hinckley, this human fucking potato who took a shot at a president and put James Brady in a chair for his whole life, is free. And not only is he free, he's been unleashed into a world that if it existed in 1981, he would not have had to shot Ronald Reagan. Or he wouldn't have had to shoot Ronald Reagan to get Jodie Foster's attention. I wish I could have said that cleaner because it's a great thought. If John Hinckley's been literally released into a world that if it existed in 1981, he wouldn't have had to shoot Ronald Reagan to get Jodie Foster's attention. He could have made a fucking Twitter video. Could have made a YouTube fucking thing. He could have recorded his own album at his own house with Pro Tools called I Love Jodie Foster and Taxi Driver Fucking Rules, and he would have been a fucking king. And would she have noticed it? Maybe not, but he could have kept trying. And instead of buying a gun, like I said, maybe he gets a fucking Pro Tools rig and a ukulele, like every other dumb fuck in the world now who's like, oh, you know what? This pandemic led me to stay inside. It's time to make music. Oh, is it? Is it time for you to make music? Like I said, everybody in the fucking world wants their artwork on my fridge. And people write every fucking possible thought. And I should. And look, I'm sitting here babbling. I'm mad at people with their thoughts, and I just talked about Five Finger Death Punch for 15 minutes. I just did in the name of the Stabler, the Henderson, and the trio Zonka. God damn it! And yet I'm sitting here bitching about everybody else having access. Drinking water. I hope it didn't sound gross. My voice was kind of fucking tightening up. I will tell you what. This is a Christmas show, right? And we're recording it on Christmas Day. I was going to record it yesterday. Look, we've tried to do this show earlier, but we have been beset on all sides. beset on all sides. Look, I'm clearly a righteous man. I don't think there's anything about that. The path to this show by the righteous man was beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil things. I can't lie to you. It wasn't evil men. I wish I could blame evil men, but I can only say to you that I tried to do this show yesterday, and the plan was to record it last night, and then I fell asleep. Because the whole opening of the show in my brain, I was like, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to record it late, and then people will hear it early on Christmas morning. It'll be like, ha. Just like another fat guy who sneaks into your house on Christmas Eve, I've left you a present. That was going to be the whole conceit. And yet, then I fell asleep, and I didn't wake up until fucking 7 a.m. or whatever the fuck it is. And, no, it's not. No, it's now. It's 10:37 a.m. I will tell you that. It's 10:37 a.m. on Christmas Day. But I woke up at 7, and then, you know me, I can't just sit down and record a show. Hey, turn on the microphones. I just woke up. No, I kicked rocks and sat here and was like, and I will tell you this, I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday's Christmas Eve meal, which I'll get to in just a second. Well, wait, I got to finish some thoughts. What was I talking about? Noth? Five Finger Death Punch? I don't know. We got into whales and dolphins. But look, this is your show, folks. This is the Christmas show. Clearly, this is a gift. Proclaim. The Proclaimers. Oh, Devo. Yes. All right. Yeah. Wait. See, that's what you do. You talk it out, folks. So Devo they write a song with a Hinckley lyric, and they thought to themselves, this motherfucker shot the president. He's going to stay in the dungeon forever, right? But now Hinckley's been released. Hinckley's out. Hinckley, to quote our friend Beretta, did the crime and then, or paraphrasing Beretta, he did the crime and then he did the time. Yeah, he did it. And kept his eye on the Jody. But now he's out. And he is, and he's a musician. Isn't it awful? Like, at least OJ had the decency to go golfing again, and kind of went on Twitter. But it's like if OJ had gotten a public access show, Hinckley coming out and trying to record an album, right? Like Hinckley, he understands, I guess, the concept of infamy. So he's going to try to parlay that into people listening to his fucking music. And he also knows probably that there's enough scramble heads out there who will go, yeah, no, this is a good idea. We should totally hear John Hinckley's music. And there's enough fucking irony pirates out there too who will be like, oh, I love the John Hinckley album. You should really give it a listen. He's so much better than you would imagine. Which is going to be, that I'll tell you what, that couldn't be difficult. Because I don't imagine John Hinckley being good at anything, including killing a president, because he fucked it up. So look, man, you had to wait 2 weeks for this show, but it's worth it, right? Don't you think it's worth it? Clearly, it's a Merry Christmas show. There's so much gold in this show. I wish I should listen to it. All right, so Hinckley is out, and now he's going to make music because he's a fuckhead. And people, like I said, the people are going to buy it and say it's good. I'm sure Pitchfork is already rubbing their hands with glee, waiting to make some sort of Reagan era joke and then paraphrase it against him. And what I'm sure Hinckley will put out a shoegaze album. Who the fuck knows? It'll be some nonsense, and there'll be some famous rapper or somebody who wants to collaborate with him because like he's the original, he's the OG because he shot a president at one point, and they named the Brady bill after Brady after Hinckley fucking made it happen, and and I'm sure he'll get Rittenhoused where they'll bring him to some fucking convention. They'll be like, this guy, he's the reason that fucking people rallied and they realized that the government was going to try to take their guns away. Vomit, because everything is so fucking stupid now. But Hinckley's making music. So he puts out, and he gets out of jail, and then the first thing he's like, all right, I'm gonna get a fucking ukulele, as I said, and then he's like, you know what? By the way, I better get a phone. I gotta call Mark Mothersbaugh, and his friends, his John Hinckley friends, are like, what are you gonna call? Why are you gonna fucking call Mark Mothersbaugh? He's like, well, they used my lyrics and they promised me a cut, like we were supposed to do 50-50 on the song. I haven't seen a goddamn dime, so I'm gonna call Mark Mothersbaugh from Devo, and then. He has a beef. Like from what I read, he has a legitimate beef. There was a deal where he was going to get half the song royalties, the publishing or whatever, and Devo agreed to it, and they were used his song. And again, we all know that Devo just thought he'd be stabbed to death in prison by some wayward conservative, some Lee Atwater loving motherfucker would take fucking him out for shooting the god Reagan, whatever. Or he would just die in prison because he was a fat wastrel and his life's mission was not going to be accomplished because he was never going to get to talk to Jodie Foster. So he was going to be dying sad and morose in prison while they just had all the checks rolling in from the Hinckley cover or whatever the fuck they did, right? So that was Devo's thought. And also, look, Devo not blameless at all, because they were doing an irony thing in using his lyrics, clearly. And whether they were doing it as a statement because they hate Reagan and the Republicans, or whether they were just, celebrating him in some way, it doesn't fucking matter. They reached an agreement with this guy and they used this fucking material and they owe money. That was what I read. At least that's the way it came off to me, the way it was described. And so now he wants his money. And Devo now is scrambling because they're like, and look, I love Devo, but Devo's like, oh no, that song wasn't that song wasn't a hit. Clearly a hit song is where all the money is, and the publishing, it's not there. And we were sending him checks. Why didn't he get the checks? Maybe his handlers or his agent, which by the way, I don't have a fucking agent, and I have to hear about John Hinckley's fucking agent. Are you kidding me? Again, this guy didn't even do the job he set out to fucking do, and he's got representation. Meanwhile, I sit rotting in my goddamn apartment wondering if anybody likes what I do when I've been doing it for fucking 30 years and still making money at it. And I look, I didn't have to fucking shoot anybody to get noticed. Maybe I should. But man, so now Devo owes them this money, and they're like, oh, it wasn't a hit song, and the publishing, and we were sending him checks, and we like this really mumble mouth, vague answer, quite in my opinion. And again, I'm nobody to sit here and side with John fucking Hinckley. I'm not a guy who's like, oh man, I can't wait to tell you guys I am all about John Hinckley. Let's fucking make sure that he gets taken care of. Fuck that idiot. I hope he gets hit by a bus in front of the Reagan Library. That's how much I fucking care about this ass fuck. I'm no Reagan fan, all right? But look, here comes a 54. This isn't just Mike Schmidt. This is a 54-year-old man's opinion. If you shoot the fucking president, die. Fuck you. Wind up in jail forever. You should not be out. You shot the president. You shot Bill. Even if you don't even care about the fucking president. Because look again, when I was a kid, I liked Reagan because I was stupid. I didn't know any better. Now I know what a fucking monster he was. So again, if anything, I'm even more mad at Hinckley that he didn't fucking finish the job. But also, he fucking took a shot at Bill Brady, who never hurt anybody, and winds up in a fucking, he's got to blow in a tube to roll along for the rest of his goddamn life. He can never bang his wife ever again because you wanted to fucking impress the chick from Taxi Driver. What a dumb fucking move that was. So fuck John Hinckley and fuck his I'm a musician and I need this and I need that. But in the interest of fucking fair play, and hey, if you're going to do business with somebody like this, you kind of need to understand that the stink stays on you a little bit. Devo needs to pay this guy. They got to give him some money. They're going to lawyer up. They've probably got a fucking trebuchet full of lawyers they're going to throw at this fucking thing too, where they're going to go, oh no, again, we didn't make any money, because it's the way they do it with the books when they're like Star Wars. Is this, I just say Star Wars and you're like, you literally, the S in that the bracketing S's are dollar signs in Star Wars. We all know this. But then if you ask the studio about it, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, it didn't make money. And we're like, I'm sorry, Star Wars didn't make money? No, there was a lot of, we had to pay to rent the sand on Tatooine. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They always have some bullshit fucking nonsense that they come up with. And also, nothing bad ever happens to them. Somehow they get away with it because they don't open the books and nobody cares enough. And again, the trebuchet of lawyers is fucking dispatched, and everybody gets fucking stuff in court for the next fucking 80 years. So that's what Devo's going to do. They're going to say, oh no, it wasn't a hit. Oh, publishing rights are tricky. Oh, this music. Oh, it was a different album. Oh, it's a different time back then. Oh, well, the streaming money isn't great. And they're going to, and I never thought I was going to, here's a sentence I never thought I'd say in my entire life. I can't believe Devo is going to fuck John Hinckley out of the money they owe him. But here we are. And again, I'm not rooting for John. Look, I love Devo. I hate John Hinckley, and don't give him a dime. But you owe him the money. Yeah, I'd have more respect for Devo if they had just said what I said. Yeah, you're probably right. We probably owe him some money. But fuck that guy. He shot the president. And also, we in fairness to us, we clearly thought he was going to die. I mean, and also. This guy, and this might be an angle that Devo can use if they're not already. This dude, he shot Reagan and Brady, and wasn't he found like insane? Didn't he went to jail like he was for insanity? I think, right? Didn't he go to a hospital? So maybe they can go, well, fuck, man, this guy is a whistlehead, and he shouldn't be signing any legal documents anyway. So fuck him. This guy's bananas. He's in. The dude is wearing. A fucking gown with a flap in the back so he can sit down and take a shit without taking his pants off and hanging himself. And he signed a legal document we're supposed to respect? I think not. God damn it. This guy's eating Fruit Cup every day of his fucking life. We're supposed to send him some dough? I think not, Hinckley. Take that, buddy. I have no idea how we got into that, but good for us, right? It's Merry Christmas. That's how we do it. We go all over the goddamn place. I cannot believe that Depeche Mode plus the Proclaimers equals Devo came out of my lizard brain. I am so happy. So happy. What were we talking about? Oh, fuck. You know what? I didn't even finish going to see Wilco with Murray. So Brian puts me on the list and I felt bad again. Like I said, I want to give him some dough. But I don't, I offer, but every time I write him, I'm like, what do you want? What can I do? I can pay, whatever. He's like, no, man, it's no problem. I can get you on the list. So we went and saw Wilco at the Paramount, maybe? Was that where it was? I think it was. It was downtown Los Angeles. And it was funny. I'd asked Pat if he wanted to go because Pat is, Pat's my go-to music guy all the time. And Pat's like, I don't know their material. but which I mean, I got to be honest with you. I don't know any Wilco songs at all. I know even less Faye Wilson songs or Faye Webster songs, whatever the fuck. I don't know any of her songs, right? But when Brian tells me he's in her band, I go and I listen to them, so I catch up a little bit. But I didn't catch up on any Wilco. I had the best intentions where I'm like, you know what, I'm going to listen to some Wilco. I'm going to go ahead and listen to Wilco so I'm prepared when I go to the show. And so I thought it was, I won't lie, I thought it was a poor excuse to say, well, I don't know the material. It's like, I don't know the material either, but it's literally about me and you. We'll go out and get a taco, and then we'll go watch Wilco and sit in the balcony and if we like it, great. And if not, we'll talk and hang out in a music venue. But Pat was like, he hates downtown. He's like, I hate downtown. I'm like, all right. And I knew Gil Martin loved Wilco. So I contacted Paul, but he was unavailable. And then in my group, I was like, I don't even know anybody else who'd like Wilco. And Pat's like, I think Murray loves Wilco. Are you sure? He goes, yeah. So I texted Murray Valeriano, and I didn't think of him because Murray also lives down by the beach. So to ask him to go downtown, that's a bit of a haul, So I texted him and I go, hey, look, word is out that possibly you're a Wilco fan. He's like, oh my God, I fucking love them. They're like one of my top bands. I said, well, look, I'm on the list with a +1 if you want to go with me. He's like, oh my God, yes. And I said, that fantastic, right? So it's this day. Let's get ready. And then he writes me. He's like, okay. He goes, so what do we do? Do I just meet you down there or what? Like, you want to take the train? And here's where 54-year-old Mike shows up. My good friend Brian has put me on the list because he's in the opening band and he's getting me in to see Wilco. And if I contact you and I go, hey man, you want to go see Wilco? What the unspoken part of that is also, hey, you want to pick me up and drive downtown so we can go see Wilco? Because, I drive everywhere and I don't mind it. I drive to Dodger Stadium. I drive whenever we go. I always volunteer. I'm like, hey guys, I'll drive. I'll pick you up. I go, if we can meet at my house, that'd be even better. But if I got to pick you guys up, I will, whatever. It doesn't really bother me. But there are some times when it's nice to be driven, and who says that? Me and sex workers. So there are some times when instead of driving, you like to be driven. So I tried to dance around it a little bit. And I'm like, I go, well, Murray, I go, I guess I could take the train. I go, I've never done that here. The only time I took a train here in LA was I took a train from my place down to, actually I had to go to Union Station in LA, and then go down to San Diego with Graham to go watch the Bears. So that's the only time I've ever really been on a train, but I haven't used any of the like local subway type stuff here. And he's like, oh, well, let me take a look at the schedules and we'll figure it out. And then now I'm like, all right, hold on a second. I just told you that I don't know anything about the train. I did say, look, if you know anything about it, let me know. And I'm happy to go ahead and try to make it work. But I'm not really happy to try and make it work. You guys know this. I'm not happy to do any of that shit. I'm happy to sit in my house until my fucking text shows up that says I'm here. And then I get in your car. That's what I'm happy to do. But I'm still trying to not be difficult. Because again, I don't know if I'm a jagoff because I expect to be picked up because I'm getting somebody into a show, even though I'm not really getting anybody into a show. Brian got me into a show and gave me a +1, which was super nice of him. But I also, at the same time, I'm like, well, do I got to get on a fucking train? What is this now? What am I, fucking Rebecca De Mornay in fucking Risky Business? I'm the taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3 to go see a goddamn concert. Just pick me up. But he's like, all right, I'll figure out I'll try to figure out the schedule. And I'm like, and I have to admit, me again, like I said, there's an old man in me who's just like, oh man, what the fuck is going on here? You know what? I should just fucking go myself and not even deal with this, and go downtown. And if I'm going to go drive, I should just drive by myself because I'm not picking him up on the west side. That's never fucking happening. And again, this is just a glimpse into me and who I am, and you know who I am, but I'm just sharing it because it seems duplicitous not to say that all of this was a factor in it. But then Murray was like, you know what? I'm looking at the train schedules, and it just doesn't look like it works because you'd be having to grab this train and then meeting me here, and then I would have to go here. And I was like, oh, literally, oh no, what a drag. I'm so sorry. He's like, well, I guess I could pick you up. And I'm like, yes, that'd be fantastic. So Murray picks me up and we drive downtown, and I always like hanging out with Murray. I never really get to hang out with Murray. He's a good friend, but I see him at poker and I'll see him at stuff like that. And then I started seeing him in the Zoom every week, for poker, but he and I have never really spent any one-on-one time. It's not like Murray calls me to go to a movie or anything like that. And I've actually made it I actually threw this out in front of everybody. I go, hey man, if you guys are ever doing a gig and you just want to ride along, like I'm fucking in. I told Dwyer and Siegel and guys who work in clubs, I said, if you're ever just going to do the hang, I would like to do that. And, do I get called? I don't know what they're doing. They might be doing other things. But I'm not exactly, I don't want to bug people. You know what I mean? When I'm like, hey man, you want to go hang out or do something? I feel like an idiot, 54, like a boy looking for friends. But Murray picked me up. We went to the show. And look, I don't know anything at all about Wilco. I take that back. I know exactly who they are. I know who Jeff Tweedy is. I know that they've been very popular. I know Yankee Tango Foxtrot, I believe, is the name of the album. I know that they're beloved, but I didn't know anything else about them. And I know they basically almost created a genre of music, if that's the thing. It's almost like an Americana, but a rock Americana, but also folky and whatever. I've heard great things. So I was excited to go see Brian with Faye, and we get down there. It was it wasn't did I say the Paramount? The Orpheum? I think it's the Orpheum. We were at the Orpheum seeing him. And we went in, and this was in October, I think. So we went in and they were doing this thing where they were checking out all the vaccination cards and stuff. We went in. And Murray and I had a great, and it was funny, Murray was wearing sweats. Like I busted his balls. I'm like, dude, you're wearing sweats? And he's like, yeah. And I was wearing shorts, which is bad too. But then we started talking and we commiserated on the fact that our lives have just slipped away. And the very thought of leaving the house it makes you blanch. But then the very thought of putting on pants makes you blanch, where you're like, oh man, can I get away with not getting dressed for this thing? And so at one point, he was trying to get something out of his back seat when we parked down the street in downtown LA, and he's bent over and his fucking ass is hanging out of his sweatpants. And I just started laughing. I go, you know what, dude? I go, you look like a homeless person rifling through this car for anything you can steal. And he laughed and he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's wrong with me, because it's just this. And he has a lot of what I have, that thing where you just have no get up and go at all. Like you just, oh yeah, I'll throw on a pair of sweatpants. We'll go down to the show, whatever the fuck, We went and it was great because then we went in there, we saw, and Murray recognized a friend of his who's a Wilco super fan, and I met that guy. And then also our good friend Darcy was there, this girl Darcy Staniforth, which I don't know why I'm saying her last name, but I am. And she was there with a friend, and we hugged her, and then we went and sat in our seats, and Brian came on with Faye, and Brian is he just looks so cool on stage. He's just the fucking coolest dude in the business, man. And he's playing bass for her, and her music is super mellow. It's full of wistfulness and ennui. But I dug it. It was good. But Brian, just seeing Brian, it was very quiet. It was a very quiet performance. This Faye person's voice barely gets above a whisper. I couldn't barely say that. But it was really, she was great. And then Brian was terrific. And I was texting him and I'm just like, I'm here. Just let me know what's up. And cause I was going to go, usually he's headlining when I see him. He's with Cracker. But this time I didn't know if he wanted to hook up or he wanted to go eat or what he wanted to do. So I told him, I'm here. You just tell me whatever's going on. So then Wilco took the stage, and Murray, again, he loves them. He knows their songs. He knows their albums. He really digs them. So he would lean over and he'd go, okay, this is off this, or, and he was my Wilco Sherpa. And I watched them. And again, I was there to see my friend Brian. And then I guess let's see what all the fuss is about with this Wilco fella. And it's a band, and it's funny because they're from Illinois too. Like I should have, whatever. So anyway, the bottom line is they were fucking amazing. Because I've been getting into that kind of music as it is, like in a circuitous way. Now, I wouldn't call it all Americana, but I've been listening to Jason Isbell. I've been listening to the Drive-By Truckers, listening to Whiskey Town, listening to Pete Yorn. If you have any idea who that might be, it wound up coming on my Spotify, put it on my radar because I listened to Westerberg. I listened to 14 songs. And then sometimes when you listen to an album, they'll just keep playing songs. They'll be like, oh, if you like this, you'll like that. If you like this, you'll like that. So I wound up listening to like the Bottle Rockets and then Ryan Adams has other projects, and then Jeff Tweedy's solo stuff. Like I said, Pete Yorn, Sunvolt, and Sunvolt I think is That was Wilco Rose from the Ashes of Sunvolt, if I remember correctly. Some band called Golden Smog showed up, and Alex Chilton, and fucking, so I built a whole fucking playlist out of stuff, and just found myself going, yeah, no, I really like this genre. I really like this stuff, and dug it. And so hearing Wilco, I'm like, oh Jesus, it was almost like getting it on ground zero of all of that stuff. Right. And man, I guess I thought they'd be folky, country, almost quiet like Faye. Man, they tear it up. They rock their asses off. Their drummer is a fucking machine. Their guitar player, dude, he was doing shit I've never seen. He had an effects box. So he would play, and then he'd go to the effects box and fuck around with it. And then it would do that thing where it held chords while he played different chords. And he was like a scientist, man. And so then I got to Google that guy. And it turns out he's like 64 years old or something like that. He's been a musician fucking forever. And Guitar World Magazine named like 35th of the top 100 guitarists of all time, or 70th, whatever. He's on the list. And bottom line, he's on the list of the top 100 guitarists of all time. And just watching him was worth the fucking trip. But then, my God, Jeff Tweedy just holding an audience and singing, and the interplay, and it wasn't a whole lot of yap. It wasn't pyrotechnics. They absolutely let all the music do the heavy lifting, and it was just so good. I actually built a Spotify playlist out of the playlist that we saw, and then I looked because they were on this tour. This tour was originally supposed to go off in 2020, and it got postponed because of the pandemic. So they were playing shows, and what they do is, I was kind of shocked. On their Twitter, I believe it was, the day of the show in the morning, they're like, hey, what songs do you want to hear tonight? And people like suggest songs, and then they take a couple of them and they throw them in the set list. And every show they change the set list because, like Pearl Jam, whom I've seen 10 times, the people coming have seen you. So the challenge is to make it different, to make it better, to make it something exciting for people who've seen you 10, 15, 20 times. And so, and again, in LA, they played I think they played 3 shows in LA, and they had different set lists every single time. Now, they played some of the same songs on each show, but they moved them around. They opened with something different, or they moved something here, and they had different encores. And I think that's the way a band should be. That's kind of how I feel about stand-up. I told you that's one of the things I'm finding difficult with stand-up is the idea of having a set. Everybody gets an hour and they run it out. They do it around town. They get their hour down and they have their fucking hour squared away. And I would love to go up every single time and make a show like this. I would love to just be able. Now, look, I don't want to talk about Wilco for fucking 25 minutes to these people because they're going to boo me and storm the fuck out of the comedy club. But at the same time, it's much more exciting for me as a performer, invigorating, interesting for me to just go up and talk and find funny. And still have bits, I got to still have some bits, but at the same time to be able to fill in the gap around it, I find that it's super exciting, and that's how I interpreted Wilco. They have these hammers that they're going to do all the time. In Pearl Jam, they have hammers they're going to do, but they're going to work in a bunch of different stuff you might not have heard, or they're going to put it all in a different order, or they're going to strip something down and do it acoustically. That keeps it interesting for the musicians as well as the audience. And I loved that approach. I dug Wilco's approach to it. And man, so now I'm on a bender. I listen to them all the fucking time. I just thought it was great. And in the middle of the show, I got a text from Brian. He's like, hey man, I'm down on the second level on the couch. Found him, gave him a big hug, and got to talk to him. And I was like, how are these guys? And he's like, dude, he goes, first of all, it's an education every night watching these guys. And I go, dude, I just Googled this guitar player. He's like, oh my God, is that amazing? And Murray's like, I told you. And I'm like, dude, it's insane. And he's like, imagine this. He goes, we're backstage, and they'll run through stuff backstage. Like you'll just walk by a room and they're all in there jamming, like they're playing on stuff because they're just kind of getting ready. And I go, do you ever just walk in and play? He goes, oh, no, I couldn't. He goes, but I'll walk in because they know they're nice to me. He goes, they've been incredibly kind to us. They've been so nice to us and gracious. And at the end of Wilco's show, Faye Webster came out and joined them along with another member from her band, another player, the keyboard player maybe. And they joined Wilco for a couple of songs. And he was very, Jeff Tweedy was like, we want to thank Faye Webster and her band. They've been so great to us. And they all did bows. They all came out together. So I went and met Brian, and he's like, yeah, they've been so welcoming. And because I had heard that Jeff Tweedy was kind of prickly, and I even said that to Brian. I go, I heard this guy's a bit of a handful. And he goes, I'm sure he is. He goes, I haven't seen that. He goes, but at the same time, we stay out of their way. they're doing what they're doing and we're doing what we're doing, but backstage we coexist. He goes, they've run sound for us. He goes, usually when you're an opening band, the headlining band doesn't give a fuck. They don't care. He goes, but they've been taking care of everything we could possibly want them to take care of. They've looked out for us backstage. They've accommodated us with all these great things, and they ran our sound. He goes, they have gone above and beyond to welcome us. They are consummate professionals, and this is such a great experience. And I asked Brian, I go, you want to eat something? You want to go somewhere? And he's like, no. He goes, honestly, I'm leaving town tomorrow. He goes, I'm going to go backstage and I'm going to get out of here and I'm going to pack. And I said, I totally get it. But we talked, I get to catch up with him for like 15, 20 minutes. And again, gave him a big hug, sent him off on his way. And then Marie and I went and watched the rest of the goddamn show. And it was beautiful. It was just a great, great time. I really had a good, just a great experience seeing them. And it was nice to see a friend and do something. And granted, this is from October, and you've heard me since in November once. I haven't done a lot of shows, but you'll hear me on shows, and loneliness is a real factor. Like it creeps in. It gets, even though I'm going online and seeing people on Twitch and, you text with people, certainly. And on the Sundays we were doing poker, but that's kind of fallen apart. I won't lie. And it's real easy for me to become insulated and stay in. And Murray's the same way. He said the same thing. He's like, man, because at least he's got his wife and son, but then his wife will be working and it's him and Frank and he's taking care of him. And, I just said his son's name. I hope that's a public knowledge thing. Jesus. But it was so fun to spend time with a friend and to catch up with a guy I don't really, get to hang out with. And then for him to see something that he loves and be able to share it with me and tell me why he loves it and tell me what this was and how this song developed. And he was a font of Wilco knowledge, and we just had a fucking great time. And they finished and the show ended and we went out front. There's our friend Darcy. And then we hung there for probably 45 minutes just talking in front of the venue, which was great. And Darcy's friend was indulgent because, again, it's me, Murray, and Darcy. We know one another. And then this poor guy knows Darcy. And it's two comedians talking. You know what I mean? So then a homeless guy came up and started singing. And I hid in an alley because I had no cash to give him. I felt terrible because I hate telling people no. Because it's like he walks up. He's like, oh, yeah, I got a song for you. And we're like, look, man, it's okay. You don't have to sing because we're not going to pay him. We don't have any money. And he's just like, because if I had money, I would have given him some, but I just don't carry cash, man. And he's like, no, it's okay. I want to sing for you fine folks. You saw a show tonight. Who'd you see? And I said, Wilco. He's like, all right, I'm going to sing a song. And I don't know. He sang fucking Hello, My Baby from the Michigan Frog or whatever the fuck. And I just literally was backing up one step at a time until I hid in the alley. I went around the corner, because I didn't want to tell him no. I didn't want to look him in the eyes and go, hey, you just sang a fucking song. And, I'm giving you nothing for the effort. Even though I didn't hire the guy to play a song for me, but I still feel terrible when somebody comes up and does something like that because I just, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for guys like me who are going to break and just go, here you go. Here's $20 for your command performance of one song because I'm a fucking idiot. I just saw Wilco for free, but I just shelled out $20 for your fucking warbling, your off-key warbling of one song of a command performance you did in the street. Because I'm embarrassed to tell you no, because I try to treat people like human beings, and sometimes that makes me a sucker. Because that's what happens, man. They see you coming. I've had that happen before, I've told you, looking a homeless person in the eye and talking to them is currency of a certain sort. You know what I mean? It's treating them like a human being. Is for me, like I said, I feel that's the due respect they've earned as a human being. But unfortunately, there are guys who will, they think that you look at them or talk to them, you're weak and you're a mark and you're going to give them cash. That happens down on Hollywood Boulevard all the time when guys will walk up and they'll be like, you like rap music? You're like, yes. You're supposed to just walk away and not talk to anybody. But I'm trying to be a good person who engages somebody in a conversation. Like, you like rap music? I'm like, yeah, I do actually. Oh my God, you're not going to believe this. And then that's it. 3 dudes come out of nowhere. There's a fucking CD and a Mr. Microphone and hey, good looking. You'll be back to pick me up later. And Dr. Geek is there telling me about blue blockers. And then somehow I've lost $40. It's just, I don't want to. I don't want to be dispensing of the cash, but then once you talk to them or you look at them, and again, this doesn't happen with all the homeless people. A lot of homeless people just drool or snore, but some of them are, they're very kind and they look at you like, thank you. I appreciate that. But then some people, again, like I said, they bivouac you and all of a sudden there's a whole goddamn team that shows up out of nowhere and you're not even thinking and your wallet's gone. And not because they stole it, but because you gave it away just to be left alone. Please. I can't, look, man, I'm just trying to go to lunch, okay? I don't need to give away my entire bankroll to the homeless OJs. Please step off. I could not be less interested in you and the rest of the infinite tops who are going to do your version of Bernadette for me on the street and hope that I pay each one of you a stipend. I just don't have it in me. I'm as broke as you, except the only thing I don't have is the talent to sing in the street. Jesus fuck, don't you realize? The only reason I'm not you right now is because I've somehow tricked people into thinking that the one thing I do, I can do from my house. If I had to do this, what if I had to do this podcast in the street with a bullhorn? You guys would look at me with a much more jaundiced eye, I would imagine, if you saw me shouting this from some sort of pile of phone books out on your street corner. Not that I won't give that a shot. Not that I won't give that a day in court. I'm willing to go ahead and sing for my supper or shout for my supper. You know, I'm more of a shouter for my supper guy. Merry Christmas, everybody. You know, I'll tell you this. It is Christmas Day, as I've mentioned. Everybody's got big plans for Christmas. It was Christmas parties. I had a Christmas party. I plugged it on here. Look, I haven't been doing shows. We know this. Get off. Please leave me alone. I'm doing everything I can to fire back up. Again, as I've mentioned before, our great friend Fearful Jesuit, who is a lovely man, sends me texts all the time, going, "Hey man, what's up with that show? Hey, I'm excited for your show." And then he couches it in like silly things. I've been kidnapped by some horrible Colombian space pirates, and they tell me the only way that I can be released it's an exchange for a podcast from my favorite podcaster. And these are all lovely thoughts and sentiments. But every time I get that and my phone lights up with something from Fearful Jesuit, I go, oh yeah, that's right. I'm a fucking failure and I haven't done my work. And I've even conveyed this to Fearful Jesuit, and I've said it here on the show, I believe. And the texts continue to roll in. And then it winds up in a thing where I go, look, man, I'm sorry. Every time, and I told him every time I get a note from you, I realize I'm a fucking failure. And then that for some reason sends me into a spiral. Whatever. It's something I'm trying, it's a hurdle I'm trying to clear, and I'm doing the best I can. And then he writes me, and then it's the dance every month where he has to go, well, you know, I don't mean it like that. I'm like, I know you don't mean it like that. However, tell the guy who lives in my brain who kicked the bird out of the clock and comes out every time and says, cuckoo, you jag off. Because the bird just said cuckoo, which was fine. I could live with that. If I'm cuckoo, it's a nice, pleasant sing-song cuckoo. But this guy's like, cuckoo, you jag off. He's mean to me. He's a mean guy. And he lives in a clock that lives in my head. Because you know why? I've got the time ticking in my head. Got the time ticking in my head. Dad, got the time ticking in my head. Hey, got the time ticking in my head. Ticking in my head. Ticking in my head. All right. And so, you know, we're 2 weeks out from the last show. Last show I was going to Vegas, which I'm not going to tell you about. I'll tell you about it on the next show. Because it's a Christmas show. It doesn't seem right to talk about Vegas. And, especially when I'm going to tell you all about Carly Simon or whatever the fuck I talked about earlier in this goddamn show. When I thought, look, man, I wanted to talk about fucking Clint Eastwood. I couldn't possibly talk about Sin City. And I did say when I went to Vegas, I had 2 shows of Jesuits to listen to, and then I listened to them, and I had them on deck, and I was like, well, maybe I was going to do a special episode of like just plugs about his show. And then in my head I go, that's just stupid. Because now people will tune in and it's just plugs, and that's not what they tune into you for. And that's not fair to Jesuit as a sponsor, because then I'm, it's almost like plugs. It's guaranteed not to listen to. Now people may listen to my plugs. I don't know. But standalone plugs seemed selfish. I'm like, well, I got to build a show around those plugs, or at least have a show to put those plugs on. And then of course, I'm like, oh, I got to do a show. And then he puts out a 3rd episode, and I'm like, oh, I got to listen to that show and take the notes and do that stuff. Now that's work. And then he writes me a lovely note. He's like, what about is a Christmas Eve show coming? And I'm like, that's the goal. But then I had the idea for being Santa, who sneaks around in the middle of the night and gives you a show on Christmas Eve night. So then you have a Christmas morning. And then I don't know if you've heard what happened. I fell to sleep because my body doesn't work anymore. I sleep 4 hours, 3 hours. I wake up, I sleep 6 hours, fall asleep on the couch everywhere and anywhere. It's a challenge. I'm very narcoleptic. I'm out of, wasn't there a narcoleptic in a Kerouac novel? Am I wrong with that? What's the movie where Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix are gay hustlers? Isn't one of them a narcoleptic? I don't know. I perhaps I'm a narcoleptic. Perhaps I'm just like Maybe I'm falling asleep and dying in the back of a bus like Ratso Rizzo. I don't know. But there's something in the way she moves. There's something about me that attracts me like no other lover. There's something in that happens to me where these days, again, I've given myself over to pandemic living where nothing matters. I go straight Metallica. Nothing else matters. And I am sleeping all hours of the day and sleeping in clothes on the couch and then getting up and taking my clothes off on the way to bed and leaving them on the floor in a trail and then waking up in the morning and it looks like someone was zapped with a disintegration ray and their clothes are piled on the floor. It's an odd life. And it's a hard life living on your own. Things ain't easy when you're far from home. That's what any money will tell you. What if I did that? What if all show long? Well, I guess we're buried into the show now. We're coming up in the home stretch. What if I just tied everything together with lyrics? Well, I guess I kind of do that anyway, don't I? As opposed to earlier when I tied it in with the Lice Circus. Did I ever finish that thought? If I didn't, I'm gonna finish it right now. The odds are against it. The odds are in favor of this. Remember I said that there's somewhere there's a louse who wants to be in the circus? Did I finish this thought? I hope I did or I didn't. I don't know. But when you think of all the lice in all the continents and in all of the world, one of them had to want to be in a circus, right? Am I repeating myself? I might be. I'm going to shut up just in case. The lice thing popped back into my head though. All right. I had a Christmas party for Twitch. And I had been advertising it on shows when I did a show. I don't know if I told you, I haven't done any shows. And you know who will remind you of that every day? Fearful Jesuit. He'll send you a note. And I don't blame him. The man is paying to be a sponsor. He needs to know when his show will be talked about and discussed. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's correct. You know, I've gone so far as to send his money back several times and send him his cash and said, there you go. I'm doing you wrong here. And then he's very kind and he sends the money back and he goes, just, do the fucking show. And I'm like, you don't understand. If you accepted this money, then maybe I wouldn't have to do the show now. It's a terrible life. Don't get in this hamster wheel with me. It'll make you sick. Yeah, you'll wake up in a pile of your own sick. So he's very, again, encouraging and delightful. And at the same time, he'll send a text and when I see it, it's like he zapped me with a cattle prod. But yet, does it make me leap to the microphone? It does not. Because look, man, I make my own rules, dude. Like, I didn't get into this job to have a boss. Like, I didn't say, you know what? I can't wait to be in podcasting. So I'm a slave to the man. Whenever anybody texts me and goes, where's the show? And I have to go, oh, you're right. I better record it. Tee-hee. And then I have to sit here and vomit out unregulated thoughts via the airwaves to you fine folks on a national holiday. That's right. It's goddamn Alana Miles' birthday. Step the fuck off. You know what she got this year? I got to be honest. I don't know what she got, but I know what she asked for. All right. So anyway, I had a Christmas party and, we all have Christmas plans. I have Christmas plans for today. And, my Christmas party was on December 23rd, the Twitch Christmas party. That's the listener type Christmas party. Then there's a different, Christmas, everybody has their own family plans. But on the 23rd, I had a party via the Twitch and it was a live stream and it was going to be amazing. I was so excited to do it. And it was this thing where like also with Twitch, you think this podcast is hit or miss. Twitch, I'm supposed to stream every day at 4:00. Not supposed to. It's kind of what I've decided. And then sometimes it's 4:30, sometimes it's 5. Sometimes I miss the deadline entirely and then I come back the next day without saying a word. And then it leaves people to wonder, is he dead? And then thankfully I turn up the next day and they're like, ooh, he's not dead this time. But soon, eventually, they'll be like, oh my God, there he is with his finger on the Spotify button, rotting. So I'm going to have the Christmas party, right? And I plugged it to people. And usually what happens is people are very nice. They send me gifts via my P.O. box, or some of them have my home address and they send them right to my home these days. And then I open them on the live stream and it turns into a huge party. A couple of years ago, my great friend Ahmad was in town from Kuwait and he joined me and we were on for like, oh my God, 4 hours. And then last year, my good friend Pat was here and also Paul Stanley Puppet showed up. We did a whole big time Christmas stream. It was like 5 hours. I had a ton of gifts to open. We had cookies and hot chocolate and a hat. It was amazing. I was excited. And it's an annual tradition now. I've now done it 4 years. Well, this year's was the 4th. So I was excited to do it on the 23rd. So like I said, I do this thing where I don't show up sometimes for Twitter, or I show up a little later for Twitch, I should say. And so this time I said, look, man, it's at 4 o'clock. I will be here at fucking 4 o'clock. No problem. I will be here. Even with this weird sleep schedule, I will make sure I'm here. In fact, the channel will go live probably about 10 minutes before the actual stream, just so you know I'm here, and then we'll get ready to pull the trigger on it. And I build it. I said there's guests possibly, and surprises, and who knows what's going to happen, right? Possibly a Christmas reading. All of these things were planned for December 23rd. And then I have, my family plans for today. And those family plans, I'm going to go to my family's house. I'm going to go like I did for Thanksgiving. I go with my brother and my nieces. This year, Pat joined us for Thanksgiving because his family was on the road. So we had a great time. So this year, it's with Lenny close by, and with us having a relationship now, it's pretty neat. And my nieces are grown. So I've been going over there for the holidays, which is cool. So that was the plan, was to go there on Christmas today. And then I was making plans for December 23rd. Like I said, surprises and gifts and thoughts. And so Lenny, he's traveling, he's working. And occasionally he'd be like, hey, man, you want to pick me up at the airport or whatever? So he was landing on the 23rd because I asked him to do the Christmas party, the Christmas stream. So it would have been me and him. And he's like, sure. He goes, the thing is, I get in that morning from Long Beach. What time's this thing? And I'm going out to dinner with the girls. I said, well, you don't have to do the whole thing, because also my plan was possibly to have somebody else, like maybe Pat or somebody, come over in the middle and like tag team with Lenny. Lenny splits after a couple hours and somebody else joins. So I reached out to my friend Pat, sent him a text and said, hey, could you do this? This would be really fun. So Lenny's like, all right, I get to town that morning. Off the ship, and I'll come over and we'll see what happens. But I'm supposed to go out to dinner with the girls. And then Pat reaches out and he's like, can't. I have family plans that day, and I won't be able to attend. So now I'm like, all right, well, Lenny can split in the middle. That's not a problem, and I'll just handle the end of it. But it'll be good to have him here for a couple hours to get the gifts open and have some fun. And then I reached out to our ex-producer and great friend, the lovely Lily Von Stupp. Because Lily Von Stupp, if you don't know this, she's doing well. Thank you. People always ask me how she's doing. She's fine. Physically, still having some issues. It's been a tough time for her between her mystery, possibly fibromyalgia, possibly whatever the fuck disease, rheumatoid arthritis. I don't know what she has, but whatever it is, they're having a hard time taking care of it, quite frankly. And then with COVID, she's highly susceptible because she's immunocompromised. So she wears a mask even in her house sometimes. She's just very careful. And I don't blame her, but I asked her because she, at Christmas time, her boyfriend, funny Eddie, ha ha ha, he at Christmas time becomes Funny Claus, which I think I talked about it on the show here a couple of weeks ago. And funnyclaus.com is where Eddie resides, and he is a full-blown Santa Claus. And I don't mean Lily's blowing him, although she probably is, but I mean full-blown as in he's got the clothes, he's got a real beard, and he does jovial Santa stuff with like fucking magic and kids and adult parties and kid parties. And it's a cottage industry. It does really well for him because he's a fantastic entertainer and kids love him. So he's ideal for this sort of thing. And then he grew the beard, which really fucking nailed it because it's crazy. He's a fully natural Santa Claus. So I reached out to Lily and I said, hey, and also Lily, by the way, is Mrs. Claus. They'll do sketches online. They'll go to parties or whatever. And she will, when she's up to it, she will be Mrs. Claus and participate in the bit. So I said, is there any way you and Eddie can come over on the 23rd? And I said, I'll give you keys to the house. Like, you can just pop in. Like, you can come whatever time you want. It starts at 4. You want to be here at 6. That's great. I said, but come by and give me a gift or two. Just and make an appearance on camera and sit and we can talk a little bit. You don't have to stay the whole time, but it'll be so cool to interact with the streamers and the audience. And everybody loves to see Lily when she's here. I said, it would be so great if you could come here. And she's like, oh my God, yes, instantly. She goes, let me check with Eddie, because Eddie has gigs almost all the fucking time. So she reached out to him and when he got home that night, and he's like, no, I'd love to do it. He goes, I'm off at 3 that day as my last gig, and I have a gig that night. So we could possibly squeeze it in there, and I'd love to do it. And I said that would be fantastic. So that was the plan. Lenny was going to come by, and I was going to have him here, and then Lily and Eddie, and it was oh my goodness, the plans. Well, as you know, plans They have a way. They've got a way about them of blowing up in your face. I get a call from Lenny. I don't know, a couple days before, actually a day before, I think it was. And he's like, "Hey, I got to talk to you." I'm like, "Oh boy," because I'm picking him up 7:30 on Thursday morning. And so I figured there's something wrong with his schedule or something has changed, because that happens a lot. He's kind of at the mercy of the people who book all of his flights and all of his arrival times. So I wrote him, I go, "Yeah, I'm here." And he goes, "All right, you got WhatsApp?" I go, "Yeah." And he's like, "All right, I'm going to call you." I'm like, "Oh boy." So then we've had, there's been some family stuff that I won't go into, but I didn't know if it was a discussion about that. And I wasn't sure. And so I'm like, "All right, well, we'll see what happens." Phone rings, and I'm like, "Hey." And he goes, "Hey, I got COVID." I went, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I tested positive today." And if you've been following, which we all have, all right, and because we're all gathering, we're all traveling, we're not traveling, we're changing our plans, whatever. But the new variant, the fucking Omnipop variant, whatever the Omicron. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Is it the Webster variant? Might be the Webster variant. It's the Omicron variant, and it's getting everybody, and it gets my brother. And my brain your brain starts racing, all right, because the first thought is, "Are you okay?" So I'm asking, I go, "How are you?" And he's like, "Fine, I don't have any symptoms yet." He goes, "But I tested positive." And so it's kind of changed some things for me. And so the first thought again was to make sure he was okay. But then now I've got to kind of do all the fucking collateral damage survey about what's going to fucking happen with me and the stream and picking him up. Because look, I can't pick him up now. And he's going to be in Long Beach, which is 40 miles from home. And I'm like, and so we start hashing out the how to do it, right? And I'm like, well, I go, "Are you going to have to take an Uber?" And he goes, "I can't take an Uber." I'm like, "Oh, fuck, of course." I go, "Well, all right, so what do you do?" And he goes, "All right, I don't know." He goes, "I'm trying to figure it out right now because I don't know what time I'm being released. But once I know," he goes, "maybe he can have his oldest daughter drive down there." I'm like, "All right, so she'll come down with me?" And he goes, "No, she's going to have to drive my car. And then you're going to have to drive as well. And then you're going to have to leave the keys in the car and then wait for me to come off the, and be ready to go. And then you wait and then to make sure I get the car." And it's just, and so then I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. For me to drive all the way down there, I said, why don't she come down with the car and then she can take an Uber home? And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's fucking, again, it's $150. It's ridiculous. The Uber prices are fucking outrageous." And so every time I came up with something, I'd be like, "Well, what if we did this?" And he'd go, "Okay, well, what about this?" And I'd go, "Fuck, you're right." Like every solution I tried to come up with, the only math that worked was the two of us driving down separately and then her riding home with me while he drove home alone. Because again, I'm not even thinking about the weekend yet. I'm just trying to figure out how to get him home. We're doing that math, right? And another thing to throw into this entire bonfire is the fact that his daughter isn't very comfortable driving on the freeway. In fact, she's, I don't think terrified is too strong a word to use. She just does not like it. She will drive on surface streets, but she does not want to drive on the freeway. It's very, and look, I get it, man. She's from a small town in Illinois, and then she comes here and you're on the 405. It's a fucking zoo. I mean, ridiculous. It's a demolition derby half the time. People cutting people off. It's a slalom race, and it's another thing. That's another thing. And so I said to him, I'm like, "All right, so she's okay with driving." He goes, "Well, I got to talk to her." He goes, let me talk to her and figure everything out. But right now, I just wanted to get it square on your end. Is that good with you? And I said, "Yeah." I go, "We'll drive down, leave the car. I'll take her home." And he goes, "Okay." He goes, "But let me talk to her and figure out what the fuck's going on." So I said, "All right, man, I'm sorry you're going through this." He goes, it was inevitable, probably, especially with what's going on and the travel, but I'm not happy about it." I said, "Cool." So he hangs up to call her. And then I start doing the fucking math in my brain. And I'm like, all right, well, wait, so that means, so that's the 23rd. He wants me to pick him up in the morning now at 7:30, which is fine because my stream is until 4 o'clock for the party. And then in my brain, I'm like, wait a minute. This variant, man, there's no way Lily's going to come. There's no way. There's just no way. So it was too early to contact her. So I said, I'll get hold of her in a couple hours. And he calls me back, and I go, and oh, I should tell you this. In the meantime, I checked the weather, and he calls me back. He goes, all right. He goes, I just talked to her, and yeah, no, she's mortified, but she's going to do it. He goes, but here's the thing. She's not going to take the 405. I said, what do you mean? He goes, she's going to take surface streets. I go, dude, that's going to be like, and especially at the time where you get 7:30 in the morning, you're going super early, it's dark. And I said, that's going to take her almost an hour and a half, if not more. He goes, I know, but it's safer, and she feels more comfortable doing that. I said, all right, that's fine. I go, but I got to tell you this. You do know it's raining here tomorrow. He goes, what? And I go, yeah, it's raining here for like 5 days in a row. It's going to be pouring. And he's like, oh, dude. I go, yeah, so she's going to have to drive in the dark, in the rain for 40 miles. He goes, all right, let me call her back. So he calls her up, and again, this is the issue. There's no choice. He can't Uber by himself. He needs someone to take him, and it has to be his car. It just, unless they were to find somebody else to drive his car, like it made no sense. So then his daughter's like, you know what? It doesn't make any sense for Uncle Mike to drive down there. Why don't I just pick you up? Because I'm going to get sick anyway if you're in the house. He's like, no, we're going to do everything we can to keep you safe. It's fine. So we finally nailed it where she was going to drive, I was going to drive. And he goes, okay. He goes, it's probably going to be 9:30 now, not 7:30. I said, okay, I'll be there at 9:30. Make it work. Now you should know, going from my house to Long Beach is, like I said, 40 miles. Now, at 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, when I usually have to pick him up at 7:30 in the morning, I leave my house at 5 because it only takes me 40 minutes to get down there. It's a straight fucking shot. And then I sleep. I sleep from like 4:40 till 7:30 when he gets out, 5:40, whatever. And then I can drive home. Because then on the drive home, it's an hour and 25 minutes to go 40 miles. But I don't want to deal with the traffic on the way down, so I get down there and I fucking crash. So when he changes it from 7:30 to 9:30 in my brain, I'm like, that takes out my cushion. You know what I mean? I could leave at 5 and get down there at 5:45 and then sleep 4 hours in the car? It doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, all right, well, 9:30, well, I'm just going to have to deal with fucking traffic. I just am. There's nothing I can do. And so sure enough, I get up the next day on the 23rd. Oh, I should tell you. So then I contact Lily. I got to even tell you this. And I go, hey, hi, I'm sorry I haven't talked to you. But I kind of assumed you weren't going to make the thing today. But if you are, by some sort of miracle, if there's any way you were interested or you still can, that would be great. Let me know. But please know there's no pressure. I completely understand. And then she gets back to me and she goes, yeah, that's... It's probably not going to work. And I said, I know. She goes, I just can't. I can't. She goes, I've canceled 2 other shows and 3 other things. She goes, I'm not even going to the store to get food. They're delivering everything. And I go, I get it. That's cool. She goes, is there a way we can do it another way? And I said, I don't know. And she goes, I could call you. And I'm like, it's a visual medium. And she goes, what if I FaceTimed? Me and Eddie could FaceTime you. And I said, yeah, we can take a shot at that. That's fine. So we made these. I said, anytime after 5 o'clock. It starts at 4, but don't do it right in the beginning. So anytime after 5 o'clock, you guys want to FaceTime us, that's fine. And she says, great. And I hang up the phone and I realize I said FaceTime us. And then in my brain, I go, wait a minute. Lenny's not fucking doing the stream with me. Like I said, the whole triage was getting him home. But I had forgotten about even the rest of the damage in that Lily now isn't doing it. Eddie's not doing it. And now Lenny's not doing it. And Pat already isn't doing it. So now and again, how long have I talked today? I can talk. I can fill the space and I can try to be as entertaining as I possibly can for that amount of time. But the Christmas specials are different. The Christmas streams are, they're well, you know what, for lack of a better word, they're special. I try to have guests. I try to have more people. I don't play a game. It's just me talking. And then there's gifts and it's become its own entity. And I was then kind of set on my heels because now nobody's going to be there. And here's the deal. Like I said, I can fill the time. I can host a Christmas party and I can do whatever and open gifts, but I'm worried about the viewer and their experience. I don't want them to be sad that there's no surprises. I don't want them to be upset that there's no guest. I've set a standard over the last couple of years for having guests and having it be different. And I didn't want it to just look like any other stream. I was like, what am I going to do here, man? I felt that I was going to be cheating people, that I would be upsetting them by doing it with just me. And so I fretted about that. And I got up and I had to be down there by 9:30 in Long Beach. And I wake up and it's 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to get out of here. And I jump out of the shower and I get dressed. And I get a text from my niece. And it just says, hey, looks like 10:30 now. And I call her and I go, what do you mean 10:30? For you? She goes, no, he just sent me a note and he said he'd be ready to go at 10:30. I go, all right, he said 9:30. She goes, yeah, but they changed it now. It's 10:30. I said, okay. And then did he tell you what we're meeting? And he goes, no. She said, no, he'll tell us all that when we're there. I said, all right. Well, I'm leaving here in about a half hour. And I go, but I'm not meeting you, right? She goes, no, we'll meet down there. I said, great. So I said, be careful. Don't worry about the rain. Just drive. You'll be safe. She said, good. She leaves. I hang up the phone. I kick around here, get in the car, and it's an hour and 25 minutes to get to Long Beach. So I'm like, fuck me, man. So I leave. And the thing that I always do when I make these drives, because I'm a monster, the only way I can reward myself is I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to McDonald's. And so I go and I get a couple of sausage burritos, a couple of hash browns, and a large Coke. And I'm like, that will get me through this ride and the traffic. Put Dragnet on the Spotify and listen to 4 episodes of that on the way down, and just make the most of this. And I hit McDonald's. I'll tell you this, in the drive-thru, there was fucking 15 cars, which was insane. Because I'm not up in the morning. What the fuck are people doing getting in line to do that? Who's waiting that long for a sandwich? Me. Because it was a reward. Because I'm an 8-year-old boy who needs to have a reward to do something instead of just doing something because he's supposed to. So I got my food. And I will tell you this. I also bought a couple of sausage McMuffins for the next day. Sausage egg McMuffins. I like to throw those in the fridge and then you heat them up for a minute and they're done. Because I'm an animal. And I'm like, ooh, 2 for $5. Whatever. Fucking dudes, I have the fattest brain alive. 2 sausage burritos, 2 hash browns. And by the way, hash browns, $2.79. Like, they're more than the McMuffins at this goddamn point. But I bought just a pile. Like, I spent $15. No, I bet it was like $18 I spent at McDonald's. That's a lot of fucking money for McDonald's breakfast. But I ate the burritos, I ate the hash browns, I had the Coke, I put the McMuffins in the back for later. And I drove down to Long Beach. And I got down there. It was 10:30, and I pull up, and I'm waiting, and I don't know if you're familiar with Tom Petty. He'll tell you the waiting is the hardest part. So I'm out there waiting, and I text her, and she's in the parking lot waiting as well. We're all waiting, and then he texts again, and he's like, "All right, man, it looks like it might be 11." And it's like, "All right, that's cool." It's not really cool, but what am I going to say? And again, it's not his fucking fault. He's kind of at the mercy of these people and what they decide to do. And then he texts again and he says, hey, man, it looks like 11:30. And then I called him because my stream's at 4 o'clock. Okay. And if he comes out at 11:30, then the drive is 1 o'clock. And I'm still supposed to go to the post office to try to check and see if there's any last minute gifts. And I haven't been to the store yet to get milk for my hot chocolate bombs that my friend Kiki sent. And also like holiday treats. And I wanted to get some macarons from a bakery. I had a whole day of errand running planned, believe it or not. And I figured with getting him at 7:30, it was a good start. I could come home and get all my stuff done. And even if I wanted to get a nap before the stream, I could do that. So he's like 11:30 and I called him and I go, all right. I go, hey. He goes, what's up? And I go, nothing. Are we sure on 11:30? Like, is that a solid time? And he goes, bro, I don't know, man. And here's my brother. Like, he's not mad at me, but he's just mad. But I have flashbacks to when we were kids and he would be mad at me. So he's like, bro, I don't know, man. You know, I'm doing the best I can here. And I go, I know you are, as am I. I go, I just would like an answer. That's all. And he goes, well, I'll let me find out. But right now it looks like 11:30. I said, great. So I hang up the phone. And then he texts me and he goes, all right, 12:30. And I called him again. And I go, hey, dude, 12:30 is rough. And he goes, I know, bro. What do you want to do? I said, I can do about it. I go, I'm not saying this to poison you. I'm not mad at you. I know you're in the system and there's nothing we can do. You're sick. You don't even want this to happen. You're grouchy. I get it. But any other day of the year, literally 364 other days, I probably would have not a fucking thing to do in the afternoon. Today is a day that I have an absolute schedule. Like I have to be places. I didn't think I would, but I have to. He's like, well, you guys just leave. You know, if you just want to fucking go, and I'll just take an Uber or whatever. I go, well, your car's already here. And he goes, well, tell her she can just. I go, dude, we don't need to do that. I go, but at the same fucking time, if you come out at 12:30, I go, right now it's an hour and a half to get home. So we're looking at 12:30. That's 2:00, and I have to be home for a stream at 4. I've got to go to the post office, and then I got to go shopping, and I got to take a shower because I'm in the car all fucking day. I go, just 12:30 is the absolute limit. That's the latest I can be. He goes, all right, that's fine. If it gets later than that, we'll figure it out. I go, fine. So I text my niece, and I'm like, hey, because now it's, like I said, it's only like 11:15 now. So she and I go to lunch in Long Beach. I went to a lovely place called Open Sesame, which was a delight. It was Mediterranean food. Here's what I like doing with my niece, because my niece likes food, but she doesn't ever think about food. So when she's with me, I'll go, hey, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And she's like, I don't know, what's good? And I go, well, do you want to get exotic? You want to try something different? I go, do you like Mediterranean food? She goes, I love Mediterranean food. I go, okay, cool. I go, there's a place called Open Sesame. They got kafta, they got salads, they got fattoush. She goes, oh my God, I don't even know what that is. Let's go. So we go to Open Sesame, and we get some garlic potatoes with garlic sauce. We get some flash fried cauliflower with tahini. She gets a nice salad. We get Lenny, and I said, text your dad, see if he wants anything. He wants a lamb pita, a double-sided garlic sauce. So it was good. We had a great time. And then the owner came and he sat with us, and he's like, how did you find out about us? I go, you know what? I just happened to be in town, and I Googled it, and I'm happy it did. And I like a lot of Mediterranean food by me. It was fun. It was fun to have lunch with my niece, because she's like, oh my God, you know what? I want to be a foodie like you. I go, well, I don't know if I'm necessarily a foodie. She goes, well, no, but you know the good places, because we were going to go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles at first. And then we pulled up, and there was 30 people standing outside, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. And that's when I pulled over and I said, I'll find a better place, or a different place. And then we found the Open Sesame, which was amazing. It was really good. We enjoyed it. And she's like, but when you always bring me to places that are different. And I said, well, good. I'm glad you like that. So we'll do that in the future. I go, if you ever want a place, just let me know. I have a pretty good idea of good places to go. She's like, great. So he then texts and he goes, someone's got to call me. And so she calls him, and she looks at me and she goes, it's 1:30. I said, okay. I don't think I can do that. I said that would be cutting it unbelievably close. I go, I can do like 1:15. I can wait till 1:15. And then if he's not out by 1:15, or he can keep me. And she's like, all right. And she tells him all this. And he's like, bro, just go. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. We'll figure it out. And I go, all right, well, that's fine. She hangs up the phone. And I will tell you this, I feel fucking terrible. Because I don't want to, dude, imagine having COVID and then being stranded 40 miles from home. It would just be awful. And I didn't want to leave him in that situation. I didn't want to leave him in a place where he didn't know. So I looked at my niece and I said, look, we got our leftovers. And I said, get his sandwich. I go, and we'll go over there and maybe something will change. And we started driving. This is about 5 miles from the dock. And we roll up, and just as we pull up, he texts and he's like, I'm on my way out. And I was like, yeah, man, Christmas fucking miracle. And then of course it took 15 minutes to go, I'm going to be here. Well, where are you going to be? I'm going to be over here, but I should go here and meet me here. And what's this? And there's a parking lot, and who's over here? And there's another thing we were thinking about, and this is a place to go. And Jesus fuck. But finally, we go to get him, and he's in the parking lot, and he's like double masked. And it's so, dude, these fucking weird times, man. I pull into the parking lot where his car is, and I got to get, my niece, and she's talking to him, and they're, they're 10 feet away from one another. And they're shouting, and just because they're just being extra cautious, because he already fucking has it. It's not even like, the 6 feet isn't going to do anything at that point. So she's got 2 masks on. He's got 2 masks on. He's got his suitcase. She leaves the keys in the car for him, and he jumps in, and she gets in my car, and we roll. And then I get home here, and like I said, he's not doing the show, and Lily's not doing it, so I can't be late. So then I'm hustling around. I did make it to town in time. It was like 3 o'clock. I got home, 2:45. And then I was like, I can go to a bakery, and I went to this bakery, and they only had mini cupcakes, and then I went to another place, and finally I went to a macaron place, and then I got home, and I got in the shower, and I'm like, all right, let's fucking make this happen. And then finally I went on the air, and it was funny, Lenny's like, don't tell anybody I got COVID. I'm like, fuck, dude. Because you know me, and all I want to do is talk about shit. When stuff happens, I want to talk about it. This happened, this happened, this happened. And so now I got to go on the Christmas stream, and I'm by myself, so I'm doing a lot of talking. And one of the things I would prefer to talk about is how fucked my day was, because literally I was up at 7 a.m. And then got bumped, and then got on the road, and I was in traffic for fucking 4 hours, and I got a decent lunch out of it. But Jesus fucking Christ, sweating it the whole time. That was the thing. It wasn't even it was never relaxing. It was never relaxing. The whole time I was panicked because I'm like, I got to get back home. I got to get home in time. I got to get back home. And with the traffic here, you never know. Like I said, it's $1.25 to go 40 miles. But if there's an accident, that could easily be 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Who the fuck knows? And God forbid somebody fucking slams into you or knocks you into a retaining wall. It's just like, get me home so I can get this underway. And I made it. And so I sat down and signed in and felt a weird kind of pressure because it was just me. You know what I mean? And I know people were expecting guests and people were expecting different things. And now I've let them down right from the jump because it's just me when the camera comes on. And so I kind of verbalized that a little bit. And people are everybody is very nice. Everybody who comes to the stream. And they're like, it's like you guys who listen to the podcast too. You're just like, hey man, we want to hear you. We want to hear you talk. We want to that's why we're here. You don't need bells and fucking circus whistles, whatever the fuck. So I was thankful. And then I started to do the stream, man. And the stream is always ridiculous because, like I said, people send me gifts. I had gifts to open on the air today, on Thursday, and cards were sent. It's just so I want to. I'm going to name check people who sent me things and talk a little bit about it. But I have a listener named Hugh in England. Well, first let me say this: I have a listener named Hannah who also lives in England, but she's from here, and she's a great friend. She's been listening from the beginning. And she reached out and she wanted me to open her gift a day early because she was going to be on a plane during the Christmas party itself and she couldn't watch. So she sent me, it was an envelope, and it was the thing where I'm going to repeat myself a lot here, and I don't want to, but I'm probably going to. Everybody is so thoughtful. Okay. Anybody who sends me anything, it's incredible that anybody would ever think of me to send me things. I'm always joyous and always grateful, but the thought people put into what they send me. Hannah sent me this limited edition rare Japanese sheet music for Van Halen songs, for You Really Got Me, and then Dreams, and When It's Love, and then of course Pretty Woman, which is Roy Orbison. But it's 4 different songs in a booklet with pictures of Eddie, and it's literally Japanese because it says Super Best Score Van Halen. And it's just fucking a Japanese sheet music book for Van Halen songs. And again, just such thought, unique, right? That to give me something like that. It's so cool. So I opened that on the stream 2 days or a day before, and then I sat down to open other gifts. A listener from England, Hugh. Now, and I should tell you this again. I do this streams at 4:00 my time, right? My buddy Hugh is in England. He tunes into the stream. He's 8 hours ahead. It's fucking midnight by his house. This guy works a full-time job. He's got a wife who's working. He's got all these different things. She's working from home at least. But still, man, he tunes in. And then he has to hear me talk about pizza for 20 minutes. And then I even said, I'm like, hey, man, if anybody has to go home, if anybody wants to get out of here, tell me and I'll open your gift. Like, I don't want... Because, I'll go off on a fucking tangent and start talking like a goof. And I don't want to hold people prisoner. Which in reality... I'm not holding people prisoner. That's what I do. The reason people tune in is because I go off on tangents and I talk. But if it's midnight and you've worked all day and you have just waiting, you want me to open your gift because you want to see my face and what you sent, I can understand the frustration of sitting here and going, why is he talking about pizza? Because I did. I talked about pizza for like 20 minutes. And because you know why? Because I've been trying to go get slices around my house. There's like slice places. And some of them are good and some of them are bad. And then some of them, there's a fancy joint by my house and they're doing stuff like, hey, you know what? we got slices. And I'm like, wait, what kind of slices you got? Because when you go to a slice place that's new, you have to get one cheese for sure. Because that's the base of the pyramid. You got to try that. Because if that's not any good, well, you're in trouble. But you get 2. You always get 2. You get the cheese as one and then you get the other. And you always call, don't go plain on the other one. If they got something different, get it, but also just get pepperoni, whatever. So they're like, well, we have our take on a pepperoni pizza. You know what, dude? I don't need your take on the pepperoni pizza. I really don't. Pepperoni's been doing a lot of heavy lifting for a lot of years. I don't need to come in and you tamper with it with some fucking truffle oil or whatever the fuck you think you're going to do. Just pepperoni's fine for grown-ups because they didn't have cheese. So I was like, well, I'll just try the pepperoni. He's like, well, we got our own take on the pepperoni. So, sir, if you got a smoking jacket and a pipe, we've got a different take on the pepperoni. I don't know if you've heard the Italian meats, the salume, if you will. Shut up. I want a slice of pepperoni pizza. Yes, I understand, but sir, if I could interest you in this Mediterranean version, it came across, well, I went to Sicily once on my travels. Oh, Jesus fuck. Get me some pepperoni pizza. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not Julie, a fucking pizza child. Just give me a fucking slice of pepperoni. Well, I'd love to. However, we've gone ahead and expanded your palate. We've tested your taste buds and tickled them as well with a different version that has some well, have you ever heard of a mortadella, sir? Yes, I have. I love mortadella on an Italian sub. I don't want it on my fucking pizza. I don't want salami. If I wanted salami, I would order a salami pizza. I just want fucking pepperoni. Well, I'll take on the pepperoni. Could not care less, man. But they did. Their take on the pepperoni pizza has sopressata, and I'm just like, I don't. Yes, fine, salty meat. Bury me in salty meat, please. Tell my parents I love them and bury me in salted meats. So I wound up talking about that on the stream, and then I literally in the chat stream, I even said, I go, hey, is Hugh still here? He goes, yeah, I'm still here through Pizza Talk. Now, look, Hugh did not mean that in a mean way, I don't think. He was just being silly. But I read it like, hey, shut the fuck up and open my gift. Man, why are you fucking talking? You should just be opening gifts and shutting up. Which, again, I don't know why that lives inside me so strongly these days, but it does. So I'm like, all right, I'll open your gift. And then I went off on another tangent about something else. Whatever. I didn't even get to the gifts for like the first hour, I think it was, or 45 minutes. And then I was like, all right, Hugh, I apologize. I'll open your gift. And Hugh, again, has sent me gifts the past couple of years. And let's put it this way. Hugh always sends me the same gift, but it's different every time. Does that make sense? Hugh, if you remember, I went to Kuwait. And I experienced the miracle that was Vimto, which is a black currant and cherry flavored soda. And oh my God, I loved it. It tastes like angel cum. I mean, it's just fucking so good. And so I'm like, man, I love this. And so now I didn't realize that Vimto, they made soda, and I heard they might make a couple other things like candy. Well, every year, Hugh sends me a Vimto care package with more and more things that I didn't know they made. Like fucking jelly beans. And last year he sent cotton candy. There's always one different thing where I'm like, what the fuck? Because he'll send me the candy that are like, there's these things called the Fizzy Rippa. Then there's these Vimto flavored marshmallows. There's Vimto cotton candy, Vimto UFOs. They're like those wafer paper UFOs with the little sprinkles inside. And it all tastes like fucking Vimto. He sent me Vimto soda. He sent me Vimto juice. He sent me Vimto freeze pops. I still have some in the freezer. It's just amazing what Vimto has done. I did not realize the footprint that Big Vimto has put across the continent. It is ridiculous. And it made even more ridiculous this year. He sends me a package, and again, it is tons of Vimto candy and Vimto. I'm just going, this is insane. And then there's something wrapped in bubble wrap, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'll be honest with you, I thought it was a Vimto candle because it was round cylinder, one of those little squat little cylinders, and it's wrapped in bubble wrap. So I'm like, what could this possibly be? So I start to tear it open, and I pull it out, and no, not a Vimto candle, ladies and gentlemen, not a Vimto candle. Something even more luxurious, something even more decadent than the idea of a Vimto candle. It was it's a fucking container of Vimto cake frosting. And I mean, like a pile of it. Like it's not just like a couple of forkfuls. You're like, delightful. No, it's going to take me, like, here's the thing. I'm going to have to make a fucking cake. Like that's how fucking challenging this container of Vimto cake frosting is. Because look, I could probably eat it by the spoonful over the next year, but that just seems like a fucking waste, doesn't it? Particularly when I have 8,000 other pounds of Vimto stuff he sent me. So this might be this might be the gift that makes me learn how to bake. This might be the gift that prompts me to action, and I have to learn something. So isn't that truly the best gift of all? If you're giving someone the gift, if this wasn't a gift of a pile of sugar, This wasn't a gift of cake frosting. This wasn't a gift of diabetes. This was the gift of knowledge. Because now I'm going to have to learn how to make a goddamn cake that goes with Vimto frosting, and then I'll frost it the fuck up. It's going to be amazing. Now, I'm not ready to do that right now or next week or even next month. I've got to be honest. And there's a good chance I eat it with spoons anyway. But right now, I'm full of vim and vigor and piss and vinegar and more V words to say that I am going to make a goddamn cake and frost it the fuck up with Vimto. Doesn't it seem like the very thing I should do to honor Hugh and his sacrifice? I forgot to mention that Hugh died sending me this package. Hugh did not die. There's no sacrifice involved. But just the very fact that, again, like I said, there's always something unique, always something different every year. Last year, the flying saucers and then the cotton candy. But then this year, the frosting that I'm going to have to make a cake. I'm just going to have to. So I will keep you posted. You know what? I'll probably make a cake the same day I ride my bike. Stop yelling at me. So Hugh was amazing for sending me the Vimto. I opened that up and then he could go to bed like a grown up. He was thrilled. And then our great friend Drew Bennett also sent me a gift. Drew, you might know from Ben Spark Family Adventures. Follow him on Instagram if you'd like. He's a genuine influencer. He gets products from companies and he gets to review them on the air, which is insane. Nobody wants to do that with me. But they do it with our friend Drew, who's a fucking amazing talent. And he's been here before. He and I had a couple of In-N-Out burgers. And one time I saw him in Boston. And Drew will steal your avocado. Let me tell you that right now. Keep an eye on him, folks. But he sent me a gift, and I was like, all right, because he said he sent it, and then I don't open anything until that's on the stream. So, and there's no names on the envelope sometimes. I go, Drew, I don't even know. I'll usually open it, and if a card comes out, it'll have a name. So I opened a package, and I slid this thing out. There was no name, no fucking card. And I said, all right, I don't know what this is. I go, these are funky. And I held them up and Drew's like, oh, good, they were delivered. I said, all right, this is awesome. I don't know what they are. And then I slid out the little description thing. And they're valve stem covers for my bike tires. You know, I have the valve stem there where you inflate it. And then you screw the little cap on there. Well, these are custom caps. They're all bright red. And I'm like, dude, that's perfect because the bike is all black and orange. And then we'll get some shiny red on there as well. It's fucking perfect. And he goes, I wanted to get green, but they didn't have it, so I got the red. I go, these are lovely. And he goes, did you look closely at them? And I'm like, what do you mean? So I picked it up, and it's red, and I can see where you screw it in. And at the top, though, the button on the top is the Joker. They are custom-made Joker valve stem caps for the bike tires. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, it's the tiniest painting. It's so small. It might be a third of an inch high, but there's two Joker paintings on the valve stems. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And again, unique, sheet music from Japan, fucking Joker valve stem caps. It's just amazing that anyone would think of me and send something like that to me. I'm like, Drew, this is fucking incredible. He goes, yeah, when you got the bike, I thought right away that this would be something you would like. And I haven't ridden the bike yet, but January 1st, you don't care. I'm done telling you stuff. I just got to do it, and then I'll tell you afterwards. So Drew sent the valve stem caps. Our buddy Ruben, who lives in Pennsylvania, whom I've met as well. Ruben is lovely. He sends me a Blu-ray DVD special of a movie called Tampopo. If you don't know what Tampopo is, you're not alone, because our great friend Tanya in the stream thought it was something very filthy, and I had to explain that it was not. But Tampopo is a movie about ramen police. I think, in reading the description on the back, it seems like it's about ramen cops. And I know you're like, what the fuck does that mean? And I'm like, I don't know. But when I watch the movie, I'll tell you. But I'm excited. It's a movie I've always heard about. It's a word I've probably said just to be silly sometimes, not knowing what it meant. Tampopo. And I knew it was a film I've referenced in the past, but I've never seen it. Didn't know what it was about. But apparently it's about a woman who has a noodle restaurant and then she hires some security cops to guard the noodles or something. I think I could be describing that poorly. But when I watched the movie, I'll have a better idea. And now I'm excited. And also some people said it is the most visually appealing food film ever made. So, and Ruben's like, you're going to want some ramen when you watch this. Like, you're literally going to match the screen. And I'm like, done. Look, you don't have to fucking tell me 3 times to buy a bowl of noodles. I can fucking do that instantly. So Ruben sends that. Our friend Cindy, who lives in Minneapolis. Now, Cindy sends me a book called A Baseball Fan's Bucket List Book. And it's like 100 baseball fan things you got to do before you die. She includes the note. She's like, I know you've done some of these already, but I just want to make sure that you know that this book exists and you can go and do these other things. And I flipped through the book and it's like, go to see the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium, see the Phillies at CBP. So like some of them I had done, but then there were some fancy ones and books you can read and movies you can see. And it was just nice of Cindy to think of me. Cindy is how do I describe Cindy? Cindy is a hedonist who lives in Minneapolis. She probably would argue with that description. She came to see me. She actually saw me at the Minneapolis show, St. Paul, Minneapolis. I forget where I was, but I think it was Minnesota. Well, it was Minnesota, but I think it was Minneapolis. And she'll write online about I talked about it before. She was having an erotic relationship with her chiropractor, but he didn't know it. So she would always post these like steamy things on Facebook, and I was like, ooh, I get a little warm in here. So it's good to know that Cindy can keep it clean, keep it above the old belt buckle for a while with this baseball book. Thank you, Cindy. I'm glad. I expected filth from you, but I'm glad I didn't get filth. He said, like a guy who wished he'd gotten filth. But I do love the book, and I'm looking forward to completing some of the things on the bucket list. Our buddy Jersey Jason, he's Jason. I don't want to say his last name, but he's in Jersey. And he sent me a box, and there was a bunch of things in the box. He also sent a note that said, hey, man, there's more stuff coming, but it won't be till later January. And I should also shout out my friend Jamie, who wrote me and said, hey, this thing I'm sending you isn't going to be ready until January, but when you get it, you'll see why. And I don't even know what that could possibly be, but we'll see. Jason with the same thing. He's like, this is part one of your gift. And he sent me a card, and he sent me, when I shook it, I thought it was dog food because it made a weird noise. And I'm like shaking it. But then I open it up and there's several things inside. There were 2 masks. You know, when you go out now, you got to wear a mask everywhere. So he sends me these, he sent 2 different Joker masks. One with kind of a grin and it says, we're all mad here. But then there's a Joker mask with the full on Joker mouth with the red and the ha 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 ha, which is fucking amazing. And he sent I thought it was dog food. Like I said, when I shook it, it made a noise, and I pulled it out. It is a 1,000 piece Joker puzzle, and it's an Alex Ross depiction of the Joker. So if you know Alex Ross, phenomenal artist, and it's the real evil looking glowering Joker, not cartoony or silly, just like looks fucking homicidal. And boy, does it look great. And I'll tell you, I'm going to love looking at the box forever because I don't know how I'm going to have the patience or the brain work to do a 1,000 piece puzzle. Like, maybe you know what? Here's the thing. January 1st, I'm going to bake a cake, frost it up with Vimto frosting, put together the 1,000 piece Alex Ross Joker puzzle, and then I'm going to jump on the bike and go out there and test my old haunches, see how those work. Again, a thoughtful gift, a unique gift, but also another gift that says, hey, get to work. The Vimto frosting, get to work, make a cake. This 1,000 piece puzzle, open me up, solve me. You're all kind, but at the same time, you're all making me feel like you think I have too much time on my hands. You're not wrong, but I got to be honest. I don't know if I'm going to have the fucking stones to pull off a 1,000 piece puzzle. I'll take a shot, but we'll see. I won't take a shot, but well, who knows? It's here. If I want to do it, that's fine. Our great friend Bonnie, I don't know if she wants me to say her, Bonnie Sue. I'll say that. I won't say her last name. I don't know if she ever wants me to say her last name. She sent something. Now, it was another package where I'm like, there's no address, no card, but I open it up and I reach in and I pull this thing out. I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding. Again, mentioning unique gifts and gifts that I can't even imagine that anybody would find anywhere. I pull this thing out and, I mentioned Jason sent me a couple of masks. They're pandemic masks to wear over your mouth and nose, to keep people safe when you go out. They're just beautiful. However, sometimes you really need to step up your mask game. Sometimes you really need to make sure that your mask is noticed. So our good friend Bonnie Sue, do you guys know what a luchador is? I think you might. It's a Mexican wrestler, and they'll wear shiny masks like Rey Mysterio wears a mask. Plenty of other guys wear masks. Hayabusa wore a mask in Japan. The Japanese wrestlers wear masks too. Jushin Thunder Liger wears a mask. A luchador mask is a wrestling mask that a guy, Mil Mascaras, perhaps started the trend. Well, I have my own luchador mask now. And not only do I have a luchador mask, I have a Chicago Bears luchador mask. I put it on. I put up a photo on the Joker's page. You can go see it. It's fucking incredible. It's ludicrous. It's just, again, silliness, nonsense, but absolutely perfect. And gifts to me, I've said this many times before, you can get people stuff they need. All right. If you know somebody needs something, then you go ahead and step up and you get that. And that's a very good gift to get for somebody. But for me, gifts are always about something that somebody would never think to buy for themselves. Something odd that they would love, or is something they're interested in that they would never think to get for themselves. And I got to be honest with you, man. I never in this lifetime said to myself, you know what? I really need to grab a Chicago Bears luchador mask. And yet, even though I've never had that thought, I've never needed anything more. I put it on. It's fucking amazing. Maybe I'll put up another picture. Who knows? But yeah, it is the Chicago Bears luchador mask from our friend Bonnie Sue. Thank you, Bonnie. And thank you to everybody. You know that. I thanked Joel on the air, but I'll thank you here as well. Incredible stuff. Our great friend Heather, who I don't know if she was ever a podcast listener. She might have been a Never Not Funny person, but she discovered me, I thought, through Twitch. She sent me a gift, and again, it was a giant box. I never know what the fuck it's going to be. I busted open. Dudes, and again, this always makes me laugh. She sent me a very kind, she sent me popcorn, all right, like gourmet popcorn, but she sent me 6 bags of gourmet popcorn because I do taste tests on the Twitch stream, and I'll open up a package on the stream and I'll eat them there, and it's kind of a fun thing. Should I be doing that on YouTube as well because it's a big deal for people? Yes. Will I ever do that? January 1st. But she sent me a movie theater butter flavored popcorn. I got the hiccups. A jalapeno cheddar cheese popcorn. Why do I have hiccups? A ranch and white cheddar cheese popcorn. Now, and I've saved these 3 flavors for last. Mexican street corn popcorn, ladies and gentlemen. White cheddar maple bacon popcorn. And then, of course, hot cheddar popcorn from Hot Charlie's. Apparently there's a guy out there named Hot Charlie, and he has hot dust, and he'll sprinkle it on anything you want. In particular, this popcorn. And there's the hot cheddar popcorn featuring Hot Charlie, who's actually on the bag. All the other bags are like, hey, ranch and white cheddar cheese popcorn. They have a picture of an ear of corn, white cheddar maple bacon popcorn, maybe a piece of bacon, and then like a field of corn. And then Mexican street corn popcorn. You would think they would have a guy in a sombrero, but that would be wrong in these troubled times. So instead, it's just like corn. But hot cheddar popcorn, not fucking around. There's Hot Charlie right there grinning at you. You know why? Because he wants to see you eat the hot popcorn and blow out fire. He was like, fucking, I'm going to fuck you up. He has that face. That's the kind of face he has. Movie theater butter, clean. Ranch and white cheddar, perfect. White cheddar maple bacon, enjoy it. Mexican street corn, possibly spicy. Aye. Jalapeno cheddar cheese popcorn. Well, now we're moving a little bit into the spice realm, but hot cheddar popcorn from fucking Hot Charlie's, you're going to die, and I'm going to watch. He's on the bag, and he's just staring at me, man. And I love it. Thank you, Heather. Amazing. Can't wait to eat that on the live stream. I get a gift from a lovely Tanya. Well, first of all, I should tell you this. I got a gift from a mystery Canadian, which it says literally on the card, from a mystery Canadian, which is great because a lot of Canadians do like me. And it was I opened the box and I was like, all right, this is something that smells good. I don't know what this could possibly be. The card says from a mystery Canadian. I unwrap it in an unbelievably superior Canadian bubble wrap. It was, and I don't mean from Lake Superior. I mean, it was just other bubble wraps seemed to be popped or listless. This was a very Canadian, bubble wrap. I want to say it, when you popped it, it said, I'm sorry. That's how you knew it was Canadian. And I unwrapped it and it's a fucking hot lady candle, which I've never seen, but it is literally, now her head's cut off certainly, and she's cut off below the knees, but it's from her knees to her neck, and just and pow, and then the blam, like fucking big time front shelf, and then a backyard that won't quit, a beautifully hot female body silhouette candle from a mystery Canadian. And I can only thank you if you're listening to this right now and telling you, oh, I cannot wait to fondle this in the dark. And then Tanya, who I've mentioned, who's a lovely friend of the show, her and her husband Mike. I go to Canada, I see them, they're great friends. They've been down here, they've joined me for dinner here. We went to Jitlada for some Thai food, some authentic Thai food. And she sent me what I can only describe as a Canadian citizenship starter kit. I'm always threatening to go there, as you know. I'm always threatening, especially with the way everything's a little topsy and or turvy here in this country. So I'm looking for places to go. My friend Alex said he's given me a soft landing spot in Ireland if I can make it. We'll see. Alex and Laura are out there waiting for me. But also Canada has their arms wide open. The only thing is Canada is cold. I don't know if I want to go to Canada. I have another buddy who's like, hey, man, you should come to Costa Rica. And I'm like, yes, that sounds warm. But if I choose to go to Canada, I now have a Canadian citizenship starter kit, ladies and gentlemen. I wound up getting a Canada. It was a Canadian. It said passport, and I was like, that had me really excited. I thought they really did the legwork, but it was a Canadian passport notepad, like you could open up and write notes in it. And look, that's a way to get me always. Like I still have legal pads that Liana sent me, our great friend Liana. I love a legal pad. I love having a pen and scrawling stuff. I know it sounds crazy with Word, and I'm lazy. You wouldn't think I would be writing things, but I love that the textile feel of having a pen in your hand and writing on an open page. You'll always hear say an open page represents possibility. And you can put anything you want on that page. And so I do enjoy having, and this will say a lot about me. I enjoy having a never ending supply of empty pages. Now, will I fill those pages? I may not, but just knowing I have the empty pages if I want to makes me very happy. So she gives me I get that, the Canadian passport notepad. She gave me a deck of playing cards from Wayne Gretzky Estates. How Canadian can you get? 99 Wayne Gretzky Estates cards. I'll tell you this, I got 99 problems, but playing cards is not one because I've got them now, courtesy of our friend Wayne Gretzky. I got some Ontario grown peanuts, like in the skin, like red skin peanuts. I also got, what was it else that I got? I got the Ontario peanuts. I got the playing cards from Wayne Gretzky. I got the passport notepad. I got also Wayne Gretzky pure maple syrup. Let me ask you something. Is there anything more Canadian than those 5 words? Wayne Gretzky pure maple syrup. The end. You're done. That's it. That is as Canadian as you're going to get. So I now have a small bottle of Wayne Gretzky pure maple syrup. I also got a Christmas ornament from her, which is it's a bear in a flannel shirt holding a log. And he looks, and it's cute because he looks like he's going to sleep because he's sawing logs. He's a cute little bear. And I'm going to hang him up. I have a thing that I keep my keys on. I'm going to hang him up on there. And thankfully it's on his back, not his neck, because it would be creepy and weird. But I probably got to show that at the gate at Canada to get in, right? I got a flannel shirt wearing bear holding a log. You're in. And then there was something else. It was a larger package, and I opened it up. She went to Ottawa, to the capital, and she took me a photo of Parliament and framed it for me. It is a beautifully framed photo that she took of Parliament, and it's gorgeous. And again, these are all things I need to become a Canadian citizen. All I got to do is just say I do at this point. I'm almost married to the fucking America's hat. Justin Trudeau himself could come over and shake my hand, and it wouldn't mean as much as the framed photo from Parliament. So that was peanuts and a notepad passport thing. Playing cards, Wayne Gretzky maple syrup, flannel shirt wearing bear, Ottawa Parliament. And then also she gave money in the stream, which was incredibly nice that she didn't have to do. A lot of people actually gave money in the stream. Ruben also gave gift subs. Jason was giving gift subs. Again, people are incredibly nice to me and always have been. And I don't know why. No idea. I know why. People are kind, and that's why. I got cards from my friend. Who else? My friend Matthew sent a card with his Jenny, and our buddy Tyler sent a postcard. I got a Christmas note from our friend Murph, which was not really a Christmas note, but I opened it on Christmas because I thought it was going to be a Christmas note, and it was not. Mary Beth in Texas reached out and sent me a card. Thank you, Mary Beth, down there in I don't want to say the city, but I remember it. Because it's, I can't, because here's the thing. I was going to say why I remember her thing, but then people would know why, because I live, never mind, shut up. All right. Mary Beth sent me a note. I'm glad that she did. Thank you, Mary Beth. My friend Tresha has been listening forever and has been in just a constant presence in my life during this show. and always has supported in different ways. And look, just by listening, just by anybody hearing my voice right now, you support the show, and I appreciate it. And by the way, I this is a long show. I have no idea if you're even hearing my voice now, but you might be. If you are, thank you. You're supporting the show. But Tresha has reached out with, she came here once, and she and I got to hang out. We got to go see, here's how long ago it was. We went to see the Monday Night Teas together, and she came to the comedy show. Did she come to the comedy show, or did we just, I might not have been even doing 2020 then. But we went to the Teas together, and it was so great to meet her. And then when I went to Canada, she and her husband, Ken, were incredibly accommodating. They took me over the border. Well, he took me over the border. We took her to a Starbucks where she hung out and waited for him to come back. And he was going to get a bunch of American snacks and then come back for her. But her husband, Ken, has always been terrific to me as well, supporting me and on Twitch streams as well as here on the podcast. Tresha has been around for since the beginning, as I mentioned, met me here in LA and then continued to support even when she moved to Canada. And when I go up there, it's so special to see her. And all of the Canadian people, we get together, we go out, we go to movies, we go eat. I do the show there. And Tresha has been very giving in the past, and this year was no different. I got a note from her, and she reached out in a very non-conventional way. That is, let's put it this way: it is a conventional way for Tresha, but a non-conventional way for other people. And she sent me a very nice gift, and I can't thank you enough. She knows this. I've told her that. I even told her afterwards. So she's, you know what? I'm wasting thank yous on Tresha. I give them back. I'm teasing. But thank you, Tresha. You're beautiful, and I love you, and I love all you guys. I love everybody who sent me something and thought of me and took care of me. And that brings me to a new friend, someone who discovered me via the Twitch stream. I don't know if she was aware of the podcast. I think she's aware now because she's referenced it sometimes on the Twitch stream. But she showed up in the Twitch stream because, look, when you're doing Twitch and you're playing, when you're finished, if you want, you can actually do a thing called a raid. So you and all of your viewers can go raid another channel, and then they watch that person and whatever they're doing. And everybody can leave if they want, but you can raid, and it's a neat thing. So I will get raided periodically by a bunch of people, but I've been raided by Garen, who is on Never Not Funny. You may know our friend Garen, and our friend Elliot, who is on Never Not Funny. Elliot has a Twitch channel. Garen has a Twitch channel. I'm going to drink some water because I've been talking a lot. And they have their Twitch channels. They've rated me, so I've rated them, whatever. But so Elliot rated one day, and he brought in like 20 people once, and we were playing a silly marbles game. And this woman, Luna, showed up with the stream and the raid. And then she participated, because sometimes people will show up in the stream and they don't participate. People will lurk or they'll hang out. They don't really chat in the stream, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just come watch. As long as you're there or whatever, that's cool. If you're a vocal part of the community, that's fun too. But if you're just showing up to hang out, I got no problem with that either. That's fucking great. So that's kind of what Luna does. She hangs out with me, and then she participates. She became very active in the stream, talking to people, and became known. And then every time I stream, she's there. It wasn't a case of she didn't raid in. When I showed up, she was there. She's playing marbles, having fun. And she wrote me, and she said, hey, can I get the address of where I'm sending stuff? How big's the P.O. box? And so I had to write her back and say, hey, it was a little late in the game. And sometimes the people, let's put it this way, I know when somebody asks about the P.O. box, how big it is, they're going to be sending a large gift, something larger than can fit in the box. Like Heather's popcorn was sent to my house, And also, like, I will tell you this, I went to the post office to pick up gifts, and there was a slip of, what they do is, in my P.O. box, it's really small, so they give me slips of paper to redeem at the counter, and then they go get the gifts because they're behind the counter. And they came back, and they go, there's no gift here for this. I'm like, what are you talking about? They go, it must have been sent back. I'm like, are you sure it's not back there and lost? They're like, no, but, and I said, all right, that's cool. So I don't know what that was. If you sent me something and I didn't open it or I didn't talk about it here, something happened at the post office. I'll just tell you that. So when someone says how big's the post office box, I'm like, just shoot it along to my house. So Luna sent me a box, and the stuff gets here a week early, and it hangs out. So I opened her box, and look, it was happenstance that it was last. Like I wasn't trying to be, this goes here and that goes there. I was just picking things up. So Luna's was last, and I open it up, and when I opened the box, it was like when I opened that candle, I immediately smelled like something awesome. I'm like, this really smells nice. What's this? And if people like the Vimto, I smelled Vimto instantly, and I knew Hugh was sending it anyway. But you can smell it. It's just it's there in the box. It's present. So I opened up her box, and believe me, I just in my brain I was like, is that the best phrase to say? Yes. The box she sent me, I opened it up, and I immediately smelled like burned wood. So I figured it was some kind of cologne or something, but it was a really big box. I'm like, how much cologne did she send me, for fuck's sake? So there's paper obscuring what it is, and I pull that out, and I look, and I see there's a blue ribbon tied around what looks to be a big wooden box. And on the top of the box, etched or burned into the wood, is an exact replica of the screensaver I use on Twitch when I'm not available. See, my channel right now, as I talk to you guys, it's down. So if you go to my channel right now at twitch.tv/the40-year-old-boy, you will see there's a screensaver where little Schmitty is sleeping, and he's with a little monster, and he's sleeping, and they're snoring, and there's a box of or a bowl of popcorn. They have their controllers. They're by a couch. And they're sleeping. And what it is to indicate, I'm not here. The channel is sleeping, but I'll be signing on later, whatever. Well, on this box, it's etched on top of the box, like burned in. I don't know how you do it. I'm not inclined in any way to be crafty or an artist. And so I don't know. It looks to me like if I were to do this, I would need a brand, an actual like metal searing red hot brand in the shape of the screensaver, and I would go tss and put it on the box. That's what it looks like happened. And I'm gobsmacked. It's like when I get the Joker valve stem things. That's such a unique thing to give to me, because again, it's so specific for me. A Bears luchador mask, a Van Halen Japanese sheet music. I mean, it's you guys all know me. And like I said, when you give gifts, you should give something that somebody would never think to get or never think about buying, but it means something to them, or it's something they would be interested in, or something that they love that they just never think of. So I pull this box out of the box. I have to tip it over, and there's a blue ribbon, like I said, tied around, and there's stuff in the actual wooden box. So I open it up, I dump this out, and the ribbon is there, and she's like, and she was in the stream, and I show it to everybody, and everybody's like, what the fuck, man? That's amazing. And she goes, you have to use the ribbon to pull the top off. So I untied it, and then I pulled it off, and inside the box, there's a bunch of other paper too, and I saw through to the bottom, and I saw like more, it looked like more stuff had been burned in, and I saw words, and I was like, oh, I wonder, like I thought, you know what I thought it was going to be? Like when Mex used to do those explosions of id, those comic strips, they would have a saying from the show along with, and he would do an illustration to match. So I took the paper out, and first of all, then when I get the paper out, there's a dozen cookies, and they're handmade sugar cookies, and they're painted. There's 4 of them that are Horn Boy, the logo of the show with the circle and the horns, and then 4 of them are the little monster who's sleeping with me in the screensaver. And then 4 of them are little Schmitty lying on the floor sleeping. And they're hand painted. They're hand decorated. So they're cookies with frosting, and the frosting has all different colors, and it's little Schmitty sleeping, and then the monster, and then Horn Boy. And I'm like, what the hell? My God. I like, as if the box lid wasn't enough, then I see these cookies, and I'm like, this is incredible. And now I'm looking at the camera, and I'm like, Luna, this is just amazing. And I say things like astonishing, and I'm grateful, and this is incredible and amazing and unbelievable. And if you say them a lot, they can lose their meaning. They can sound like you're just repeating yourself because they're your go-to words. But they're my go-to words because I'm genuinely astonished that anyone would care enough to make a gift like this. I'm genuinely astonished that someone would go, oh yeah, you know what? I'll bet a fucking Bears luchador mask exists. And then they find it. Or somebody goes, Mike got a bike. You know what? I'm going to get him a Joker thing. That's like literally they're each an inch tall, if that. But to think of that and think of me, to be thought of is an unbelievable gift. And then to have people put those thoughts into action to try to give you things that you would love because they care for you. My God. And like I said, I know you guys know that what I'm telling you is from the heart, and I mean it. Because I do it a lot, and then I wonder if people think I'm just kind of going through the motions, and that's impossible. It's impossible to go through the motions when this kind of thing is happening, when you've thought of me to this extent. The very fact that you're listening to this, the very fact that you come to Twitch to watch me stream and hear me talk is a gift in itself. But then for you to go above and beyond and do things for me because we're friends, but also you love me, you love the show, and I don't want to be that guy. They love me. It's amazing to be surrounded by so much love. Thank you. So I open the box. There's the cookies, and I go to take them out, and we take everything out. And at the bottom of the box, the screensaver was burned into the lid, but in the bottom of the box is right in the center. Horn Boy is burned in to the box, and all around Horn Boy, and also I should say this, burned into the inside side panel of the box is one of the marbles maps that we couldn't complete. We play marbles, this game on Twitch. It's silly. It's literally, you don't play it. Everybody signs in, they get assigned a marble, and you hit start. And you're hoping to finish the race, and your marble finishes first. There's no skill involved. It's an easy game for me to play because I can just turn off my brain and basically do play-by-play of the races. I can talk to people in the stream. I don't have to play. There's no goblin who's going to come out and shoot me. No ghoulie who's going to bite my ass. It's just me watching marbles fall down a hill. And occasionally we'll run into an unbeatable track. And then we'll play it over and over. And then eventually we'll beat it and we go fucking crazy because it's amazing because we've beaten the fucking track that was looming over us. Right now there's a track in marbles that exists that we have not defeated. And it has 69 attempts. We've tried it. We haven't beaten it. We can't. We'll keep trying. So that's what I mean is one of the marbles, full marble map was etched into the inside panel of the box. And on the bottom of the box, there's Horn Boy. And then all around Horn Boy. Well, let me just tell you this. Like I said, the fact that you're hearing me and listening to me is such a gift. And I can be a petulant baby because I've talked to you before where I'm like, sometimes it's like, what matters? My voice doesn't fucking matter. Why the fuck am I even doing this? Who cares? Why does there's so many people out there, like I said, who want their artwork on my fridge. So many podcasts, so many fucking YouTube channels, so many Twitter feeds, so many people doing this and doing that and beating me to the joke and being better or not better or just me convincing myself that they're better. And why does anybody want to hear what I have to say when there's this cacophony out there of sounds? And how do I stand out? What makes me anything special that anybody would ever want to hear? Because I see these other people who are absolutely not special just shouting into the fucking void over and over. And I don't want to be that guy. I never want to be a guy who is just screaming to be seen and heard. In fact, I'm quite the opposite. I think I have something worth seeing, worth hearing, and I refuse to tell anybody about it because I don't want to be looked at as a tryhard or a guy who's too proud, or you know what I mean? Because there's nothing worse than going, man, I'm fucking funny. Hey man, guys, I'm funny. And then everybody goes, you're not funny. And you go, oh shit, maybe I'm not funny. And you've convinced yourself wrong and you took the leap. You know what I mean? But you people have been listening for 13 years because I'm worth it. I'm fucking funny. And believe me, I tell myself that every goddamn day when I stare at the fucking microphone. And again, you don't need to hear about my struggles. You don't need to hear about my problems. But I'm telling you that I have let it affect me in a way where I can be a petulant baby, where I do a podcast and like one person writes me and I'm like, why the fuck did I even bother? Why? I didn't move anybody. I didn't affect anybody. I didn't make anybody laugh or cry. I didn't make anybody smile or beam in admiration or nod in agreement. Why did I do this? Nobody cared. And then I spiral. And I do it on the Twitch stream too, but then it's even more embarrassing because you can see my fucking face when I do it. Because I'll be on the podcast, I'll be on the Twitch stream, and I'll be talking, and I'll talk for like 20 minutes, because I'm a weirdo, and I'll just talk, and I'll be being funny about pizza slices or sopressata or whatever the fuck, and I'll be talking, and then I'll look at the chat because I'm talking, and when I'm talking, I'm just talking. And then I have to check the chat to see if anybody else is engaging or they're talking. And I'll look at the chat stream, and they're all saying hi to one another, or they're talking to one another, or they're talking about their day, or they're talking about anything else. And in my brain, I'm like, why am I holding these people captive? They all want to go talk about other things. They don't care about me and pizza. I just went off on a fucking tangent for 20 minutes, and none of them care. And again, they do care, but not everybody. I told a story on this show a long time ago about a guy named Bill Johnson, who I went to high school with. And I saw him literally at an arcade. Bill was a challenged gentleman. He was a big, heavy guy with a lot of zits and no friends. And he, however, one day we saw him out. I had never seen him out. He was only in school. He was one of those people who only, it's like when you see your teacher in the frozen food section, like, what the fuck? How are you alive? So Bill Johnson was a guy I went to school with, and I'd never seen him outside of the school. He never went to football games. I never saw him at any social events. He was just a guy to be pointed at and mocked. He was a name brought up in effigy, if you will, as a thing to make fun of. And then one day I went to the arcade called Sundancers by my friend. Actually, Sundancers was the name of the restaurant Lenny worked. He went there. He worked at it. It was right next door to this arcade. I forget what, Butterscotch? I forget the name of it. We had an arcade called The Wizard, and then we got another arcade in Bolingbrook. And I walked in, and Bill Johnson was there with his family. And he was playing a video game, and when he would complete a level, his family would clap. And it was one of the funniest and strangest things I've ever seen. Like, they were just like, oh, yeah. Like, they were, as a 15-year-old boy, it was endlessly entertaining to me, and we talked about it constantly. We thought it was the funniest fucking thing in the world. We were like, oh my God, that is crazy. Bill, we'd never seen him. We never see him outside of school. He may have been a wraith who haunted the hallways and did his algebra. I don't fucking know. But then this gave him life. It made him real. He was playing a game, a video game, and he was good at it, clearly, and he would complete a level, and his family would clap. And we were laughing. We thought it was fucking hysterical. And I have to be honest with you, my thinking has evolved on this matter. At 15, that you're like, what the fuck is going on? This is the goofiest thing I've ever seen. Holy fuck, that's weird. At 54, maybe this is the best thing they could do for their son because they realized how awkward he was and he had no friends. Maybe this was their gift to him. What do you want to do today, Bill? Well, I want to go here. And they went with him and they watched him do good at something and they clapped to give him positive reinforcement. And it fucking buries me when I think about it in that capacity. In that context, when I think about it, it floors me. Because it makes me think that they must be the most loving parents in the history of the world. Because they realized what a tough time he had at school and he had no friends and he had no interests other than this, and they wanted to be a part of it, and they wanted to encourage him and tell him he was good. And it was no different than taking your son to Little League and clapping when he got a double. It looked strange, and at 15 it made me laugh my fucking balls off. And then for the next 30 years I laughed my balls off. And then, as I've said and I've thought, and I've become increasingly more old and increasingly more distant from family and friends, and increasingly more aware of my own mortality, and increasingly more empathetic of children who have nobody. I've thought to myself that his parents must be fucking amazingly special to have done that for him. And when I opened this box and I looked, it had it had phrases that I had said over the past year while I was playing games. Phrases that while I was twitching, that it was very much like the Explosions of Id, where Mex would take a fucking phrase from the show and then make an illustration for it. Well, what Luna had done was noted things that I'm hoping made her laugh, maybe things that made me laugh, and just things that I would say, and remembered them and saved them and then etched them permanently in this amazing gift she created. And as I said in the Twitch stream, I will question myself. I'm like, nobody's listening to this. Why am I doing this? What am I doing? And I opened that box and I started reading the jokes. I was laughing at stuff that I said because again, I don't even need to tell you. Like I make this shit up. We're talking off the top of my head, whether it's on Twitch or here on the podcast. We're just rolling downhill, talking at the speed of my head, I call it. And I say some funny shit, and it escapes me, and it disappears, and that's frustrating too. I have to be honest. Where I'm like, do I have a legacy? Do I have a legacy of things? Because I'll say something on the Twitch stream, and it disappears in a month, and I'm like, God damn it! And that was funny. I should have saved it. What did I do with it? I should have done something with it. So I will chastise myself for not remembering things or not. And then I also go, well, nobody cares and nobody's listening anyway. And what does it matter? But I like to think that what I say matters, or it has import, or it affects you, or it makes you laugh, because look, I just want to make you laugh. This is a fucking comedy show, but it has veered into other territory periodically. Case in point now, because when I saw those words at the bottom of the box, it brought back memories of Bill. And I thought of all the times that I said things in the stream and then said, oh man, nobody's listening to this. What the fuck? People are grab-assing in the stream. I should just fucking move on because I'm a petulant baby who needs to be stroked at all times, I suppose. I need to be pacified. And I'm fighting against that instinct, but it's there. As is this plane. That instinct is there. To where I because I want to tell myself you're bothering people. Why are you doing? I don't know why it's there. It's there. And seeing this etched in the bottom of the box, it made me say to myself, you know what? No, man. You matter. The things you say are being heard. Your words meant something, if only to Luna. Certainly they meant something to everybody else watching and streaming, and I still question that sometimes. I do it all the time, and I probably will in the future, and I'm trying to fight it and be better. But Jesus Christ, the very fact that there's one person, and I know it's not one person, but the very fact that there's one person who took the time, who cared enough and listened and took the time to make something like this and share it with me. And look, the box is incredible. It's amazing. It is wonderful. And I'm just narcissistic enough to absolutely love getting my own words back to me as a gift. But the real gift is that she was listening. And this will sound ridiculous because I'm an old man and it's what people say today, but I don't mean to be co-op, whatever the fuck. I felt seen. I felt heard. I felt like I mattered. And I, of course, as I thought more about it and contemplated it, and I'm in front of a camera, but I couldn't, I teared up and I cried. Because it showed me, that my petulance is a mistake. Is this a lesson I will constantly hold close to my heart and I will be better from this moment going forward? Man, I'm going to try. Can I assure you that I won't do it in the future? I cannot. I absolutely cannot. But for someone to take the time to care enough about what I've created, to listen to it, and then to create something beautiful from it, man, I hope you can all feel like that someday. And then there's cookies. There's still cookies, for fuck's sake. And a mask. She sent me a mask too. It's a mask a special mask I can wear in the gym. There's plenty of masks you can wear out, but this is a mask that like wicks sweat and stuff, so it's able to work. I'm just like, man, oh man. And I don't know Luna. She stumbled into the stream because of Elliot one day, and I'm grateful she did. And I have to keep telling myself, I have to relearn the lesson that what I do matters and what I say is worth hearing. And when a new person like Luna comes along and agrees to this degree and then is inspired to make something beautiful because of the things I've said, or to honor the things I've said, or I don't want to make it sound like I made her fucking do this, or I was like, I was not a call to action, but she clearly was inspired by the show to make this art, and it is art, and it's tremendous. It's an unbelievable gift, and I was extremely happy. And I said something like this on this Twitch stream. If you want to rewatch it, it's still up. I talked a lot in the moment about being heard and how it made me feel, because and apologizing because I have been, as I've said, borderline nasty sometimes, because I've felt like, why the fuck am I doing this? Why am I even talking? You know what I mean? Just play the game and shut up. And that's not what people come for. The games are an afterthought. People tune into the 40-Year-Old Boy Twitch channel because they want to see me and they want to hear me talk. People listen to this podcast because they want to hear me talk. And I have to hammer that point home into my head and my gut. I just need to be arrogant, but not arrogant enough to where I turn you off and you're like, fuck this guy. That's a weird line. God damn it. I hate this line. So I say it all the time. I'm the fucking talent. I just have to kind of live like it, I guess. And I'm sure you're sick of pep talk shows by this point, but I was very moved by this, by all the gifts, just the very thought that people put into getting me things that they know. Even Heather gets me the popcorn because she knows it gives me content for 6 different streams. Tanya gets me all of the stuff from Canada because Jesus fuck, I'm going to move there. Tampopo, I love ramen and I love Japanese culture, and Ruben gets me that movie. I can't wait. The baseball bucket list book, the Joker masks from Jason, the Joker valve stem caps, all the Vimto stuff, because it was an offhand thing I told about Vimto in fucking Kuwait. And now I get an annual fucking Vimto care package from Hugh. People are astonishing. People will fucking gobsmack you and make your jaw hit the fucking floor because of their kindness and their generosity. Bonnie with her fucking luchador mask. I can't even. You're all amazing. And if you weren't at the stream, you're amazing. Thank you for listening. It's Christmas. And I've always said before, the greatest gift you can ever receive is being paid to be yourself. And if you're a Patreon supporter, or you've ever sent me a dime, anybody who sent me gifts on the stream, anybody who listens and laughs, it's a gift you give me every time you do it. And thank you for making, and I have to convince myself, but thank you for giving me the evidence that what I do matters. I just need to now take that evidence and build myself a case. It's Christmas, and I mentioned earlier I go to my brother's house for Christmas, and I've talked on the show about how it smells like Thursday for Thanksgiving, because the holidays, especially as I get older, they mean a lot more, because I have a lot less of them, a lot fewer of them to look forward to. I can't believe it's Christmas. I'm disappointed it came so fast. I wish we could do December over. and I could look at fucking Christmas lights and smell pine and watch college basketball and just revel in December again, differently. And I really wish December would start over so my brother could get better, because due to his COVID diagnosis, there is no family Christmas this year. I will not be at his house. There will be no dinner, no turkey, no rutabaga, no mashed potatoes, no stuffing, no macaroni and cheese, no celery stuffed with cream cheese and paprika. And worst of all, no hugging my nieces and sitting in dueling recliners with my brother watching football. I will be home and I will be alone. And I went yesterday and I bought a lot of pasta so I could have noodles today to console myself and dive into a goddamn carbohydrate coffin. I got some chicken parm. I got some cacio di pepe. I got some chicken parm ravioli. I got some spaghetti. I bought crackers and dips, and I bought everything I could to try to go ahead and fake my way through a goddamn Christmas by myself. Once I'm done with this and it's released to you guys, I will take a shower and I will have some appetizers and I will watch some football and I will do everything I can to have the best Christmas possible. And I will tell you this, just looking over here toward my desk and seeing a box filled with cookies of my likeness and seeing all these gifts piled up and seeing a luchador mask and seeing everything that everyone so thoughtfully not only picked up for me or ordered from Amazon or gave to it, just again, you have to formulate the thought and then you have to put that thought into action and then you have to send me it. And whether you're creating something that's unbelievable like Luna, or whether you're thinking, you know what, Mike would love this fucking movie, and you order it for me from Amazon, all of them equally appreciated, equally loved, as are you, loved by me. And like I said, I will have the best solo Christmas that I can possibly have. And you know what the best gift I got for myself was? Getting this show done for you. Getting this show done for Jesuit. And letting him know that he matters. And doing a podcast for you and letting you know that you matter. Because, man, let me tell you something. There is nothing that matters in my life more than the people I love. And I love all of you. And I'm glad you're listening. And have the best Christmas. I'm sure you'll listen to this later. I hope you had the best Christmas. But I can only hope you were surrounded by warmth and joy and love and family. And what I always say when it's someone's birthday is I say, I hope you did all of the things you love in fabulous places with exciting people. Or I'll say, I hope you did exciting things in fabulous places with all the people you love. I mean it, man. There's nothing better. And so I wish for you to have the best Christmas in the best Christmassy way possible, whatever speaks to you. I can only hope that you have the best time of your lives today and then going forward. And now I feel like I'm belaboring the point. So please know I love you all. And this show is my gift to you. Now, look, is it my job as well? Yes, it is. Get off my cock. But at the same time, I must tell you, doing this show is I feel like it's a gift for you. So take that and run with it. Cool? Cool. I love you guys. In the name of the Stabler and of the Zonka and of the Henderson Trio. Amen. You guys can get me at Mike and MikeSchmidtComedy.com. You guys can be my friends. What? My friends at Facebook.com/the40-year-old-boy. God damn it. Why aren't you there already? I need friends. Be my friends there. Follow me. I'm all over the place. I'm at you can follow me at Twitter.com/the40-year-old-boy. And then I'm at Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok. Now, look, I made a bunch of noise where I'm like, for all of my followers, I'll put up a post. And then I was looking through and I'm like, well, again, the same thing where I talked myself out of it. And so now, like I said, I won't tell you anything. I'll just do it. And then after the fact, I'll go, look what I did. Case in point, this podcast. But you're all nice to follow. Anybody who follows, you're super cool. Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. I promised I would do a TikTok. I didn't do it. My friend Liana is fucking furious at me. I think I've lost Liana, honestly. Not really. She listens, but at the same time, you can only try to get blood from a stone so many times before you just give up. And boy, I fear that every day, and I can only hope I have not led any of you to give up. Thank you for not doing so. It's important that you're in my lives. And that's not a weird ransom note thing. Please don't think, he'll fucking lose it if we leave. No, do what you got to do. I'm glad you're here. But at the same time, it would be cool if you stuck around. There you go. All right, follow me at twitter.com/the40year-old-boy, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok, Mike40YOB. That's Mike40YOB. Merry Christmas and all of that to my great friend KC, who does the YouTube stuff. To my friend, we've talked about him many times before. He is very integral in my life. I've known him now 40 years, probably. Much longer than that even. Yeah, 41. 41 years I've known this gentleman. As a matter of fact, my good friend David Mex Hernandez. Now, look, you can follow him at Facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez. When you get in there, you can join his closed group. It's the This Is Dumb, That's Dumb, You're Dumb, I'm Dumb group. Why not check it out? He loves it. You will too. This is dumb, that's dumb, you're dumb, I'm dumb. And also, when you're there, you can check out all of the artwork that he's done for this show and other shows. I don't know if he's done anything for other shows, but he's done stuff for this show. And you can go ahead and look at all of that under his photos. His art, I guess it's photos on Facebook, right? And he has a folder with all the artwork he's done in the past. And check it out, man. And he can do artwork for you. Now, Christmas is here, so you don't need a Christmas gift. But do you need a New Year's gift? Of course you do. Who needs a Boxing Day gift? Is it you? It probably is. You know what? Have him paint a kangaroo boxing your aunt. That's a wonderful gift. You give it to her, and here's the gift. The gift isn't even the painting. The gift is the look on your aunt's face when she wonders why she's fighting a marsupial. Oh, my Christ, go ahead and do it. Give him the money. He'll paint it. It'll be amazing and joyous. You can, first of all, write him at Facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez and go, hey, man, how much for all this stuff? Or you can go to his website. He's got a website, artbydmh.com. That's ARTBYDMH.com. Check it out. You'll see different artwork there. Different artwork at Facebook.com/the40. Facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez. But most importantly of all, my good friend has a podcast. Did you know that? He does. His podcast is called The Phlegm Cat Podcast. That's 4 words. The Phlegm Cat Podcast. Podcast is 1 word. Phlegm is 1 word. PHLEGM. It is wherever finer podcasts are given away for free or sold or found on the ground next to an abandoned mask. Whatever you want to do, wherever you're going to find it, it's you're going to get it and you're going to love it. It's good. It's singing, it's character voices, it's in-depth stories about fishing. The man just does yeoman's work, as I like to say, and he is a Renaissance man. When you hear him sing and you hear other characters sing and you hear all this stuff, you're like, Jesus, K. Reist. How talented is this guy? Well, I'm here to tell you this. He's the most talented. There are none more talented. There is none more black. There is none more brown. There is none more Mexican. There is none more talented than my great friend David Mex Hernandez. He is so good at what he does. The Phlegm Cat Podcast is available now, like I said, at Spotify and Audible and Trigger. I think that's a new place, right? I think it's at Grindr. You could possibly get his podcast at Grindr, but please make sure you wear protection when you listen to it if you get it from Grindr, because God knows he does not need another lawsuit. The Phlegm Cat Podcast, available now wherever you get your finer podcasts, here, there, and or everywhere. His website, artbydmh.com, and his Facebook page, facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez. All of these things combined are the ways you can go ahead and contact my great friend and wish him a Merry Christmas, and then do some business with him where you hire him to do stuff or maybe do a podcast with you. Oh my God, would you want to do that? Would you want to bring him under the umbrella of whatever you got going on and go, hey man, you should be my new podcast partner? And then he'll say no, because he's a misanthrope. But we love him. Facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez. The Phlegm Cat Podcast, available right now wherever all podcasts are, and his website, artbydmh.com.
Oh, Schmitty, hey, Schmitty, 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 Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmidt, Schmidt. Hey, Schmitty, Schmitty,
much too loud. Tell these fans who sing your praise that this is just a passing phase. They are a curse. They should disperse.
Oh, Schmitty, hey, Schmitty, 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 Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmidt, Schmidt. Hey, Schmitty, Schmitty, eat a pie for me. Schmitty, 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 Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt.
Guys, why waste your breath bitching at my crew? Nothing you do is going to stop their shouting. If everyone here had lupus, the noise would still continue. Because I'm the talent here. And I kick ass.
Oh, Schmitty, hey, Schmitty, 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 Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmidt, Schmidt.
That's me.
Hey, Schmitty, Schmitty, won't you fight for me?
Hey, guys, I don't fight anymore.
Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt.
Lend me your ears, and I will make you laugh. Subscribe to my show, for I am awesome. There is not one of you who cannot join the jokers, the blind, the mailmen, the chicks, the dead.
Oh, Schmitty, hey, Schmitty, 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 Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmitty, Schmidt, Schmidt, Schmidt,
Still me.
hey, Schmitty, Schmitty, won't you die for me?
Whoa, whoa, die.
Schmitty, Schmitty,
Let's get back to the part where I'm awesome. Remember awesome a few minutes ago?
Schmitty, Schmidt.
Folks, I forgot to tell you this, which seems crazy in a show like this. I forgot to tell you something. I didn't even know I should bring this up. I should probably just get right to the plug, shouldn't I? Well, you can't tell people you forgot to tell them something and then forget to tell them again, right? That doesn't make any sense. Folks, I've discovered a cheese. What? Yes, that's true. Christmas is a time of tradition. We all know this. Christmas is a time for traditions, family traditions, traditions of nations, religious traditions. But this Christmas, one of my long-standing traditions, one of my long-standing beliefs may be changing. Not if it's changing in total, but there may be an exception to the rule. There's an exception to every rule, folks. Now, I didn't always believe that, but now I got to tell you, I think there's an exception to every rule. You know, I'm a man who doesn't like hot ham. But then during the pandemic, I started to make ham breakfast sandwiches, which was different than having like ham baked and then cut it off the bone and eat it with fucking potatoes and shit. Because that ham, take that ham and fucking shove it. Not interested. But a ham breakfast sandwich with a nice cheddar cheese or a spicy Colby on waffles, that'll get you fat quick. And it did, and I went bananas with it. I loved it. I would heat the ham in a pan, wrap it up in saran, kidnap up and slap it. I'm going to do the song now. Wrap ham in a pan, wrap them up in saran, kidnap them and slap them up inside of a van. While you're doing your dance out there, I want you to make moves no one thought you can do. You know the name of my game and what I'm here to do. Party people, let me see if you could dance to Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper. Jack, King Hercules. Let me tell you this. There's nothing better than making a long show longer by just busting out impromptu raps. Now, that's not freestyle. That's me covering, that's me doing some Jack the Ripper from our friend LL Cool J. LL Cool J, ladies love Cool James. Check out The Way I Say My, Display My Play My, J on the back behind the cool without the AY. One of my favorite rap lyrics of all time, ladies and gentlemen. What the fuck was I talking about? Breakfasts. So I like a hot ham now and a ham on a breakfast sandwich, a sando, if you will. You know what I've rediscovered? It's ridiculous to tell you this, because again, shut up and do the plugs, but I now find myself enjoying, I've rediscovered Burger King. Now, I don't like Burger King. If you remember, a million years ago, I had my surgery, and then I did this show, and I think I said it first on Never Not Funny, and then I talked about it on this show many times. Burger King was dead to me, finished, in the mud. Could not care less about a burger or a king. And put them together, really hated it. Because once when I had my surgery, they were like, you should find some alternate proteins. And I'm like, okay. They go, and it's okay to have a burger every once in a while, like a fast food burger, but just don't put a bunch of gunk on it. If you just got like a burger with tomatoes and onions, it'd be a thing. And if you didn't get the bun, that'd be even better. I'm like, all right, let's try it. So I went to a Burger King and I got a Whopper, but I had to take a whole bunch of stuff off of it, but I got onions and tomatoes. And I saw them in the back that, they charbroil they charbroil the burger, clearly. And my ex-wife loved to go there because she had that thing where she worked there in high school. So it's in your blood. Like I worked at Little Caesars. It's in my blood. Once a year, I have to have Little Caesars pizza. Her thing with Burger King was you have to ask them for it off the broiler, which means they make it fresh. They take it right off the broiler. And I never knew why that was a big deal until I went to Burger King and I just ordered a Whopper and I forgot to order off the broiler. And I saw them. They took tongs and they put it into a pan that was like kind of with water. It was like the bottom was contained with water, and that's where the patties were. They took the patty out and kind of shook it, and then gave me my food. Now, normally when you make a Whopper, there's all sorts of fucking gunk on it. There's mayonnaise and tomatoes and pickles and all sorts of bullshit. And so the juice, whatever the fuck that is that's in the pan, gets lost. You didn't even really think about it. You're eating a Whopper with a bunch of gunk. But if you're just eating a plain Whopper burger with tomatoes and onions and it comes out of the water and it's watery, you can see it. It's been stored. That's how they do it. They keep it fresh, like kind of so it doesn't dry out. I ate it and I was like, never again. This was awful. This was like eating charbroiled fucking wallpaper paste. No, thank you. So I didn't eat at McDonald's. Burger King fucking forever. I hadn't eaten at Burger King in a million years. But I have recently been taking one of my nieces to school in the morning. And again, as you know, I like to reward myself for doing things, even though a grown person would just do them. So I would take her to school in the morning and there was a Burger King right by her school. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop there because there was one thing I liked from Burger King a million years ago. And that was the croissant. I thought it was a real advancement in breakfast technology from the fast food companies. So I went in and I got in the drive-thru and I pulled up and get this. Not only are 2 croissant sandwiches $4, but now they have double stuffed croissant sandwiches, which are double the meat. And those are 2 for $5 and they have bacon, sausage, or ham. I don't recall the ham croissant sandwich. Now, as a man who's been eating his own breakfast sandwiches, I was like, well, I got to do this. So I got a 2 for $5 ham croissant sandwiches. Holy Jesus. That I don't even know. I don't know how they make it work financially. It's an unbelievable deal. 2 for $5 overstuffed croissant sandwiches with ham. And so because I'm a grown up, I would take her to school and I was taking her to school every day. And so 3 times a week in the past couple months, I was stopping for croissant sandwiches. Because again, my trainer got COVID. So why should I try? And I did it, man. I was just fucking eating these croissant sandwiches. And so I'm not a hot ham guy usually. I don't care for the hot ham. And I still wouldn't like a hot ham at dinner. But if you give me a hot ham at breakfast, I've evolved in my thinking on the matter. And that brings us to this. I've discovered a cheese. Now, folks, I don't like a freestanding cheese. I don't like those little cubes of cheese with a toothpick and a charcuterie. I don't even eat Kraft singles out of the thing. I don't need a slice of cheddar on its own. I don't like a freestanding cheese. I like it on a sandwich. I like it in any other capacity. But freestanding, just eating cheese itself, it's like eating a flavored candle. I don't care for the texture. It's just because even a sharp cheddar, which I enjoy, will crumble and turn to dust in your mouth. I just am not a fan. I just don't like a freestanding cheese. However, I went into the grocery store by my house and I was going to the deli. I'm like, you know what? I'll get some ham. I was going to get boar's head, maple honey ham, and some cheese. I usually get a Munster cheese or a cheddar, real sharp cheddar. But sometimes I might surprise myself and get a Havarti with dill. Or I'll get you know what they have? They have a spicy Colby Jack that I like. Regardless, I will get that for sandwiches. And then I'll build you a sandwich that's amazing with a Japanese Kewpie mayonnaise and some delicious pickles. Anyway. So I go there and I'm looking at the cheese. I'm like, I wonder if anything's on sale. I look around for my Munster because sometimes they're out of stuff. So I look and they're in the deli case, folks. You know me. You know I only like a top shelf cold cut, and I go Boar's Head all the way. I don't need your private selection. I don't need your Kroger. I, my friends, am looking specifically for Boar's Head fine meats. And they've got the Maple Country ham. They've got a teriyaki chicken breast, which I enjoy. They have they have the madrasa turkey. They have all of these different things. But then I look in the cheeses, and right there nestled between the Munster, which I enjoy, and the Havarti without dill, I see it. Caramelized onion Colby. What? It's a Colby cheese, a mild cheese, but it's filled with caramelized onions. And I said to the dude, I'm like, whoa. I go, what is this? And he's like, it's so good. And I'm like, all right, well, you know what? I'm automatically getting a pound. I'm just getting a pound of it. He goes, we want to try it first? And that has been verboten. Like, we haven't been able to do that since the pandemic. I go, you guys are doing that again? He goes, yeah, if you want something. I go, oh my God, yes. So he slices off a chunk, and I bite it, and dudes, just the smell, the bite, it smells like French onion soup. And then you bite it, it's oniony. It's so oniony, but it's delightful to eat on its own. Like, I would eat it. I would eat slices of this on its own. God damn it. And I have. So I said, yeah, no, that's killer. Get me a fucking pound of it. And then this dude goes, no problem. He goes, you know what? You know, another cheese. We have some other cheeses. I don't know if you've tried them. And he goes, you like the Havarti with dill? I said, I do. I like it very much. He goes, oh, we also have an herbed mozzarella. It's an underrated cheese. Now, I should tell you this. During the pandemic, I ate everything in that fucking case. I ate mortadella. I ate, I had the aforementioned soppressata, capicola. Whatever you got, I bought it because I was experimenting, because I was bored at home and fat. So I get all of that stuff, right? So then this guy goes, we got the herbed mozzarella. Now, look, I've had the herbed mozzarella. But this guy and I are having a moment, and he thinks he's Sherping me to the top of Mount Cheese Everest. And I say, well, what's the herb mozzarella? Even though I know full well what it is, and it's a mozzarella, but it's got a casing around it that's kind of herbaceous, and it's like oregano and Italian seasoning and spices around the outside of the cheese. And I go, whoa! I go, that sounds interesting. Now keep in mind, I've already had it. But I don't care, man. This guy's on fire, and he and I are together. We're a cheese team. We're Team Cheese. And he's like, all right, you want to taste that? And I go, sure. Even though I've tasted it before, listener. And I get it, and I eat it, and I'm like, whoa. And so now I have to fake. I go, that tastes like a cheese stick. Like, it's got kind of the coating on the outside, the Italian seasoning, and then the mozzarella. He goes, right? He goes, you know what? That's an amazing grilled cheese. He goes, this onion cheese I would have on a burger, but that herb mozzarella, I would put it on a grilled cheese. I go, you know what? Give me a half pound of it. He goes, you got it. And I didn't need a half pound of mozzarella. Quite frankly, it's still in my fridge right now, and this was a week ago. But the onion cheese has been devoured. I ate it on sandwiches with ham, and I ate it by itself, listener. Dear listener, I ate it by itself. I don't like a freestanding cheese, and yet every day I would have 2 slices of the onion cheese. I would just eat it, and man, did I fucking love it. So I'm telling you now, if you find yourself in the store, go to the deli case and look at the Boar's Head and find the onion. I believe it's Colby. I believe it was an onion Colby, but just look for the onion cheese, or ask your helpful deli attendant, because my God, will they steer you into a goddamn cheese boulevard you didn't expect to park on. But I got right now that onion cheese is gone. And I went to 2 stores yesterday and they didn't have it. Because they didn't carry it. They didn't know what it was. It was like I was speaking a secret word, some sort of other language. I came there with this cheese-specific language they could not decipher. I was an alien from the moon, made of green cheese, friends. And they could not decipher it, so I did not get it. But I still have a half pound of herb mozzarella in my fridge if anyone wants to come by and pretend that it tastes like a cheese stick, so the guy at the deli doesn't feel sad. Folks, I mentioned before about my good friend Fearful Jesuit. He sends me texts, and he's like, hey, man, I got a show you should listen to. And I'm like, you're goddamn right I should. And he sponsors the show as well, so it would be a nice thing for me to listen to the show and also, get this, record my shows and then talk about his shows, because that's kind of the deal. That's kind of the contract we have, is Jesuit makes a show that I enjoy, and then I listen to it. It's not really like working. I like to listen to it anyway, and then I listen to the goddamn thing, and then I talk to you about it, folks. So here's the thing. I have a few... Can you hear that? I have a few shows to discuss with you. So my friend Jesuit, remember I mentioned that this show is a Christmas present to myself, getting it done. Well, the Christmas present to Jesuit is me talking about these things, and paying off his sponsorship this week. And by this week, I mean this month. All right. And by this month, I mean this past 6 weeks. All right. Paranoid Strain is a podcast. It's amazing. The Paranoid Strain podcast, available right now where finer podcasts are purveyed. I believe it's at Audible. I believe it's at Anchor. I believe it's at Steamer. Might be there. It's at SoupCon. You can check that out. All of these places where you find your fresh and hot and delicious and tasty podcasts. But try the iTunes store or the Apple podcast space, whatever they're calling it these days. Try Spotify. I know he's got sponsors himself. He's just a cottage industry. This guy's a fucking machine, right? Him and Dana Unicorn sailing the good ship SS Paranoid Strain and trying not to crash it upon the rocks of so many other podcasts that have trod before them unsuccessfully, trying to bring light on these conspiracy theories, and they couldn't do it, and they fucking wrecked. You know who the first podcast was? It was Never Not Edmund Fitzgerald. That was the first podcast that wrecked and couldn't bring you the story of conspiracy theories and crashed to the bottom of the sea. And now it lies in a hole in the boat on a goat with a moat in a hole in the bottom of the sea. But Paranoid Strain will never sink because it is buoyed by the efforts of one Dana Unicorn and the fabulous host and writer, our great friend Fearful Jesuit. Paranoid Strain Secret Societies Part 18 is available now. Freemasons Part 4 is the subtext of Paranoid Strain Secret Societies Part 18. And you know what you learn about? Masons in the USA, U.S., nowhere else I'd rather stay. Hey, 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 Masons in the U.S., Masons in the U.S., Masons in the U.S., USA. You learn about George Washington. He was a Mason. He was also a lukewarm Episcopalian. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Now, please, let's not get this confused. Washington was a lukewarm Episcopalian. That is not to be confused with a tepid Quaker or a room temperature Methodist. Please, do not confuse them. I know they all sound very much alike. But a lukewarm Episcopalian is Washington, not a tepid Quaker, and certainly not a room temperature Methodist. You will learn it. A new book has stated that Native Americans were allowed into the Freemasons, but only if they did that dance that everyone loves. Did you know that? That part of that's true. But yes, a new book states that Native Americans were allowed into Freemasons. Some people think they weren't, but this book says they were. But again, they had to do that dance, and they had to do that dance quick. Freemasons, I'll get this. You want to talk about conspiracy theories, folks. In Paranoid Strain Secret Societies Part 18, you're going to learn that Freemasons may have come from Atlantis. Atlantis has entered the chat. Yes, I don't understand it myself. I don't know. I hear these shows, all right, and I am ever more astonished to hear them describe people who fall for bullshit all the time and kill each other over this bullshit. Like, look, the Bible and fucking Jesus and all those guys, whatever the fuck, that's fine. That's your top shelf nonsense, right? But this is bullshit. This is the kind of bottom of the trough garbage, urinal cake garbage that nobody should ever believe. But they do it. Atlantis? Are you fucking kidding me? Dana is also, by the way, Dana is now a teacher's pet. She gets referred to as a teacher's pet in this show. And all I could think of myself was great. Now I get to think of about her in a schoolgirl uniform for the entire goddamn broadcast. Now, I won't lie. It made it better. I find that all of the shows are better if you think of Dana in a schoolgirl outfit, and then bending over to get a pencil. Oh my goodness! You heard about the Mormons stealing Masonic rituals? You'll get an astrological exam of George Washington. Haven't you been waiting for that, ladies and gentlemen? It's Maggie Herskovitz, CA-NCGR, and she says that Washington was a Capricorn. And I'll tell you what, that's so Washington. When I hear that Washington was a Capricorn, that explains a lot. That you know what? All that cherry tree business, such a Capricorn move, George. Way to go, buddy. That across the Delaware, refusing to sit down so you're above everybody. Capricorn. Very much something that the Ram would do. Is Capricorn the Ram? No, Aries is the Ram. Capricorn's a fucking... Is he a Minotaur? I don't fucking know. Look, you know you want to ask about that? Maggie Herskovitz. Did you know that Mormons look down on the Freemasons, even though they stole their Masonic rituals? Because for some reason, I guess secret oaths and aprons are a lot sillier than magic underwear and secret oaths. And secret oaths are there. Look, that's the constant. But see, these guys, it's like, you know what? It's like McDonald's and McDowell's. The Mormons are like, see, they have the magic apron. We have the magic underwear. They have a secret oath. We have a super secret oath. The Mormons look down on the Freemasons, but then they become Freemasons. You'll hear it in the episode. And it's like, for me, that's just like all those dudes who hate gays but wind up sucking a dick in a park somewhere. You know what I mean? Like Chris Cooper in American Beauty. That's every fucking Mormon who looked down on the Masons, then he kisses Kevin Spacey on the mouth. Let's see. Oh, and then there's a reference. This is my favorite thing. Jesuit makes a reference at one point, and he's like, hey, remember Henry Morgan? No, I don't. No, actually, I don't, because this series is in part fucking 18. I don't remember Henry Morgan. I actually think this series may have started with Jesus and Moses fighting the Rosicrucians in a bathhouse in Nazareth. And I couldn't tell you where Henry Morgan comes or fucking goes, but I appreciate you thinking that I would know. We hear there's a couple of Alberts as well. One of them had a statue until last year, and good riddance to that fucking guy. And then we hear about the Scottish Rite, and no one expects the Scottish Rite. And I'll tell you what, you thought nobody expected the Spanish Inquisition. The Scottish Rite shows up, and everybody freaks the fuck out. And also my favorite thing too is a Jesuit in this episode. He says he's talking about where something is, and he says it's in South Kakalaki. And he just drops it in there like we all know what Kakalaki is. Not only do we know what Kakalaki is, we know what directional Kakalaki is. Where is look, I'm familiar with Kakalaki, not so familiar with South Kakalaki, I'll tell you that. But it's an amazing episode. This is Paranoid Strain Secret Society's Part 18, Freemasons, Part 4, available right now where finer podcasts are given away for free. And I know you're thinking to yourself, well, that's a great one. But what if I wanted to hear, I don't know, Secret Society's Part 19 with Freemasons Part 5? Guess what? Available right now in the iTunes Store and every other goddamn place you can find a podcast. It's Paranoid Strain Secret Society Part 19 with Freemasons Part 5. And, it just gets right into the show. It just leaps right in. Do me a favor. If it's Part 19, have the decency to do a ramp up or apologize and tell me you're sorry for making me listen to a 19. And look, again, enjoyable show. Well done. Terrifically written and very informative. But 19 episodes about the secret societies. Jesus fuck. This is, you know what you're doing? You're burnishing the reputation of the secret society by making them more important than they should be. That's how I feel about it. But people want to know, and the knowledge is out there. You can grab it on the show. I will tell you this. All right, so we talk about Mozart in this one, and I will never, ever forgive Jesuit because this episode, he mentions that Mozart is perhaps humanity's greatest musical genius. Hello? Taylor Swift ring a bell? I wonder if it does. I got 3 words for you. Mozart, perhaps humanity's greatest musical genius. I have 3 words for you. Edward Van Halen. And he had a Wolfgang too. So there you go. Step off. Get off his dick, man. I learned that Mozart was a Mason at 29. Tons of Mozart facts in this show. Mozart, this is something I didn't know. There is Mozart wrote Masonic funeral songs, Masonic funeral songs, and he wrote a song that every note it plays. All right, let's put it this way: it plays. I got to try to get this right. He wrote a song that the emperor of the master of the fucking these guys. How did I forget their name? The Freemasons. Every step of the way from the door of the Mason Lodge to the master's position, Mozart wrote a song that fits that time perfectly. So from the time the master opens the door and walks and sits down, Mozart wrote a song that was perfectly timed to begin and end with those activities. So what I'm getting here is not only was Mozart a musical genius, Mozart invented Major League Baseball's walk-up music. The distinct amount of notes it takes Charles Blackmon or Chuck Nasty from the Colorado Rockies to get from the dugout to the batter's box while Take On Me by Aha is playing. Mozart was way ahead of his time. Also, this made me Google Tom Hulse. And I gotta, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't know this, there's a movie called Mozart. No, it's not. It's called Amadeus. And it's all about, it's written from Salieri's point of view. And Salieri's such a fucking dick, this guy. And he's sad because fucking Mozart is a fucking idiot, but he writes great songs. And Tom Hulce is Mozart in that movie. And he's nominated for an Oscar as Mozart in that movie. And I go to his Wikipedia page, and it says Tom Hulce is best known for his role as Pinto in Animal House. And I beg to differ, Wikipedia. This is a man who portrayed what I'm being told by Fearful Jesuit as perhaps humanity's greatest musical genius, and held his own against F. Murray Abraham. And yet, you think him banging a 13-year-old girl in a football field is more memorable. Now, I certainly found one of them more enjoyable than the other, but I wouldn't say one of them is more memorable than the other. But I defer. Did you know that Mozart's The Magic Flute is about Masons? I don't know. Did you know that the Masons possibly killed Mozart? There's a theory out there that the Masons killed Mozart when he was a young man. He was possibly poisoned and stuff. This was according to Macmillan and Wife, who are referenced in this show. Macmillan and Wife will tell you about it. We also get into the Jack the Ripper thing, and we hear there's three things, I guess, that let people. All right, so Jack the Ripper, you know who he is. He killed a bunch of hookers, and they said that there's these terrifying ways where he communicated with the police. He sent a thing called the Dear Boss letter. He sent the Saucy Jack postcard, and he sent the From Hell letter, which arrived with half a kidney. And this is all according to Ripper researcher Stephen Knight. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of things you want to be and a lot of things you don't want to be. But if there's anything in this world that you want to be, it's Ripper researcher. That is beautiful. That's a title card you can be proud of on your office desk. He mentions 1888, which is, of course, the wonderful time for our friend Jack the Ripper. And Jesuit says that time and place was horrific to women and especially to prostitutes. I got news for you. That could be 1988. That could be 2028. Who knows? Right now, things are very horrific for women and especially to prostitutes. I don't know if you have Twitter, Jesuit, but you might want to check it out. I will tell you this again. As angry as I was about him shunning Eddie Van Halen, Watchmen slander? Seriously, Jesuit? Are you serious? How dare you? Do not slander Watchmen. He talks about Alan Moore and From Hell. And he says that the graphic novel is Alan Moore's best work, and but they say it in a cute way where they're like, instead of that other one that everybody seems to think is so good, but From Hell is so much better. It's like, what are you doing here? Why do you wish to fight your friend Mike? Disappointing. We hear about Leo Taxel, who is a fucking awesome dude. You'll hear about lascivious Jesuits, not the one in question, but he's there. You'll hear about a crocodile with wings playing piano. You'll hear about a magical lion's tail, a telephone shaped like a frog. You'll hear about a flame-belching demonic telephone shaped like a frog. That's right. I had to repeat it a second time. It's a flame-belching demonic telephone shaped like a frog. You'll hear about Jack Chick. Lady Jesuit pops in as well. You remember the comedy team of Chick and Rivera. We get to hear about them as well. It's a fantastic. Oh, and also, hi there, H. Paul motherfucking Jeffers. I'm glad you showed up for another show. H. Paul Jeffers is there. This is Paranoid Strain, Secret Societies, Part 19, Jack the Ripper, Mozart, a cast of thousands, and 1888 being nailed down as possibly the worst time to be a woman or a prostitute in the world. I would disagree, especially when you come down to the Watchmen. I'm furious at both of you, because I think even Dana was in on that slander. Paranoid Strain, Secret Societies, Part 19, with the Freemasons, Part 5. That's available right now, where finer podcasts are given away for free to people who ask for them, and that's you. Go ask. Now, I know you're thinking to yourself, well, look, we love Paranoid Strain, Secret Societies, parts 1 through 19. If only there was a way to hear part 20. What the fuck? Well, step back, jump back, want to kiss yourself, do a goddamn spinorama. The Paranoid Strain, Secret Societies, part 20 episode, Freemasons, part 6, is available now. My favorite thing is in the beginning also, there's still the disclaimer about this being the middle of the show arc, which is terrifying. You'll hear about Masonic repression by the 20th century's totalitarian states. And I will be honest with you, when I heard that phrase, I heard Masonic repression by the 20th century's totalitarian states. It made me think of a Young Ones episode when they're studying to go on University Challenge, and they're on a train, and Neil is supposedly quizzing Rick, and Rick has to recite something about crop rotation in the 14th century. And he keeps saying the answer, and it's emblazoned into my brain, where he says, crop, I can't do his lisp. Crop rotation in the 14th century was considerably more widespread after, and he can't think of the answer. And Neil has the answer, and Rick asks him for it, and Rick won't give it to him, or Neil won't give it to him because Rick told him not to give him the answer. And he's like, give me the answer, hippie. And then he says, John. And Rick goes, John. And Neil goes, yeah. He goes, John. And Neil goes, yeah. And he goes, crop, I can't do the R. Crop rotation in the 14th century was considerably more widespread after John. And Neil's like, yes, after John Lloyd invented the patent crop rotator. And then Rick is like, and he's very mad at Neil. But that phrase made me think of Masonic repression by the 20th century's totalitarian states. Crop rotation in the 14th century was considerably more widespread after John Lloyd invented the patent crop rotator. Now, I'll tell you this. There's nothing about John Lloyd in this episode, but there may be a conspiracy about crop rotation later. Stick around. You'll want to hear that going forward. You'll find out that Hitler and the Nazis were anti-Mason. We're anti. They're anti-Mason. We're anti-Mason. And this is why I will never understand history. Again, as I mentioned, there's your top shelf conspiracy bullshit and aliens and nonsense. The fact that Hitler and the Nazis hated the Masons. And it turns out, again, it's mainly because they were Jews. They're just it's more anti-Semitic garbage. But the idea that the Masons would be someone to pick out if you were Hitler, I don't care for those Masons. And then you find out later, everybody hates the fucking Masons. The Spanish hated the Masons. Generalissimo Francisco Franco, who, by the way, is still dead, he hated the Masons, for Christ's sake. I don't think Mussolini cared for the Masons. A lot of these fascists don't like the Masons, which would make you think the Masons are the good guys, but I'm going to say the Masons are not. Oh man, you get an appearance from old school great Dennis Miller. He shows up for just a couple of lines, and I don't want to say what they are, but goddamn, wonderful to hear his voice from stuff that I used to love. You'll get a Mussolini in 45 seconds. You'll literally learn all about Mussolini in 45 seconds. It's like 7-minute abs. It's so quick. It cuts right to the goddamn chase. Mussolini in 45 seconds, and you'll hear it from getting the trains to run on time to being beaten with hammers. You'll hear all about Mussolini in 45 seconds. You'll get this name mentioned to you, and I'm not even going to give you a context. Leopold Muffelman. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. That's like, mystery guest, will you sign in, please? Leopold Muffelman. That sounds like something that Armistad Mopin would have in the Tales of the City. That would be a San Francisco dandy named Leopold Muffelman. You'll hear about the boogeyman position, which terrifies all of us. And here's another thing. Okay, you'll hear about the spookiest ensemble. They show up as well. But let me. All right. So remember, like I said, why I don't understand history, because the Nazis and the bullshit I don't know how anybody believes any of this garbage. How anybody believes any of this. But then he drops this on us without even an explanation. Jesuit is talking, and he goes, "Oh yeah, Harry S. Truman, a well-known Freemason." Talk about burying the lead on this entire. This is part 6 of the Freemasons, and I just find out that an American president who the only one who ever dropped the atomic bomb is a fucking Freemason. Shouldn't you have said that first? Honestly, I got to think that that's something I would have needed to know right from the goddamn beginning, because you're losing me if you're burying the lead on Truman being a Mason. But there you go. So you learn about all of that in the show. And this is Paranoid Strain Secret Societies Part 20, Freemasons Part 6. And from what I understand, this concludes our delving into the Freemasons. And next episode, good gravy, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Are you ready? In this corner, weighing 5,000 literary pounds, please welcome the Illuminati. The Illuminati is going to be discussed in the next episode, and probably for another 10 after that, because goddamn it, you can't cover it in one. I wouldn't want to even try. The Paranoid Strain podcast is available right now in the iTunes store, wherever you get your best podcasts. You want to write them a note? Go ahead and do so. theparanoidstrain at gmail.com. Theparanoidstrain at gmail.com is the address. Write our friend Fearful Jesuit and tell him you love him. Tell him you love me. Tell him you love the show. Tell him you're excited to listen to all these episodes. You can't wait to get into the Illuminati. And tell him how much you love Dana and her contributions. It's an amazing show. The interplay between the two of them. If you knew the true secret behind it, then you'd be like, what the fuck? But it's incredible stuff. And I'm thrilled that Jesuit is my friend. I'm excited that Jesuit still wants to remain involved in my nonsense. And I'm happy that he has given me the indulgence and trusted me to go ahead and bring this message to you now, even though I didn't do a very good job of it, and I've been lax in my duties. Absentee landlord, as I've said in the past. No more going forward. Why? January 1st, you won't believe the show I'm going to do after I make a cake and I ride a bike and whatever the other third thing I was supposed to do was. I already forgot. Folks, you want to hire me to do something? Why don't you hire me to do a cameo? But do me a favor, give me a couple of days because my voice is fucked right now. Can you hear it? I don't sound good. But Cameo is out there. It's ready for me. It's ready for you. We're done with Christmas. Why not a New Year's cameo? You want me to wish somebody a Happy New Year? A Merry Christmas and Happy New Year? A Christmas and Hollis? Whatever you want me to do, I can do that. A Merry Christmas and Happy New Year! I can do it. I can tell people they stink. I'm very good at that. I'm that guy. I'm known on Cameo as Dr. Stink. Were you aware of this? But not because I stink. Please don't mistake it for that. I think maybe that's why I'm losing business. I billed myself as Dr. Stink. What I meant was I'm the guy who will tell your enemies they stink. But in reality, people might think that I stink. Although I'm going to be honest, if there's an audio/video based business and you don't hire me because you think I might stink, that's on you. Because I'm not in person. I'm not in your house. I'm not bringing my stink into your palace. I don't know why a prince is hiring me. Why would that happen? Hey, man, I don't know why you're bringing me into your palace. Regardless, folks, hire me for Cameo. I'm out there trying to make as much money as I possibly can to stay afloat and stay alive. And also, my brother usually buys all the fixins for Thanksgiving. I'll tell you this. I'll share this with you. My brother, he buys all the food, right? And then I'll grab something. Like I told you, I brought macaroni and cheese for Thanksgiving. Well, he's like, bring dessert this time. So I bought a couple of pies. And then I paid for them. And then he got COVID. And so now I have 2 pies on my countertop here waiting to get fucking munched. And I'm going to eat some and then probably leave them outside the door of his house. I don't know what the fuck. He's like an animal. I have to show up and just put it outside the door of the cell. But I won't lie. I overpaid for 2 pies because I don't like to get store-bought pies. I'm like, you know what? If you're having me over, I can do a nice thing and I'll get some fucking awesome pies. Remember last year I bought a fucking $50 cherry frangipane pie and then ruined it by putting it in the fridge? Well, guess what? These pies came with instructions. I have not ruined either of them, so step off, man. All right, so what else is there? Something important? Cameo, hire me for Cameo. Dr. Stink will bring you the business. It'll be great. Do you know I'm part of the Misfit Toys Co-op? I am. Who's on there? Well, Let Me Watch Your Movie With You with Jonah Ray. He's terrific. No Fun with Jen Kirkman. Now, I'll tell you this, Jen, I'm just going to plug it because she's my friend. She has a Patreon, and she's trying to get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And I think she's at 950. So if you like Jen, why not subscribe? You can do it for $3 a month. She's really good. No Fun with Jen Kirkman, as well as the Anxiety Bites podcast with Jen Kirkman. The Todd Glass Show featuring our great friend Todd. Doug Loves Movies with Doug Benson, and the Never Not Funny crew is well over there at Never Not Funny. That's Jimmy. That's Matt. That's Garen. That's Elliot. Check them out now. Misfit Toys Co-op. Love all the shows. Proud to be involved. You can go to my Patreon page at patreon.com/Mike40YOB and become a patron. Why, there's so many big plans afoot starting January 1st. I'll make you all a cake. Patreon.com/Mike40YOB. Go ahead and check it out. It's waiting there for you to go ahead and subscribe. I would love it very much if you would do that. You're the best of all time. You're the best around. If you sign up for my patreon.com/Mike40YOB. If you just want to send me money, and holy fuck, does that sound awesome? Go to MikeSchmidtComedy.com, and up in the upper right-hand corner is a little horn boy there, and I think it says donate. You click on it, you send me some cash. Send me a chunk of cash there, man. That'd be sweet. Hey, you know what? I mentioned Patreon. I've got to mention my friend Kjo, who bumped up her amount. She went ahead and said, you know what? I'm not giving this guy enough money. This guy who sits around and does nothing. I got to give him some more money for that. Thank you, Kjo. You're lovely. I hope things are good in Montreal, and you're so nice. Look at the Canadians. Look at them sending me fucking gifts and incredible stuff. You're all very, very, very wonderful people. And Kjo, thank you for thinking of me on Patreon. So PayPal, If you want to go to, it's MikeSchmidtComedy.com, and up in the upper right-hand corner is a little button, little horn boy. Click on that, and you can send me any money you want. Any amount you want. You can send me $1,000 right now. What the fuck's stopping you? You could send me $1 million. Who out there wants to send me $1 million? All right. Did you guys know? All right. So I mentioned the Paranoid Strain podcast. Did I? I don't know if I talked about it yet. I've got my own channels. Are you aware of this? I do. YouTube.com/the40-year-old boy. I shudder to think of if they're going to let me post this episode. It makes me laugh, actually. I just looked up and I cannot believe this is happening, but you're all very kind. YouTube.com/the40-year-old boy is available. It has all of the archives of this podcast. And will there be more videos? Well, of course there will be. Why did I just mention a date you should remember? Mark the date, January 1st. Wouldn't it be great if good things happened starting then? I would love it, as would you. But go ahead and subscribe or follow to the channel, youtube.com/the40-year-old boy. I do want to do things going forward, and hopefully you'll be part of it. I would love that very much. Also, I mentioned Twitch, and that's where I had the Christmas party, twitch.tv/the40-year-old boy. You can check me out. I'm streaming usually at 4 o'clock every day. Now, that's another one. For the rest of this year, it's going to be starting at 4 o'clock, and we'll do a couple hours a day, 2-3 hours. Probably going to grind more starting January 1st. Going to play some games, play it a little longer, be on there and be a constant presence, and I hope you'll go ahead and join. Now you can follow or subscribe to the channel. If you subscribe, that gets me some dough. You're super nice to think of me. You can actually use your Amazon Prime and subscribe every month and give me $5 big. That doesn't even come out of your pocket. It comes out of the pocket of a Bezos. That motherfucker's in space, doesn't even realize I'm taking fucking $50 out of his pocket every goddamn second that somebody subscribes. Actually $5. But if 10 people subscribe, I take $50. Still, it exists. Twitch.tv/the40-year-old boy. Following is also cool because then I just get some followers and then they know that I look like a hitter. I got people watching me. But please follow or subscribe, send some money or whatever because, it's getting to be cold here, man. I got to turn the heat on. What a weirdo. What a weird fucking begging nonsense thing to do. All right. You know what? So I got to tell you, man, I did this show. And it was one of those things where, remember, I told you I had to drive around on Thursday, and then I had to pick up Lenny, and I couldn't go get any cookies or anything. I was mad. So you never put things off to the last minute. So here's something that happened today. I went to do this podcast. I'm like, all right, I'm going to sit down. I got to launch into this fucking podcast. What's wrong with me? And I sit at my desk, and you hear me sipping water occasionally. I have big gulp cups. I have a Paul Stanley big gulp cup, and I have a Gene Simmons big gulp cup, and I alternate them via weeks. So this week we're on Paul Stanley, and I filled it with ice water. So there's 10 ice cubes, and then I fill it with water. I mean, it's huge. It's a fucking super big gulp cup. Not a big gulp, but a super big gulp. And so I fill it with ice and water, 10 ice cubes and then water. And then I have it. I drink it all day. I have it by me. I'm by the table. I have it here. And at night, I will go to bed. And if I'm at the desk with it, I always make sure to grab it and move it. Because in my brain, here's how weird I am. I'm like, all right, if there's an earthquake tonight, it will knock over this glass of water and it will spill all over my laptop and all of my electronic stuff on this desk. I can't take the chance. So I am very proud of myself that I would think of that, and I grab it and I go ahead and I always move it over to the countertop in the kitchen. Because if it spills in the kitchen, nobody gives a damn, right? Who cares? But if I'm in the living room and I decide I'm going to go to bed and it's on the table there, I don't mind leaving it there, even though there are books there. And I think, you know what? It's not really going to get the books that wet. And if it tips over, it'll probably tip over the other way and get the rug wet, which is totally fine. It's not going to tip backwards. But who am I? By the way, the arrogance to think that you could ever judge the direction that an earthquake would spill your glass is absolutely amazing. It is quite a leap to think that I would know exactly what an earthquake was going to do. But hey, it also means I don't have to take 10 steps to the kitchen. It's a lazy thing. I won't lie. I do it here to make sure that I can fucking send it off. I'm sorry. I just got a notice. I'm not joking. I get distracted because it says your disk is almost full. Save space by optimizing storage. So I don't know what that means, but I know exactly what it means. It means this show's too long and I'm taking up too much space. I gotta bail. All right, so let me tell you about the water. So I get this fucking glass of water, right? And I fucking lift it. Let's record the podcast, and I fill it with 10 ice cubes and I put water on it, and I get up and then I go and I throw some water in my face and I change out of my sweater. I took my hoodie off and then I came over here and I zigged when I should have zagged. And there's a chair here that's blocking my desk. Whatever. I knocked over the glass. I knocked over the glass of ice water. And I just looked at it, and it was the thing. I couldn't even catch it. Oh, I had something in my hand too, and it spilled all over my legal pads, and it spilled on my laptop, and it spilled on the microphone, and I let out a shriek. You ever see how Scrooge, when he's all sad because the ghosts come, and he's like, "No, take me home, ghost." It would have scared the ghosts. Like the ghosts, because they looked at Scrooge and like, fuck you. If I did the screech I did when I spilled water all over my legal pads and my laptop, believe me, the fucking ghosts would have transported me wherever the fuck I wanted to go and paid me for the privilege, because it was the scariest noise I've ever made in my life. Imagine spilling a depth charge, a fucking mop bucket full of water all over your goddamn laptop, microphone, and your legal pads. Jesus fucking Christ, dudes. I panicked. I'm staring at it. I'm standing there like, what the fuck? So then it took me, I had to get a bath sheet to mop up the water. Like it was so crazy, the amount. You can wring out my fucking bath towel. And then I got to fill up. Then I'm mad because ice is precious. So I'm mad now that I got to go ahead and fucking get a new glass of goddamn ice water. So let me tell you, when I say this show's a gift to you and to me, I mean it, because this show might not have even happened. I was ready to fucking do it. I waited 2 weeks, and then at the last minute, I knock over an entire fucking storm cloud of water all over my fucking equipment, and it couldn't have worked. It shouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked. What if it didn't work? What if my voice isn't even being recorded? What if you can't hear any of this? What if this whole thing's been a goddamn waste? Holy fuck. Well, look, we can argue since of one half a dozen of the other, that it may have been a waste anyway. But if I've been recording, it's just a fucking waste.
Hey everybody, it's the holiday season. There's a poop on the floor, and I know the reason. A dookie on the counter and a turd in your mail. A fudge dragon floating in your fruit cocktail. Secret presents for you to unwrap. Hey look everybody, it's a big hunk of crap. We all know the reason for this cavalcade. It's just a happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. Happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. It's a stinky, 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 stinky serenade. Ass kebabs hiding in the pumpkin pie. A peanut-filled grumpy on your holiday tie. Can't seem to find the Christmas mistletoe. There's a boot on a string right above you.
Oh no.
A foul baby's crying away in a manger. An anal snake's lurking, but there's no danger. The kiddies all know where the fudge is made. It's just a happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. Happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. It's a stinky, 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 stinky serenade. Monkey tails lurking at every house. Tiny Christmas presents from a tiny sphincter mouse. Stockings are hung by the chimney with care. A lumpy stink pocket is waiting in there. The kiddies can't sleep because they're super hyped. Get Santa clips biscuit and forget to wipe. Let loose, stack the boost, don't you be afraid. It's just a happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. Happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. It's a stinky, 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 stinky serenade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. Happy Merry Christmas from the Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade, Shit Brigade. It's a stinky, 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 stinky serenade. Shit Brigade. Shit Brigade. Happy Merry Christmas.
Quick Trip is teaming up with your local Chevy dealers to award a new Silverado Trail Boss to one lucky Packers fan in the opening drive sweepstakes. The Silverado is the most dependable, longest-lasting full-size pickup on the road. To enter, stop by your local Quick Trip, purchase any pothole frozen pizza with your rewards card, and that's it. You're entered. If selected, you'll win $25 for every yard earned on the Packers opening drive and a chance to win a Silverado Trail Boss. No purchase necessary. Chevrolet and Quick Trip, proud partners of Packers football.